everyone, and welcome to Mandela Effects After Dark Open Panel. I'm a community panel. I don't know what I'm calling it yet, but I want to say welcome to everyone with me. First of all, we have Splatter 420. Joining us is Propagate This Light, and Esther Anders is here. Long time no see. How is everyone tonight?
All right.
Good.
I'm doing good. I was trying to give everybody else a chance to say hi.
Yeah. I'm getting the water out of my ears. I had a quick shower before the show.
That's not good. Yeah, water with headphones, not good. It's good that you use speaker. That's good.
Yeah. No, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I want to do a quick shout out. I have two announcements, and then I'll be dropping the link in the chat. If you guys want to join us, you're welcome. Let's see who's here. So far, I see Jackie McCarran, John Nada, Lil Cam 51. I know you're lurking, Jose. I told Jose he should join.
Oh, yeah.
I know he's lurking. He's back there somewhere. Let's see.
Maybe he's
Boston
a bot.
Ray.
Maybe he's just a bot.
No.
I know. Yes, I am awake.
Boston Ray, thank you for sharing on both channels. I appreciate that. You're welcome to join as well, Ray. Let's see. We have Richard Minnick, Rye Russ Real is here, Boris B, Jessica Kirk, Noise Guru, and Neo Freak 91. It's good to see you guys. It's been a little bit, Boris and Neo. Good to see you. All right. So let's see. Two announcements. Number one. Should I wait a minute? There's only a few people here. It's kind of, I'll do the less important announcement first. So the less important announcement is, for those of you that missed that, the original announcement, no, that's what it is, Richard. Richard picked it out. But you know what? I still think it's good news. But let me explain to people who didn't know. So an agent was reaching out to me on email, like insistent, like 3 times in like 2 days. They messaged me. They wanted me to apply for a sponsorship. And there was only 5 spots left. So I applied for the sponsorship and I was denied. But again, I still see this as a good thing. I must be doing something right that an agent reached out to me telling me to apply for the sponsorship. So to me, that's still a win. I don't care that I didn't get it. That tells me there'll be offers in the future that I will get. So I'm still happy. It's not bad news in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a good news, bad news, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just news.
I see it. It's just news.
It's just news.
Yeah, but quick question. So you said an agent, right? The agent from YouTube is what you're saying?
No, just a random person who's an agent for a company that helps content creators. I don't know how they got they got my information from YouTube, I'm sure, but I didn't reach out to them. They reached out to me just to tell me about this sponsorship. Like they didn't offer to represent me or anything. Nothing. Just an email saying, "Hi, we like your work. Just wanted you to know there is a sponsorship available that we think you'd be perfect for. Here's how you apply." That's what it was. And then because my dad passed away, I didn't see the original 2 emails. And the third email was like, "I really think you should apply. There's only 5 spots left. Please apply as soon as possible." So I did. And then I got an email saying I was declined. But that's okay.
So
yeah,
real quick, what was it for? What was it for? If you don't mind me asking.
I guess I can say it now. It was for a company. Actually, I don't know if I should say the company. It was a company that makes products like microphones, headphones for streamers.
Broadcast, yeah.
How would that work? That you would do like a an ad within your show for them? Is that how?
And they said they would the sponsorship detailed they would send you product to use and to advertise.
Oh, okay. Are you sure it was from that company? Did you
Positive.
Was able to research them?
No, it was their website. It was the company's website that had the sponsorship. application.
Okay. Okay.
I'll
Okay.
tell
Did
I'll
they need
tell you
like
what it
personal
is. I just
information?
don't. I'll tell you what it is. I'll send you a text. I just don't
Okay.
want to say it on air.
Okay. Okay. But did they ask for like personal information or something like that?
Yes, I had to give them my name, my address, everything. Because if they chose me, they would have to send me whatever product
Oh.
they were going to send.
Oh.
But
Oh.
again, it
Okay.
was their website, like their actual website where
Mhm.
you can buy product. And I've seen their products in Best Buy.
Hmm.
So real website,
So do you
real
think?
company.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right. Oh no, sorry. I think I didn't hear you because you're kind of going low. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
It's okay. I think you also heard Esther.
Oh.
Esther saying something, I thought.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Esther.
I was thinking that's possible, maybe just with like her topics that she talks about. Maybe that's why they were like, I don't know. It might just be like that's not their niche or something like that. So,
Well, I don't think.
Yeah.
I honestly think it's just my channel isn't big enough yet for what they want.
Yeah.
yeah, probably.
Yeah, because they
Yeah,
obviously, if they've been watching her stuff, they know what she talks about, and so
yeah,
they wouldn't have talked to her at all if they, you understand?
yeah,
I hear what you're
yeah,
Yeah,
saying, but
but
they would already know what she talks about. So
right. That's what
yeah.
I'm saying. Like, okay, so they already know. So it's kind of like, well, how could you fail? Not fail, but how you have to pass some type of something. You said you didn't. Oh, there was 5 slots left. Okay, that's what it
Right.
was.
Yeah.
And so someone.
yeah,
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
so
Okay.
yeah, obviously something with more viewers got the other one. I guess makes
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to make sense. Okay. Gotcha.
I got it.
Well,
Yeah, you probably have to
congratulations
have like
anyway.
a diamond button play, whatever those things are called. Play
Yeah.
buttons, whatever it's called. So,
Con- con-
to do. I don't have that much time on my hands.
I will say, I got to tell you guys, it seems like the golden number to actually make money on YouTube is about 200,000 subscribers.
Oh,
I found somebody who talks about how much they make,
yeah.
like frequently.
Yeah.
He has 800,000 subscribers. He says he makes on average $195,000 a year.
Wow,
Wow.
800,000 subscribers.
that's a lot of
That
So
people.
that's
takes
my
off
goal. But,
fast.
but anyway, I do want to say thank you to Neo Freak. He said sorry your dad passed, and
Was
I'm
he
not
single?
right. I'm just smoking my normal cigarettes, but I did lose my voice this week. I was sick all week, so that's probably why I'm straining here. I mean, I feel better. It doesn't hurt to talk anymore, but I actually lost my voice after the show for
I believe
a
it.
full
Yeah, you were
day.
fading.
Yeah, I lost my voice. So it's not fully back, but it's good enough to talk. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
What?
Neo
Oh,
Freaks lost his mom 4 weeks ago.
Oh no.
I lost my dad on the 1st. I'm so sorry, Neo. I'm glad you're back.
oh.
Oh, Jackie just woke up for a nap in time for the show.
Welcome back, Jackie. Now I do have to put the banner up already because I got someone thought they'd be while also being nice, slick, because they sent it way before the show, hours before the show. A donation came in, so
Oh
I do have to put the banner up. But that is not the second announcement.
no.
I was hoping that we could. I can't wait though, because I want to get the StreamYard link in so people can join us. But it's an important announcement. It's sad news,
Oh no.
but it's not. It's not. It's. Let
It's
me just
not.
explain.
Oh yeah. I think I go. That's okay. Yeah.
You do. I texted you.
Yeah.
So everyone, Jeff is no longer with the show on a everyday, like a weekly basis. He will join us when he can, but he has tried to join us for the last month and has not been able to. Oh, thank you, FAP. I hate my accent, but I love that you love it. Um, so yeah, Jeff wants to be here, but due to his work schedule and getting sick,
Yeah.
he keeps falling asleep at like 8 o'clock at night. So if he's ever awake, he will join us. But he said don't count on him being here.
No doubt.
So
If he's got a job and stuff and an illness, yeah, that's understandable, 100%.
yeah, exactly.
Two
That's
is
why I haven't been able to join that much because when you start your shows at like 11 to 1 o'clock, I'm like, well, I have to be up in like 4 hours. So unfortunately, kind of have to be awake for my job.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've been on
I,
disability my whole life and haven't had a job for so long. I don't know what that's like.
Uh,
The only sleeping problems is all I have.
uh,
and the only job I have is this job, which is the
mhm.
most work I've ever done in my life.
Yeah, me too. The pay's good too. Ah.
Yeah, we need to get Sandy paid. So
Ah,
Sandy gets paid anyway. I do it out of my
that's
heart. I'm fine with that.
that's yeah, that's the thing. Like, at least I absolutely love doing this. You know what I'm saying? That's why it doesn't bother. I've been doing this for years with nothing. So
Yeah. I don't mind it. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it either. It gives me something to do. It gives me a purpose in life. Finally.
I don't know if this is the same Sean.
Oh.
So if it's Sean on the thank you, it's going to be Sean, and I'm going to put a last initial. If it's Sean Dent, I will update it. But the last name is not Dent.
Oh.
Let me see if they tell me the name on YouTube. Hold on.
What's the other Sean? Well, he
It's
changed
from.
his name on here, doesn't he? Yeah.
I'm gonna go check. It's from Ko-fi, so I'm gonna go check Ko-fi. I will check Ko-fi. Give me one moment. And guys, if there's anything you want to talk about, feel free. Prop, Esther, Splatter.
I'm trying to think. I feel like there was like a Mandela effect that I recently found, but I can't remember what it is now. I've been racking my brain for the last like hour and a half because Sandy's like, she's like, "Are you coming on the show?" I'm like, "Oh, that's right. I should come on." And
Yeah.
I've literally been trying to think, and I'm like, which I've
Uh-oh.
been distracted with conversations. So my sister's been talking to me about stuff, and so I'm like, I'm trying to remember now. But
Let me ask you
uh,
this then. Are you familiar with the singing group called Tony Tony Tony?
sounds familiar.
Okay. Um,
Not me.
what is your biggest Mandela effect? The one that really stands out to you?
For me, would be the Kit Kat. That was the first one that got me started. The
Right on.
Tinkerbell led me down the path, but the Kit Kat without the dash that freaked me out. I
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
worked at a convenience store at the time at Jiffy Mart, so I got to see Kit Kats a lot, and that's one of my favorite candy bars of all times is Kit Kat. Snickers and Kit Kats are my two favorites. And when I was pregnant with my daughter, I would eat a lot of little fun size ones, and I bought a lot of Kit Kats. And because for me, when I was pregnant with her, I craved a lot of like sugary stuff when I was pregnant with her. Um, so I got the little fun size. So I saw Kit Kats a lot because those little fun size, there's like a bunch of those in the package.
Yeah.
And when I was watching a YouTube channel and they were talking about Kit Kats and they're like, "Oh, I never had the dash." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? They've always had the dash." And so I went to the store and I looked at it where I work and I was like, there's no dash. And I had to literally keep myself from like freaking out in the store so I didn't like look like an insane person to my coworkers. And then I actually asked one of my coworkers, who was also a manager at the time, I was like, "Hey, what about the Kit? You notice the Kit Kats? Like, where's the dash?" And she's like, "No, it's always had a dash. What are you talking about?" I'm like, "No, it doesn't
Oh,
have a
yeah.
dash anymore." And she's like, "What?" She's like, "No." She's like, "Well, that's trippy. I don't know what, I don't know." And she's just like, I'm leaving the conversation because she was like, she couldn't, it like went right over her. She couldn't figure it out.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, and I had one coworker that did believe that the Mandela effect was real as well. I had one lady that I would go to her like Jack Skeleton, the Nightmare Before Christmas, right? I'm like, that wasn't directed by Tim Burton. She's like, no. She's like, stop ruining my childhood. She's like, that was directed by Tim Burton. It's like, it's my favorite movie. You can't tell me that. It was directed by Tim Burton. I'm like, no, it wasn't.
Really?
And she's like, oh, don't tell me that. And so, yeah, she's literally like, stop ruining my childhood.
Huh.
Because I would come to her with Frozen songs and be like, hey, do you remember? She's like, yeah, that's the way nope, not anymore. So, it's been a couple of Frozen songs that I've found Mandela effects and stuff. It's like I'm just running her life.
That's funny.
I got one more for you. So GIF, go ahead, Sandy.
I was just going to say really quickly, I wanted to welcome Schneider to the chat. FAP is here. And Boris mentions Tom Holman or Homan. I don't know who that is, but
Yeah.
I have an identical Mandela effect with that. I remember the town in A Christmas Story being, it's I don't remember, it's Homan now. I don't remember that, but it's Hohman. So it's interesting. That's a pattern, the same name change. So I was just curious if anybody on the panel here remembers, who knows who that is, because I don't. Do you know who that is?
Who?
I know a Tom Holland.
No, this is Holman. I'm going to look it up. You guys.
Oh, I see. I hear it's okay, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to look
Okay.
into it, but go ahead, Prop. Whatever. Go ahead.
Okay. So in the chat, going back to Tony, Snyder says, did you just say Tony? Well, he spelled it different. Then you have Real here in the chat says with exclamation points. So that's the thing about the name. That's a group that I was referring to earlier.
Right.
I don't recognize the exclamation points at all. It only had the E with the little thing at the top. Yep, just like that on the screen, but without
all
the
three
exclamation.
different Tonys, right? All three different Tonys and ending with one with the E on the thing on top.
Yeah, but no exclamation points. I don't know where that came from.
Okay, yeah, okay. I never heard of that group, so I have no dog in this fight.
Okay, Tom.
They made a song called
Homan.
"It's Our Anniversary." Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying Tom Homan is the new border czar. And
okay.
Yeah, I just didn't know his name yet. And he remembers it as Holman with an L. There is no L. So I will definitely look into that, Boris. I'm sorry,
Weird.
Prop. Go ahead.
Holman. Weird. Doesn't sound right. Holman sounds right, but Holman doesn't sound right.
Esther,
saying it the same way.
Esther, are you familiar with the peanut butter? Are you familiar with the peanut butter that starts with a J?
Yep.
What is it called?
Well, it's Jif now, but I do remember it being Jiffy.
And you said that the store that you worked at is called Jiffy Mart. It's called Jiffy Mart, correct?
Yeah.
Weird.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's funny. Actually, when I worked at Subway, I remember because it was Jiffy Mart, Subway, and Ramonto's like all in one, and I worked all three sides. And at the time, I actually got hired at Subway originally, but they said because it's a 3-in-1 store, I cross-trained, went to several different stores. I was kind of like the person that traveled to all the different stores wherever they needed me. And when I worked at Subway, I remember the arrows. You know how it's got the arrows on both sides? I remember one day we were laughing and joking. We got new napkins. And we were looking at them and we're like, why does it have 2 arrows now? Like, that looks so dumb. It's just like, and we were laughing and joking, and I don't know how crude like Sandy's thing we want to go, but we're just like, we're laughing about the in one end out the other. And we're just like laughing. And then, so the next day, the inspection guy comes around, and like the guy who knows, like, he's been in Subway forever. And we're like, why does it have 2 arrows? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, why did they change that? He's like, I don't know. He's like, it's always been that way. And I'm like, no, it hasn't. I've worked here for like a year and a half. This thing has just changed. And it was funny because then like a week later I see it all over, about the Mandela effect and stuff. And I was like, oh wow, yeah, that is true. I remember like we were literally joking and laughing. I actually asked my coworker, who was actually a manager at the time, I was like, why does it have arrows on both sides? And she's just like, I don't know. I'll ask the guy. She's like, that's kind of weird why they did that. So we were just laughing it up because we got brand new napkins. So we were just like, why do we have two arrows on it now? So it's like, well, that changed as I'm working here. And it's like, I clearly saw it all the time. I saw it's on our hats, on our shirts, on everything. So it's like, they gave us like all new wardrobe and everything. So I don't have any, unfortunately, old stuff because they got rid of when they gave us the new stuff, you have to get rid of the old stuff. So unfortunately, I don't have anything with the one arrow on it, but I'm like, man, I wish I had. So,
I do have a question for Propagate. Hello?
Well,
Did you guys hear me?
yeah, but you're quiet.
I just got booted. The sound, not me, but the sound got booted.
Oh,
I have a question for Propagate.
Yes, Diva.
Do you want me to do the thing you were
Oh no,
asking
no,
me to do tonight? No? Okay.
nah. Yeah. Well, y'all had to come by to my stream on Monday, 5:15 p.m. PST.
Okay, yes. So
Mhm.
he wants me to do something on Monday's show, so please join us
okay.
Monday on Props channel.
No, I just want you to show what you created. You know, that's yeah. Let's leave it at that. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
hmm
I was just wanting to ask before I did anything.
Yeah,
We
it's
do
funny.
have Jackie with us. I'm going to put Jackie up here with us.
Kit Kat seems to be a starter for a lot of people. It was me and that Kit Kat and Ford at the same time, though, for me. But,
yeah.
Esther,
Ford.
Jackie, Esther.
Hi. Sorry if my voice goes a little funny. Allergies today. So,
Your Sandy, you should be drinking lots of warm
Hello,
tea.
sorry, I'll just turn off that. Okay.
Oh, talk again, Jackie. I want to hear if there's an echo.
Oh, hold on a sec.
No,
I
there's
have
just
to
a
now
lot of
turn my
noise.
games
There's no
off.
echo, just a
Yeah.
lot of noise.
I better turn off my game music.
Yes, please. I could
I
even
like.
get copyrighted for that.
Her game
Sorry, I
music.
didn't. I
Yeah.
was muted because I put my computer on mute so I could sleep, and then because I don't want to shut my game down. Anyways.
Gotcha.
It doesn't have proper memory.
She's muted, I think.
No. Okay.
Yeah, she is.
You know,
Let's
this
see.
week I got visited. I didn't get visited. My building got visited by a pack of coyotes.
A pack of coyotes?
Yeah, 2 o'clock in the morning. All of a sudden, here's. I thought it was teenagers at first. I thought they were just making noise for the hell of it, and then I looked out the window. I seen them. Like, oh wow.
How you doing,
That's
Jackie?
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
How you-
I'm just a bit
How are you,
groggy, but
Jackie?
yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
So that
Nice
was
to
my
finally
Propagate is
speak to
saying
you.
hi, Jackie.
Nice to finally hear
Can
you
you hear me?
and be on the
Can you
panel
hear
with
me?
you.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because that was my excitement for the week. Now they
Oh
got
yeah,
notice
I'm gonna have
set up.
to turn my Bluetooth off again. Hey, probably. Hold on, let me just do that.
Jackie has been doing gaming streams on her channel while also talking about Mandela effects. But I don't know. She keeps deleting them, and I tell her don't delete them because that it. Here's the thing: when you make content on YouTube. When people go back and watch the streams, that tells YouTube people are interested in your channel, so they'll show it to more people. If
Yeah.
you have no content on your channel, but you keep deleting it, they won't show your channel to anyone.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. I don't really want a lot of people on my channel, to be honest. I'm not looking for that, in all honesty. Just yeah, anyone who wants to chat while I'm gaming, that's fine, but I want to keep it to a minimum, like just, a few people in our community. I don't really care that much about having a lot of people. Like, I'm not trying to make it big or anything on YouTube by any means. I'm just not like that. I don't want to be that. So,
Well,
yeah.
it'd take a while for that anyway, like years.
Yeah, it would, but I'm not that person. That's just not what I want to do. So I don't have that extroverted personality. I'm more private. Like, I don't want to, yeah, I just don't want to be like that. So,
Well, I mean, I just didn't want to start making lots of money on here, then have it disappear, and then have my housing and everything all disappear on top of it because I made money. That's why I stopped.
That
oh,
makes me nervous. That really does,
oh,
because you have to. I would have to be. Here's the thing. Um, if I like through YouTube, right? Unless I'm making enough where I can buy health insurance, which is very expensive, the thought of earning too much where I can't afford to buy health insurance, but then I also lose my health insurance, that's a major issue. So I that does make me a little nervous, but
Oh
again,
yeah,
I love doing this. So
as it
oh,
is,
I
apparently I
see.
got a notice for my rent was going to increase. I didn't notice the notice, so now I got to report and get things taken care of before the 28th. So
mhm.
I'm in arrears of $100 and some odd dollars,
Oh, okay.
but it's easy enough to take care of. I just got to take it to my office, right?
I hope that works out.
Oh, it should. Yeah, they give me two options. One, I can go to
Oh,
my welfare office and get them to take care of it there, or I can just like sign it off and then they'll take care of it.
Okay. So you're not you're going to be okay.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It's just I don't know. I don't remember getting a notice. That was back in April. Apparently, they gave out notices saying the rent was going to go up, but I didn't get one. Otherwise, I would have taken care of it. I'm sure because that's very important.
Yes. All right. As long as you're going to be okay. You had me worried for a second.
Oh, I had me worried there for a second. No, I read it and I looked. There's a one. I was going to sign both sides. This paper, piece of paper. It gives them the rights to go through my stuff or whatever you call it. Yeah.
I do. I just want to say I agree with Jessica. So does Propagate. Love the Australian accent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
thank
Sure.
you.
And it's at least an understandable one too. Not everybody from Australia you can understand.
Oh, I had like a 2 hour talk with Ken the other night. Right, I'm on his channel quite a bit now.
Yeah.
Ken's
I
Caravan. He's in what you call it, Victoria, Australia. Victoria. No, what is it?
I think so. Yes. Oiler Greg is here. So is the Honorable Doge Hunter Tariff Rio Trump. Welcome. And Boris asks, can I buy a health plan through PA? Well, Joey tried to buy a health plan through PA, and the cheapest one had a $9,000 deductible.
Well,
Yeah. So what's the point of paying $200 a month,
if you got to pay that,
$9,000 out of pocket first before anything at all is covered?
sounds like a
Now,
scam.
now if you want a $1,000 deductible, which is still expensive, that's $463 a month. And if you want a reasonable deductible of $100, it's $600 a month. A month. Like you can buy a BMW with that kind of payment a month. Like
Yeah.
it's
It's like for the
insane.
next 5 years, just save up and you can pay for your cancer pay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
really, what's the point of having insurance if it's gonna cost you uh, basically living in a house, a house
Yeah,
payment?
that's stupid.
it's insane. and that's through Penny, which is Pennsylvania's marketplace.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. It wasn't wrong to ask,
Is there any others?
huh?
Or is there any other ones, or is that the only one?
No, that's Pennsylvania's marketplace. That's cheaper than anywhere else. If you go to like straight to an insurance company or to a broker, it's always going to be more money because they got to pay the broker. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to be more. The cheapest is
Oh,
through the government,
Mhm.
and
that's,
that's not cheap.
and that's not cheap. That's
Mm-mm.
ridiculous.
So does the government check your bank account and that's how they know if you're earning money?
No, you have to report. They go by your
Oh, well, I mean,
taxes.
oh, right, yeah, I see. I mean, if I worked, I would have to report to Centrelink until I guess I was making enough money to get off it. So I guess that's kind of similar. But the thing is, a lot of people in Centrelink work cash in hand jobs, so the government never knows, and so they're getting double payments. That's how most people in Australia do it.
Wow.
I
Hello,
would just take it
Maria.
out.
Yes, hi,
Did I
Maria.
say did I say hi to Richard Minnick earlier? I think I did, but just
I
in
think
case.
you did.
Hi,
And if
Richard.
not, hello, Richard, just in case.
Hi. Yeah,
If
our
Ken remembers,
healthcare system is definitely broken.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I would love to stay away from it, but I don't have a choice. I absolutely need health care. My medications alone would be more than 1,300 a month if I didn't have health insurance. And two of those medications they would not give me without insurance.
Oh
You're
wow,
not allowed
okay.
to pay cash
Mm.
for, I mean, sometimes they make exceptions. Like if they know that there's a problem with the insurance, like a pre-certification, pre-authorization or something, but they're not supposed to, certain medications they're not allowed to sell you without insurance, which I think is ridiculous. You're still at a pharmacy buying your medication.
Mm.
But yeah, so that's I
uh,
need my
Probably they'll
insurance.
weed out the people who actually, are doing it for other reasons. I would
Yeah, but
assume.
I
I'm pretty
know,
sure
but
you've.
they punish patients for people choosing to do things that they shouldn't do, and it's not right.
You're pretty
Yeah,
sure you've
they
checked
punish
into
the good
every.
for the bad people. Sorry, what was that?
So I'm sure you've checked into every option, right?
Oh, I definitely have.
Because
Um,
Hunter, well, it used to be Hunter. Hunter Terrifield Trump is saying something in there.
Oh, right. Richard says I do, but there are holistic options. Not for me because they're too expensive. I have to pay for holistic options.
Oh, come
They
on.
are not covered by insurance at all, especially not
mm,
mine.
yeah.
Wow.
Propagate. You can just talk if you want to about that.
This
Propagate's
is
asking anyone noticed any new Mandelas. Have you propagate?
Well, I don't want to just talk if everybody's talking, so I'll keep quiet until it's my time. But I
Well, that's what
appreciate
I'm
that
asking.
though. I don't
I'm
want to jump
saying
in and
it's your time.
cut
Go,
people off.
go, go. I'm
Oh
saying it's
no,
your
no,
time.
I didn't have anything. No, I was just listening. I was just communicating in the chat. I didn't have anything to say on the panel right now.
Oh, okay.
But I was just asking. I was just asking if anyone noticed any new MEs. I was
Hmm.
just asking the chat that
Yeah, John Nada has one I'm working
country
on.
roads. Okay,
Country roads.
okay, I
No.
got you. I see it.
Yeah, I'll put that one on the screen. That's an old one, Boris.
Oh, that one. Okay, I remember that. Yeah.
Hmm. And that is Mandela in a different way for me.
I've seen one. You probably know about it already, but Britney Spears, when she's in that red suit on, she's,
Mm.
Yes, with the microphone.
yeah,
Hmm.
and the microphone's not there anymore.
Yes.
that one's
That
pretty old.
yeah, that led me to the skirt.
Right. Okay. I just thought I'd mention it just in case.
Hmm. So, Jackie,
Yes.
the topic of the panel tonight, we don't have to stick to, obviously. We haven't even started with it yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
But uh, the topic is the impact and consequences of the Mandela effect. Has the Mandela effect impacted you in a positive or negative way?
I think there are positives to certain Mandela effects. Definitely, there's a mixture of positives and negatives. Um, I would say that the negatives are more like a mental thing that you can control. You can control how it affects you, your perception on how you like your perception on what the Mandela effect is, and you can kind of decide how you're going to uh I don't know, see it. You can kind of see it in different ways, I guess. Um, but I feel like there's because they're so minute. I mean, like a lot of the changes are really like they kind of just mess with your head, and that's about it. And the bigger ones are like I don't know. There's the negativity is not too bad, really. Like the consequences, there's not really any consequences. It's like I would say for me, the most negative is probably just how we look. The anatomy changes and stuff. I don't like that. But after you go through all the initial emotional hurdles and stuff like that, and you're really just dealing with people who don't believe what you believe, which is probably the hardest part from there after you kind of get through the emotional because like I experience Mandela effects like multiple times a day. It's just mainly
Yeah.
personal ones, like little changes, but they're so small. It's like it's not even worth mentioning, and they're usually on what I'm focusing on, like if I'm watching a movie or I'm playing a game. um Gaming is very helpful because things change in games actually more than anywhere else that I've seen, really. I think I mean, you can rewatch videos over and you'll see changes, but with games, or at least the game that I'm playing, it's very frequent. Just for me, if I ask someone like, oh, does that look different to you, like other people who are playing the game, and it's kind of annoying when they're just like, oh, everything looks the same, even though it's definitely not even close to being the same.
Like
So
that
I'd
rock.
say the consequences. Sorry.
Is it like that rock in your game? It wasn't there before you thought.
Oh, that's one of them. But there's many. There's so many changes in that game. Like now the characters have like shadows, like these circular shadows underneath them. Um,
I'm I'm sorry,
the
Jackie. Rye Russ Real is asking, what game are you playing? What you're
Stardew
talking
Valley,
about? What
Stardew
is it?
Valley, Stardew Valley,
Stardew Valley. Okay.
Stardew Valley. Yeah, Stardew Valley. Um,
It's like an old school level game.
yeah, it got released in 2016. The guy took 4 years. Well, when I looked it up, I saw 10 years. Now it's saying it only took him 4 years, sorry, to make it. Anyway, but yeah, there's a lot of changes. That I see that are just small ones though. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone even plays this game, so there's probably no
Yeah.
point
It,
in
it,
me
it, it,
explaining all those changes. But there's many for me that are just like yeah, appearances and stuff like that, and changes to um places and like things turning up and stuff like that.
it reminds me of the old Zelda game.
Yeah, he that was one of his inspirations. That and what was it, Harvest Moon? That's right. I'd never played that. I'd never heard of Harvest Moon. I heard of Zelda. I didn't play it much at all. I think I played it once, if anything. But yeah, one of his inspirations was Zelda. I mean, he's like 37, so that's why it is like in looks older.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's young.
older than me. But yeah.
Propagate. Would you like to answer the question?
Oh no, I'm just listening. I don't have an answer.
Okay.
What was the
Esther,
question?
how about you? You're not here
Yeah, sorry.
often. Okay.
Oh no, I'm just listening, and I'm also trying to read the comments as well, and especially the old uh what's the name of that old country road?
The John Denver song.
Old
No,
country road.
I'm saying like
Yeah.
Old,
do you feel that the Mandela effect has
Hmm.
impacted you in any way in your regular
Oh,
life, like positive or negative?
Oh, that question. Okay.
that
Yeah, that
question.
question.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, I was
some
wondering what
of it's
question.
positive with like I guess our body changes and stuff like that. With like the things that have happened with our bodies, I guess like allowing more changes to happen. But I would say negative in a lot of ways because like songs that used to make sense or I know them to be one way and then they change and it really gets me really frustrated and they sound dumb now. Like some of the words that I'm like, why did you change the words? So that frustrates me so much when I'm like, I know it was one way, now it's another way. So like every time I hear Hard Day's Night, it still bothers me. I have a hard time listening to the song now. It's like,
We just actually
oh,
covered the Beatles. We went back to the songs, and they were different from when I covered them last time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go through them and see like all the Beatles songs. Maybe I'll put it in one presentation
They're
to
flip
see.
flopping.
Yeah, because I'm trying to write the list of names. Almost forgot to do that.
Oh wow, yeah. I did.
I don't know.
And
yeah.
For
Good thing I'm
me and
not doing it.
Um,
music,
but wait,
it
before
just
you start
doesn't really.
talking, LJ
Oh,
is here. I want to add her to the chat to the panel. 1 second.
Make it more confusing.
Oh, I can't add LJ. LJ, you got to go and turn on the turn the camera on. LJ, you have to leave and come back. It's not letting me add you. I'm so sorry. Only thing I could do is kick or ban.
You have to set your avatar and then set your
Yes.
microphone
Yeah, she's coming back.
and then
All
add
right.
your name.
did you want to know what my answer is to the question?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to know what your answer is.
Well,
Yes, propagate.
yeah. Okay. Um, I don't look at it as a negative. I look at it as a positive. One of the reasons is because I'm not going to be long-winded. Is that I wouldn't be here now. So that'll be a positive. We're communicating. We're talking about
Hmm.
out of this world type of
Oh,
stuff, and that's always happened in my world, and it gives me people to talk to. And I lost some friends, and this and that happened, but you know, I guess it's like a snake that sheds its skin. It is what it
Hmm.
is, right?
yeah.
mm,
I didn't lose any friends to the
So
Mandela
yeah.
effect. I lost lots of friends to the other.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well,
the
I
other one was
lost.
the. Go on.
We lost
he's
them.
gone. We
We
lost
lost
him.
Propagate.
Oh no.
No
Hopefully
problem.
he'll come back.
Wonder what happened. Well, he was right in the middle of a sentence and he.
I'm not
Well,
really super sure about the songs that have changed for me. They'll sound off, and I could have sworn they sounded differently, but I'm not like 100% on a lot of the songs that I think have changed for me. There's definitely band name changes like that I'm sure of, but that doesn't affect me past the point of oh my god, like their name was different and like spelt differently or whatever. And then I move on, and then like so it's like a yeah, it's just a short like oh it wasn't like that. I think I actually have had a few lyric changes, but I don't listen to it's just the couple songs, and I listen to so many songs that it just doesn't matter, and I've gotten used to the way that
You
those
know,
songs are now anyway, so it doesn't really affect me that much with music.
when it, when it
Most of the
comes to
songs I listen to are still the same
when it comes
for
to
the most
music
part.
and songs, like I find that yeah, a lot of people just seem to get the lyrics wrong. I don't know.
I just want to really quickly before Propagate finishes answering the question. I just
Yeah.
want to welcome uh, Tiny Squish is here, and Analog Line jumped in the chat, and I think I got everybody. Oh, Schneider, I said Schneider though. Jessica Kirk. I think I have everybody right now. So please go on Propagate when you got cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I forget what I was saying. I was
You're
just saying
saying that
it's
you didn't.
positive for me.
Yeah, and I
Oh, the
agree. I
Yes.
never
friends and
thought of it.
stuff.
I never thought of it the way you mentioned it until you just mentioned it that way. Yeah, it's a positive for me because I've made friends. Here I am here talking to you guys right now. I wouldn't if it wasn't for that. I wouldn't be right. So yeah, for me, I would say it's
Hmm.
positive.
Yeah, I wouldn't have met
And
Sandy.
then some people, yeah, and then some people
Mm.
wouldn't be diving in diving into the Bible like they are trying to find new ones. So while they're diving in, they're learning the word, or some would say,
Mhm.
right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
There's been some
Hmm.
interesting words that have been added. And I remember there was actually a Bible verse that I used to turn to constantly, and it was in Romans and, or Corinthians, sorry. And now it's in Romans, and I'm like, okay, this is a verse that I constantly read all the time, and I knew exactly where to turn to. And I went to go read it again, and it wasn't there. And I was like, where to go? And then I had to look it up online just so I could find it. And of course, I told my sister this, and none of my family believes in the Mandela effect.
Oh,
So I cannot mention it to them because they literally were like, "Do we need to get you committed? Are you on something?" They thought I was on actual what? They were like, "Do you need to go to a hospital to go get detox? Do you need to go to like a AA meeting or something?" I'm like, "No, I'm fine. I'm just freaking out because I know, like, I have a verse that I actually did word for word. It's my favorite. It's Psalms 119, 105. Thy word is the lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. And a word changed in it. And I was like, that changed. I have proof that it said one thing, and now you go and read the Bible and it says something else. And my sister like, you maybe just wrote it down wrong. I'm like, no, I painstakingly made sure to write every single letter. Something in me, this is back like in 1999, so it had way before the Mandela effect, or like 2000 or whatever, way before I even knew about the Mandela effect. I found it, I think it was around like 2018, I think is when I found the Mandela effect, around 17, 18, something like that. So this was, like I said, way before. So, but something inside me said, make sure you get every letter right. And I literally sat there with the Bible open and wrote it, looking back and forth, making sure I got everything right. Because something just told me I had to make sure to get that right. And it's not like something I write often. I didn't write a lot of Bible verses out, but that was one that I did. And I had a picture. I drew like a Bible and I put the verse in it. And my family is like, oh, you just must have wrote it down wrong. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I'm like, they're like, oh, there's a song. Maybe you just. It's like, no, because Amy Grant and I think it's Twyla Paris does Thy Word. It's a song. It's based on that verse, and it is from a different translation. So she does say the other word, but I'm like, no, I, I didn't like that version, and I didn't. I'm like, I sat down and I painstakingly made sure this was correct, and now it's changed, and I'm like, I have physical proof, and they're like, nope, you just wrote it down wrong. So it's like even when I can show them physical proof, they still say I wrote it wrong.
no,
That's really
And
suspicious. Like,
the
I
flag. They
find that
need, yeah.
behavior so suspicious. It's weird. People they're constantly, um, disagreeing and trying to like make you feel like crazy and um, you know,
They're
just
crazy.
like they just don't want to believe it, and it's strange to me like that they're so against it and they get so riled up to a weird level. It's like who gets that angry over something like this? Do you know what I
Exactly.
mean? Like it's really like it creeps me out more than I think
That's
that's probably like what creeps me out the most, even more than these changes, is like, well, I mean, it's all part of it, really.
Let's say
But
defenders of the globe, they get really upset when you mess with their religion.
yeah, I mean, I guess that's true, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's not much to it. I mean, I guess when you point that out, people do get angry at whatever, but it just seems weird that, I just don't understand why they wouldn't want to believe it. You know what I mean? I don't really get it where like the anger's coming from, or like or in the community it's like with certain things they just don't want to believe that. They'll believe that certain changes have happened, but if you go a step further, they don't want to believe like how deep it really goes.
Like the
Um,
flag, the British Union Jack, that drives me nuts. It hurts my
Mhm.
eyes to look at that flag now.
Yeah.
I just want to interrupt. I'm sorry. I need to say welcome to LJ. LJ, joining us tonight. You have Propagate next to you, followed by Jackie. Above Jackie is Esther, and then myself and Splatter. And I just also want to say that I do have a video coming out soon to Schneider and John Nada, who Schneider says Mandela deniers are a hard bunch. John Nada says deniers are liars. And I couldn't agree more. But I'm sorry. Welcome, LJ. Would you like to answer the question that the main question of tonight? Has the Mandela effect impacted your life? Has there been any consequences, negative or positive?
Um, other than
Roll
I'm
fire.
freaked out about it, that hasn't changed my everyday life. I mean, not really, not in a huge way.
See, for myself, I truly believe I shifted to a reality where I was sick because everything went downhill really fast.
Mm.
It's like I wasn't sick and then I was. I mean, they claim my condition can do that. Um, but I never even heard of my condition prior to the Mandela effect.
Mm.
Oh no!
And just the fact that now, joking around, like you can go to Amazon, okay, and you can find a million different t shirts to design that say this, okay? Um, allergic to gravity. That's essentially what my condition is. It's allergic to standing up. You stand up, everything breaks. You sit up, it's still broken. It's just not as bad. Laying down is the only way to feel normal, and that's odd. That is an odd condition. It's but that's the way it is. When your nervous system breaks, doesn't function properly, that's what happens. When you have to lay down for your nervous system to work properly. It's the strangest condition in the world, and I'd never heard of it before the Mandela effect.
I never heard of that either, and I've heard of a lot of rare diseases. So yeah, I can't say 100% it didn't exist because, of course, there are obscure diseases, but I also never heard of it before.
And then to also find out it's common, and the medical
No,
community
no, that I
has
don't believe. I don't believe that it
yeah.
was ever common. That no,
right,
we would have
and the
heard.
medical community has documented it for 80 years now. 80
I
years.
could I could believe that if they were going to say it was a rare disease, then I could believe that it was always that way. But not if they're going to say it's common. That's crazy.
I agree with you because when I first was told I had this condition, I was told it was rare. And it turns out it's not. It's common. And it's even more common now. I can't say why it's more common now, but it has to do with the year 2020. That's all I'm going to say. That's why it's more common.
Well,
Mhm.
see, I was just
Yeah.
thinking that there's diseases that have cropped up or have become common that were rare, and it's from something in the environment, a toxin of some kind in the food, in the air, in the water, something like that. Um, that so it could be along that line.
Yep. Welcome to Pastor of Muppets, who just joined the chat. And Big Shooter 1000. I am writing my list and checking it twice right now.
Yeah.
I have something to say
I
real
got
quick. So how can we tell the people that we talk about the Me Too, right? So I talk to my friends or whatever like that. I can't expect
Mm,
them to, roll with me. Maybe I'll find one person that would say, "Hey, really? That really changed? What?" But even then,
mhm,
sometimes, in my experience, they will change up later. But I don't think I will call them a denier or a liar because they're just not resonating where I'm resonating, I guess, right? What do y'all think?
Yeah.
welcome Gary Thorsel.
In most cases,
Um,
I would agree. Yeah.
yeah, I was going to say there's a difference between a friend who is being honest with you and like the person who joined my live stream, my open panel
Oh yeah.
last two open panels back. There are people. I think they're referring to the people that go out of their way to interact with us and to tell us that we're wrong. It's mass psychosis. They start diagnosing us. I think that's who they're talking about, not so much our friends who can't see it or aren't interested in seeing it. Do you know what I'm saying? So I agree with you, but I also know that there are people out there that are deniers that lie. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you know that video you just posted of the guy that was on your channel? I think you were just
Yeah.
mentioning him just now.
Yeah, that's the trailer. Yes.
Um, yeah, I watched that. Um, just to be honest, from my perspective, it sounded like he responds uh, the typical way. Uh, you know, I did he like offend anybody? I didn't hear it in that clip, but
Oh, yeah,
I just heard
no.
him
That
his
clip is just a
response.
portion of it. That's just the trailer. It's actually a
Hmm.
17-minute video. It's coming out with everything in it. And you can literally, in
Hmm.
that 17 minutes, he goes from saying he knows nothing about the Mandela effect to, oh, someone may have mentioned it somewhere. And
mm,
then to mentioning a Mandela effect that I found and covered that I haven't talked about in like 2.5, 3 years. So it's on one random live stream I did 2 or 3 years ago. No one else is talking about it, which means he stalked my account, went through my live streams before joining the show, and then brings up another Mandela effect. So this is a person who said he knew nothing about the Mandela effect, and he's bringing up random Mandela effects that he's never heard of apparently. And then when we call him out on lying about not knowing anything, me taking the time to show him stuff to try to explain it, you can literally see you can hear the mask fall off, and it just explodes from there. So, like I said, the video is coming out soon. It's 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 just a 17-minute roller coaster ride of him. It's
It was
crazy.
nuts. It was nuts.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And this is the first time I'm hearing about Tommy Chong passing away. No, he's never died in my reality.
Me either. Hold on one second. Hello to Pastor of Muppets, Bomber, Gary Thorsel. I said Gary Thorsel and Big Shooter 11,000, but I said 1,000. I needed to
Oh,
correct
okay,
that.
okay.
And then in the studio is in the chat. Let's see, just making sure I didn't miss anyone. I
I was
am up to
reading.
date. Sorry, guys. Go on.
I was reading the chat, and I go, "What the? Tommy Chong is not dead."
Is he? Or isn't he?
No,
Yeah. Not
Okay.
anymore. I actually
Hmm.
John
kind of remember him dying.
John Nada's saying that he
I
died.
don't even know who that is.
Yeah,
I
Uh,
never do.
yeah, I think he
Cheech and
did pass
Chong?
away.
yeah.
You don't know
Tommy
Oh,
Cheech
well,
and
Cheech and
Chong?
here in
Chong.
Chong.
America, it's Cheech and
I haven't
Chong.
experienced this
They were like two
type of
stoners.
Mandela
And
effect yet. I'm
they
sure
were
it will
like,
happen again.
Guys, Cheech and Chong is where Tommy Chong is from
What
originally,
is
but he was
that?
most recently on that 70s show as
Yeah.
himself.
mhm.
On that 70s show, like you mean
The
like
old
what?
hippie guy, the old
Yeah,
hippie
Yeah,
guy
I've
on
exactly.
that
seen
70s
that.
show.
I've seen that, but like there's no Asians on that, right?
He's not Asian. He just has an Asian name.
Well,
His
He just
Fez,
parents,
has an Asian name.
yeah,
What
I
is
think
wow.
his
yeah.
mom or his dad was Chinese. One of the two.
Who is he? Which character is he? Like,
He's Tommy Chong. He
obviously not
plays himself.
Kelso.
Oh no, he's the older guy who he's always like high and he's always like doing stuff.
Oh, the guy in the
The
store.
hippie like
He's the guy
guy.
that ran the Photoshop. Yeah.
Yeah, the Photoshop. Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. So none of the
High
main
stuff.
characters, right?
He's
Oh
actually from
right.
Vancouver. He's from my city too.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, it's like I remember him passing away because I remember they were like in memory of whatever, like on one of the episodes or something. But then it was like, oh, apparently he's still alive.
Oh yeah,
He's
he hasn't
86
died
years
in
old and still
my
alive.
known.
Yeah, I mean, it's always possible that I'm misremembering, but I'm like, I don't. I remember it being like, people were like upset about it and everything on the show and stuff.
He went to jail for selling
Oh,
seeds
I remember.
or
Yeah,
and bong paraphernalia. That's a long
yeah.
time ago now.
It's
Long.
like
And
Bob Barker. Oh my word! I almost got my sister with that one. She was freaking. She was like what? Because when Bob Barker died, or apparently he didn't die. I think he died recently, didn't he? Again, I don't know.
Apparently
Um,
he keeps dying. I
yeah,
I think
heard.
it's like
Bob's
he
dead.
died, and I remember he fell down and hit his head because he had a seizure or something like that, and he fell down, hit his head, and he died later in the hospital. And I remember the next day, I was like a couple weeks later, I found out he was alive. I talked to my sister about it. I was like, "Hey, do you remember Bob Barker dying?" And she's like, "Yeah, he died. He got a seizure." And it's like, "No, he didn't. He's alive." And she's like, "Oh, I thought I read about that in the paper, and he was on the news." I'm like, "Huh? I guess I was mistaken." I'm like, she
I don't know.
literally would not believe, even though she knew she had heard her for herself that Bob Barker had died. She still could not. She's like, "Oh, I guess I must have just, guess I must have just misremembered that
I
one."
must be
And
wrong.
No,
it's like,
just
just
yeah,
to
she was
state,
almost
just to
wrong.
state this, Bob Barker died August 26th, 2023. And in
2023.
case
Yeah.
anyone's wondering, Cheech Marin is also still alive.
yeah.
Yes,
I
they
don't
were
know
actually
who
doing
any of
like
these
a
people are.
tour reunion or something, I think.
I think
But yeah, but
I got a
she,
feeling that people just post deaths just see what happens, and that's how people get confused because someone posts, "Hey, this guy died," like, and we
yeah.
didn't actually die,
Oh,
right?
with Bob Barker, I read it in the newspaper, and then my ex had
Yeah.
watched it on the news, like Fox News. And so, like, he had told me about it, so I looked at the newspaper, and he was like on the front page, Bob Barker dies of, and I was like, oh wow, this is real.
Okay, well,
And then,
that's
like I
good.
said, like a month or two later, oh, Bob Barker's alive. It's like, what the? It's like, no, he was dead, like just
Yeah.
recently. So I don't even know if it was a
I
month
believe it's
later. I
possible.
don't know.
I definitely believe it's possible. But I haven't experienced it yet. I think it is possible though. For sure.
Yeah, it was weird. Like I said, and my
I
sister,
didn't even know who Bob Barker was.
I was like, she almost did it. Like even my older, one of my other sisters, she was sitting there. She actually posted on, I think it was the chat, or I don't know if it was the family chat, or she posted on Facebook or something. She's like, so when did double stuff start spelling it with one F? She's like, I'm sitting here eating the Oreos and it looks weird. I'm like, it's always been spelled that way. She's like, no, it's always been
It is
double
that way
stuff
in
with two
Australia.
F's. And it's
It's
like,
double stuff here.
no. I'm like, I also have you seen the was it Nancy or what was that thing with the cheese crackers? What's the name of that brand? I can't remember. Where
Cheese
it's
it.
not actually cheese crackers, it's misspelt. And I'm like, have you looked at that too? And she's like, okay, this is weird. Okay, I'm gonna go do something else now. Like she just could not grasp it. So she's like, I don't, and I'm like, I'm showing you stuff right here. Like my sister is really big on like reading, like all paying attention to little details like that too. And I was like, yeah, that's. Hmm. And she's just like, I don't know what to do. I am just gonna leave the conversation now.
Just make
She's
a
like,
cup
I
of
can't.
Folgers coffee.
Yeah, it's like
Gotta
She
find the
just
key in the
was like, my
filter.
brain cannot wrap its. She's like, I know, like I'm out. I'm like, okay. I even tried to get my brother. I asked him about Adolf Hitler. I'm like, what color is his eyes? Oh, they're brown. Oh, are you sure about that? Yeah, he's always had brown eyes. No, they're always
Yeah,
blue. What? Huh. I guess I must have misremembered that. I'm like, no, you remember it just like the rest of us correctly.
And
You
most of those
just.
pictures are black and white. So how could you tell?
Mm-hmm.
no, his eyes were brown. I looked it up a few years ago, and every source, every article, I made sure that they were brown. I made sure that he was a hypocrite. And then it was like last year, I looked it up while I was in a meeting, and yeah, his eyes are now blue, or were blue, sorry, and yeah, it's crazy. That kind of spun me out because I definitely remember this was before the Mandela effect when I looked into him having brown eyes, and I was like, yeah, he's definitely a hypocrite. And yeah, when I saw that his eyes were now blue, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, one thing I did find that before I learned about the Mandela effect, the most popular color of eyes back in like 2015, I was doing some research and I
Brown.
was talking with someone about eye color, and I was like, "What's the most color? What's popular?" And it said brown. That was the most popular, and it
Brown.
had been for like forever, pretty much. And now it's blue.
No, I don't
It's like
believe that.
it's blue eyes. That's the most
He was a
popular. The most
well-known
rare
hypocrite.
is purple.
Yeah.
No.
And I'm like, brown eyes are the most popular. Like everybody I knew was like brown eyes, brown eyes, brown eyes. They're like everywhere. And it's
Yeah.
like, but blue eyes is apparently the most popular color. And I'm like, no. And they're like, it's something about the melon or something like that in our eyes and I'm like, no, no, no. I did this research just a few years ago. It was brown. And I mean, I don't know about today what the most popular, but this was
Be
like
brown.
about 2 years
Green.
ago.
I mean,
Green
I'm not
is the most.
popular. No, no, no. I'm sorry. Blue was the most rare in my past, and now it's
Yeah.
green. Green is the most rare.
I know
But
Brown is
purple was
always
the
the
most
most because
rare that I looked up,
a
but
lot of
like the
races.
most.
okay, wait a minute. I
Um,
actually did a whole presentation on eyes. So
mhm,
if you want to be accurate, true gray, not blue
mhm,
gray, but true gray is the most rare. Violet, they're saying, is not a real color. It's a gray that can look warm, like a warmer gray that looks violet, but they're
mhm,
gray eyes. But of the common colors, uh,
mhm,
brown, hazel, blue, and green. Green is the most rare. But the strangest part for me is I always used
mhm,
to say I have hazel green eyes because my eyes are green with gold flecks in the center. Okay? They're saying if you have green eyes at all, you have green eyes. There is no hazel green. Hazel is like a light, like a anywhere between like an amber to a light brown to a yellow. Um, that's hazel. It's
Mm.
no longer the gold flecks in the center that make it hazel. So I have, on my driver's license it says I have hazel eyes, but I have green eyes
mhm.
because most of my eye is green, and that's a Mandela for me. If you had the gold flecks, it was hazel.
That's
Now
weird.
it's the color of the eye that's hazel, and my eyes are now green apparently, which is the
Yeah,
rarest eye color.
when I mentioned my eyes are green and brown, someone said, "Well, that's hazel." I said, "No, one's green and one's brown."
Oh, you got
Li-
that.
Literally,
Oh, you
my
have
right.
that condition. Oh wow.
Talking about the
Heterochromia.
70s
Yes.
show, Malia, what's her name? The lady who played Jackie. She's got that same thing. She's got two different color eyes.
Does she? I didn't notice
Yep.
that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Wow.
I noticed like her eyes always looked a little off, but I never noticed why until one
Mm.
day it was like, oh, they're two different colors. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So
I
I
gotta
mean,
look
if you
into
look
that.
at
Yeah.
them, they're not like a lot. They're like a different shade of like brown or whatever. I think one's like hazel, one's
Oh,
brown.
it'll change. It'll change in time. And mine did. My green. I got greener and greener as I got older.
Okay, I
Yeah.
do need to make an
Oh.
announcement here.
Mhm.
Pinned to the top of the chat is the link to join the panel, but we're at the maximum. So um, I would need someone to leave to add someone back in. Um, I
Okay,
just want to
I'll
say
take a
that.
listen off panel. I'll take a listen off
Well, you
panel.
don't. Well, no one's here right now. It's okay. You don't have to leave right now,
Oh,
Prop.
okay,
I'm just
gotcha.
saying. But if someone
Okay, okay.
joins and you want to leave, then I'll give you the option. But Big Shooter is asking, is there a call-in number? No, this is you have to join with StreamYard.
A call
There are
number.
there
Okay.
one second. There are instructions in the description. Not instructions, but like try to have headphones so that there's no echo. Like there is a little echo right now because Jackie is not using her earbuds. I
Oh, I
know, but
turned off my Bluetooth though. I thought that would cancel
let
out
me
the
see.
issue.
I'm gonna mute. Let me see if it's you. Hold on one second. All right, let's see if it's gone. It's gone. It's Jackie. It is it's gotta be the earbud situation. It's okay, Jackie. It's not
I do
that
Okay.
have
bad. It's
earbuds
just
though.
very slight. It's very
But
slight in my
I'm
ear.
also using my phone, so
Yeah, but
um
I muted Jackie and it went away.
okay. Yeah,
Poor
because
That's
my
why
Jackie.
it's
earbuds are out in my car and they're freezing cold right now. So
yeah.
my
Last
daughter's
time Jackie was on, it happened too. That's why I knew it was Jackie.
Yeah.
But it's okay. But there is no phone number. But pinned to the top of the chat, there is a link. So if you guys want to join, you're welcome to join. You have to go through the StreamYard. When it says, I will tell you that it will say permission to use the camera and the mic. Say yes. And then you can turn the camera off and use an icon. If you don't want to be on camera, you don't have to.
Yeah.
But it does look like that when you first join. 'Cause it says, can it have permission? You have to say yes. If you say no, I won't be able to add you to the show. It won't let me. So you have to say yes, and then you can turn the camera off and add a profile picture.
Yeah, it's
But
easy.
yeah,
It's
but
really
like I
easy.
said, if you have earbuds of any sort, headphones, earbuds, anything that's not a speaker, that is preferred because if it has a bad echo, I can't keep you. I'll have to mute you.
Have
But
you ever
and 6 is the maximum. So
have you
I
ever
just
thought
wanted to
about
make
doing
those
a
announcements.
have you ever
Hmm?
thought about doing a call-in show?
I can't do a call-in show. There's no
Oh.
software for the iPad.
Oh, okay. Oh, we have to go through me. That would suck.
Yeah, it's just easier to do it this way.
When you asked me how it affected my life, I think what it's done is it's given me a secret life because I don't talk to anybody about it except for call-in shows. So,
That's true. I agree with that
so
because
what I
I've.
actually have now is a secret life.
Would you consider that a positive or a negative?
I'm just strange, I guess. I It seems like I would say I was less, how can I say? It bothers me, it upsets me and all that. But like it seems like most other people, it stopped their life entirely for a while. And it didn't really have that effect on me. And another thing is people seem to feel like they must find people to tell this to or they
Sure.
must get people to see it. And I just saw right from the start that wasn't going to work, and I really didn't want to bother people with it, honestly. My feeling was, what good is it going to do? What if I get them to see all this? Then so what? So they see it. Then what? You know. Um, so that's how it's affected me. Is I have a secret life.
And I'm going to say I have to agree with that because I've had to stop the show. I've had to go on break because I help my neighbors and they don't know that I do this. So it's not so I'll be on a stream and I get my neighbor cigarettes at the corner store
How
and
is that,
she'll
by the way?
message
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Hmm?
How is that, by the way? Does he get his store back, or what's happening with that?
Not yet. Not yet. 4 more days.
Oh, he is though. He's getting it back.
Yeah, in 4 days.
Oh, that's good then.
Yes. Thank you.
I,
But
I
yeah,
did ask, I did actually try to talk to one friend about it. Um, And I mean, he still likes me and everything. It didn't change the relationship, but he did put it in the woo woo category. And I believe other things that are considered woo woo, and I brought up a
Woo.
couple of those. And
Eh,
I mean, I guess I just felt comfortable when I was just kind of an outlet to talk about it or something, and then I thought I just have to stop this because
No,
it
when I
just he just you know.
Now,
when I first heard about it, I
wait,
had to go tell my
Splatter.
neighbor. Yeah.
I'm sorry. We do have someone in the background. Big Shooter is requesting to join the show. Prop, if you want to come back in a little bit. Or maybe Propagate walked away.
I think he did. Seems like it.
God.
All right, Big Shooter, just stay back there, hang in there.
Anyway,
I think Propagate is going to step down when he comes back so I can add you in. Actually, let me try to add him in. I think I can have 10.
it says 10.
It does?
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, Big Shooter, to the show.
It's gonna.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. Hello.
Hey, I was just going to tell you about what happened with Chong. That he died,
What?
I want to say it was like 5 years ago
Mm-hmm.
from throat cancer, but he's alive now.
Not now. Yeah, that's crazy. I
He never died,
honestly,
no.
I'm not usually affected by those. I believe you 100%. There's only one person that I remember dying that never died, and and his name is completely Mandela. I've talked about it before. It was Bobcat Goldthwait
Oh yeah.
with
Yeah.
a th at the end, and now it's
Both
Bobcat Goldthwait. The th is in between gold and weight,
Right.
and he passed away from me after Police Academy 4 Citizens on Patrol. And he never passed away. So he's still alive, and his name is different from my memory. But that is
Wow,
the
he's
only one that
alive.
I'm affected
Yeah,
by.
I remember
Yeah.
him dying
You do? Yeah, he's alive.
for
His
sure.
name his name is completely different. Do you remember Goldthwait or Goldthwait?
I think the
I'll
first
write
way.
it. I'll write it on the screen in chat. Please feel free to answer what you remember for Bobcat. I'm going to write it the way I remember versus.
I remember it was very hard to say. I never wanted to pronounce his last name because it was so weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, with there's kind of with Chong, right? How I kind of remember it well is because I was listening to this Rick Simpson's guy, his program. So he had like a podcast talking about people with cancer would come to him. He was from Canada, and then he moved to, I think it was UK, right? But he was using hemp oil to cure cancer, right? And one of the people was Chong that tried to get help from him, but there's a dialogue with somebody saying, like, refuting the effectiveness of it, because they say, oh well, they're saying, oh, to him, like, well, hemp oil doesn't work, look at Chong, he died, right? And he says, well, I talked to Chong and Chong wasn't like following instructions on the plan, and he was doing his own thing. That's like why he died.
But he didn't die.
Well, yeah, now
for him,
yeah, right, he's back now. But what I'm saying is there may be like some residue from that. I don't know.
I don't know.
But
I never heard.
that was a conversation that Rick Simpson had with somebody that called into the show saying, look, this doesn't work. You know, he tried it and he still died.
I like what Noise Guru put in here. I spell it Kinnison.
Right.
I
So him being alive is like from, I want to say, like 2 to 5 years ago, probably like 5 years ago that he's been alive
All right,
again.
guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We do now. Yeah.
My alarm, I have an alarm that went off and it booted me out of the stream. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I think that's. I could be wrong, but I think that's what it is. A lot of people think of what Bobcat Goldthwait dying was actually Sam Kinison dying.
No, I have a specific memory of learning that he died of an OD.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, because Sam Kinison died in a car crash.
Yeah, no, it's completely different. Also, Sam Kinison is a totally different person who was like literally twice the size of Bobcat.
In popularity?
Jackie, I am going to ask that if you're not talking to please mute because it is, while it's not bothering, it's right in my ear.
Oh
I
yeah,
hear like,
sure.
thank you,
Who is that comedian from Wisconsin who had the animated show, like a
Louis
children's
Anderson.
show? Yeah,
Mhm.
he's died at least twice, I think.
I know he's died
Uh,
at least once for me. That I do remember.
yeah, because
In
he's so
the
overweight, I could picture that. Yeah.
Yeah.
the George Costanza's dad in Seinfeld,
Oh yeah.
he's died like 3 times.
Oh.
Willie Nelson died a few times, and I'm not sure if he's here now or not.
I believe he's still alive.
Yeah, yeah,
He's in his 90s after he died about 3 times or so.
Yeah. Um,
that's crazy.
I know what's
Noise,
an interesting. Oh, sorry.
I was just
You
going
may
to say,
say
Noise Guru remembers Sam Kinison, spelled Kennison, in case anyone else does. That's all.
Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah.
something. I know a crazy death for me was Jonathan Brandis. I don't know if you guys remember. He was a Neverending Story, and
Yes.
um, the crazy story because when I lived in Florida, which was 1992, I read in a newspaper that he had committed suicide, and he had uh,
You
was
can't
with a
say that
rope.
word, Esther. Just give you a heads up. You got to say
Right.
unalived himself.
Yes, that's right. As soon as I said, I was like, "Oh no!" That's why I kind of stopped for a second. I was like, "Oh, I said the bad word." Um,
Oh, it was so
he
hard.
yeah, it was with like a rope, I think it was. I remember the exact way that he did that is how he actually did it when he was an adult. He didn't actually do that until he was like, I think it was 22. But that was in like 2005, I think it was. And I'm like, this was like years later. I was like, oh, he's still doing stuff. He's still acting. Cool. Here I was thinking he had done this. And then I said the same exact way that they had reported it in the newspaper was exactly how he unalived himself then. Back in about like I said, it was about 2005. I think it was 2005. And I was like, that is weird. I'm like, he already died back in 92 and he
Esther, I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to say hi to Cuberts. Good night
okay,
to John Nada. But I do want to say I have to leave and come back. Ever since that alarm thing, I can't make a new tab to look things up. It just keeps making the tab disappear, so I got to restart. So
As
start the
long as
web
we stay
browser.
here, you can come back to us, right?
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just saying,
That's
you
what I
guys
figured.
continue, and I'll be right back.
yeah, sidekicks. Yeah, he was also on that with Chuck Norris, Sequest as well, which is where I was a little confused. Which Sequest was on when I lived in Florida. So for me, I was like, oh, so he's not going to be able to continue on the show. And I was really devastated because I loved him in Neverending Story. And then finding out that he was still going, and I'm like, what? Like 2005? I'm like, that's not right. It was 92. Like I said, same exact way that how it had happened in the newspaper is how he did it in 2005. And I was like, that's weird. So I'm like, that is a weird way of, because most of the time they always change up how they passed away. This one had the same. It was kind of like foreshadowing. I was like,
Oh, you
that is
mean like
weird.
they changed the storyline?
Yeah,
Like
usually
usually it's that
oh well, they
someone's
died
kind
of
of
this.
writing stories.
Yeah, like one time,
Yeah.
like with Bob Barker, he hit his head, and then the other. Well, how did he actually pass away this
Yeah.
time?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
weird.
sure
It's
how.
almost like these people aren't even real, and someone's just writing stories and changing the
That's
storyline like you would with a character in a book or something like that.
I mean, that
Um,
is what happens sometimes on YouTube when people die. I swear, they put it in just to see what happens. I can see this guy died, and then watch it flow.
Yeah. Oh, we found out like Will Smith had died on a movie set, and they're like, "No, he's alive." He's and
I
it's
haven't
like,
heard that.
okay, I guess he was doing a stunt or something like that, and supposedly he had died. But then it didn't. Then it came out saying, "No, he's perfectly fine." So it's like it could have been just them trying to,
One thing,
obviously he's alive.
another thing
Um,
that the Mandela effect has done is it made me look into things more and make sure, be positive before I,
mhm.
say anything about it because, it's so leery. Could it be?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like when Darth Vader, what's his name, Earl Jones, when he died, I was like, what? So I looked it up, and a friend of mine
Yeah.
actually, I told him about it. He loves
Yeah.
him as
You have to
well,
find more
and
sources that say that to believe it. I can't
yeah.
just pick one source and believe it. Yeah.
Oh, when I told him about it, he's like, "I know, I'm so sad," and I'm like, "Okay, so it's true because he does research and before he goes, and he doesn't just believe anything either." So it's like, well, that's great. Like he
Yeah.
actually did. James Earl Jones is that
I'm
correct?
very
Feel
skeptical of
that is me.
everything now. Everything.
That's when like Sandy's always like, "What about the do you remember?" I'm like, I unless I know the person really, really well, or like they're really one of my top favorite actors, I probably will get their name wrong. I mean, I'm pretty good at names, but like especially spelling and stuff. And I'm like, usually, unless they're one of my top favorites, I or spelt their name many times. I'm like, I'm not so good with spelling names, so that's why I'm usually like, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna let you know if I'm gonna guess because I found that a lot of people at the beginning of when I first got into the Mandela effect, like there was a lot of people that would say, well, this is what I remember, but they were just guessing. It's like, I don't,
Mm.
I always want to be sure. Like if I'm not 100% certain, I'm going to say I'm not 100% certain, I'm guessing, or
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think
Yeah.
this is the way it is. So that way they're not going to come back and go, yeah, but you said this. It's like, well, yeah, but it's like, I would rather
Yeah.
be honest and be like, I'm not 100% because I know sometimes, like, there was a song I was listening to with my earbuds, and I've been listening to it for years, like probably a good 15 years. And I've been mishearing the word he's been saying. And and it's one of those songs where I was listening to it and I was like, normally I would say, well, maybe it's a Mandela effect, but I was listening to it, I was like, no, I was mishearing the word itself. Like there are times where you can just, you're like, yeah, I'm such an
Yeah.
idiot. Why did I misunderstand? And then there's other times where I'm listening to it, like when I listen to the Beatles songs and their song lyrics have changed. I'm like, no, I can tell you for a fact that said this. Like, I remember I was listening to Penny Lane, and something I one of the
Wow.
words had changed, and
Penny
I
Lane.
would say I very, very intently listened to the lyrics, put my earbuds in, listened to it very as loud as my ears could handle, so I could hear every single everything. The next day, the lyrics had changed, and I was like, oh. Was like, no. I was eyes and ears. It's eye and ear, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's singular now, not plural. And I was like, because it had changed from eye to ears, and I'm like,
Yeah.
mm. And
It
then the
seems
next,
to happen when you focus on something. It seems to change quite quickly.
Mhm.
So that your experience matches my experiences. Like when I'm listening to something or watching something or focusing on something, then it'll change quite quickly after. Within a couple of days,
Yeah,
it'll shift.
yeah. I know
Anyway.
the song "These Drops of Jupiter." There was that song lyric.
Oh yeah.
And for me, it hadn't changed yet. So I was listening, and I have the same recording. I have the same upload. So I listened to it, and I heard it correctly. I was like, I can't remember the words now at this point, but I remember it was one way. And then the very next day when I woke up, I listened to it again, and it had changed to her. And I was like, no, like, I like, because for me, for some reason, it was a delay. And I'm like, so I know for a fact that word had changed. Same
Um,
recording.
and you're
Also,
talking about the
Penny
song
Lane.
by Train, is it?
Yeah, Train.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right. So what's the lyric? What's the change with that song?
I think it was since her stay on the moon instead of since my stay on the moon.
No one
It
stays on.
was. It's. I think it was supposed. It was. Sorry, it's been a little
Yeah.
while since my stay on the moon. He says now. It was since her stay, and it was like no, that doesn't make any sense.
I'll have to have a re-listen to that song because it has been a while. That is an old song. But I have listened to it like many times in my youth. Um, I've
I
never
think it
actually looked up the official lyrics, and so I don't know if I could have been mishearing. Like sometimes, they'll say, "Oh, this is a change." Lyrics have changed. Now I listen to it, and it sounds exactly the same. It's just we're hearing. You can kind of hear both. It's like with the Harry Potter Mandela effect. With
mhm.
Dudley, that one, it sounds like he's saying, it sounds the same, but he's saying something different than what we all thought. Um, anyway.
Well, it's like you hear what you're thinking.
Hear what you want to hear. I think is what Moneybags always says.
Oh yeah, we heard "Wake Up, Potter," and now he says "Wake up, cousin." But I always thought it was "Wake Up, Potter," but then again, I never really pay attention. It's like that carefully. It's good once you've um realize that you have to pay attention, and then now I start paying attention and I rewatch stuff and I analyze
Mhm.
details and I put a lot of effort into working on my memory skills and things like that, so next time when it does change I will know for sure. um but yeah,
Mhm.
when you didn't know that you had to pay so much attention, there's certain things that stick and will always stick, and there's some things that just left me. So um now it's more selective, and I'm like kind of trying to make sure I remember as much as possible. But when you're trying to remember so much as well, it's like an overload, and then I have to go back and check stuff that I haven't checked in ages, and then I'm like, oh wait, which way around was it? Like, I'm trying to remember what people remembered how it was last time with flip flops. They flip all over the place, and it's like, oh, what was it last time? And
Yeah.
so I'm yeah.
There's
Um,
been some songs where they've changed a couple of times. Like I was listening to like A Hard Day's Night. Like I said, that's one of my frustrating songs. That one actually changed twice for me. The same word, just a different word. It got replaced. So I was like, really? It's one of the very opening lines. And the way that they sing it now is actually kind of vulgar. If you listen to it, it's like there's no way in 1964, I think it is,
mm,
or 63, that when that song came out, that they would let that lyric go. Really, they're
yeah,
gonna let
no,
that one
no,
go? I'm
that's
like
another
that.
pattern. Yeah.
I'm like, because he's like, I work all day to get you money to buy her thing, or to
Okay.
buy
Yeah.
your thing. Sorry, to buy your thing. It used to be to buy you things. Then it changed to you thing, and now it's uh, your thing.
Oh, weird.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
to get you money to buy your thing. It's like to buy what thing?
Mm,
What are you
mm.
talking about, John?
Yeah.
I'm
That's
like, oh, that's a little on the woo side.
mm,
So it's like that doesn't sound very innocent.
mm,
So, and I'm like, and I literally listened to it change. Like, so when it said you thing, and I'm like, what are you saying, you thing? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And then it changed again, and then I was like, I know for a fact that's not what he said just like a couple days ago. And yeah, I found several Beatles song changes. I mean, Lucy in the Sky with Diamond is so annoying. Diamonds. Um there's like a list. I can't even remember them all. Act Naturally. There's actually I'm the biggest thing that ever hit the big screen. He said the biggest thing that ever hit the big time, and it's like, no, like you sang the wrong lyric. Like it's so annoying. Literally, I'd have to sit down with like a list. One of my favorite movies is actually A Hard Day's Night. That they did. They're black and white. That they came out in 1964. It's a great movie. It's super funny. And there's been many changes in that movie, like several changes in that movie. And I'm like even one, I was like, man, that would have been cool if that noise was there. Now that noise is there. There's like a list. I think I did sit down one day and just write out all of the changes, and I'm like, because I know that I've watched it probably about 100 times. It's probably the most watched movie I've ever seen.
And we do have to go back and listen occasionally because we just covered All My Life. Is All My Life? Is it called All My Life? What the heck?
I can barely hear.
In My Life.
In My Life. Thank you. In My Life. Thank you. Yeah, I was singing the song in my head to get to the title, and you said it.
It's taking too long.
So we had covered that before because the song goes, "There are places I remember," and for a time it was "I'll remember." So we covered it.
Yeah. I remember now.
And now it's back to I. So my presentation shows a flip flop.
Yeah.
Because it's back to I.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually have that one in my playlist. I don't get to hear it all the time. But at work when I'm there, like it does play once in a while. So I love that song. It's one of my top 10 songs that they sing.
Same, I love it too.
What was the other one that we did the other day?
It's the same song. It was just later on. There was another part to it. I'd have to look. Hold on. Because we had to listen to it like 6 times, remember?
Yeah. I thought it was a different song. It was like Can't Buy Me Love or something like that.
Oh, it was Can't Buy Me. It was Can't Buy Me Love. You're right. We covered that as well.
Oh yeah, that one
And that was
flip-flopped for me
different.
so many times that I'm like, I've lost count.
Did you hear me, though, Esther? It's different than my presentation.
Yeah. I'll have to listen though, and I haven't listened to it in a little while. Their songs kind of bum me out sometimes now because it's like so many songs have changed that I'm like, oh, what else is going to change?
And that's the thing. So the Can't Buy Me Love one, I have to find it. I don't know where it is. I just searched for it with Can't Buy Me Love and Beatles, and it's not coming up. So I got to look for it.
Oh no!
But it's I know what it is. It's I have to sing in my head. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because I don't care too much for money. Blank.
Money.
Buy me love.
Oh yes, I remember now. Yeah.
I'm gonna write it on the screen. Hold on. I'm gonna write it on the screen.
Because I thought I was correct on that, but I wasn't.
I haven't listened to it in a little bit, so I don't think that one's in my.
When you sing it in your head, you sing it the wrong way. I mean, I did anyway. I always heard it.
It's also one of the songs they have in the Hard Day's Night. They have that one in there.
Because money can't buy you love.
Okay, so listen. This can be one or two words. The blank can be one or two words. And
I was wrong.
Yeah, everybody was wrong. So everyone on the panel, what do you remember? I don't care too much for money. Blank, buy me love.
Money.
I have no idea.
Money can't buy me love.
So LJ is money.
Was it? What?
LJ says money.
What?
Can't. Okay, what about you, Jackie? Do you know
I have no idea.
Okay,
I've never heard of it.
Okay, splatter is cause.
I was cause before, but now I'm butt, I believe.
Now you're all right. I'll put / butt for you. And Esther, what do you remember?
It was money. I don't care too much. Money can't buy me love. It was just money can't buy me love.
Money can't.
Mhm.
You air blank.
Okay, so Michael Fontaine says cause for Noise Guru.
It
I
was
thought it was
cause for me for
cause.
years. I swear it was.
Yeah, it's for now. It is for money can't buy me love, and we had to listen to it like 10 times because the way they say it,
Yeah, it's really
it
quick.
yeah, like we could miss it.
I remember now. Yeah,
It's
I
like
thought it was
for
butt.
money. Like for money is a word. For money. FOMONEY.
I was
That's how
trying
they
to cheat
sing.
on that one because I thought it was butt. Yeah,
So they sing for money. I'm putting it on the screen. For
I
money
remember
can't buy
now.
me
It's
love.
for money.
I always remember it. I don't care too much for money. Money can't buy me love. That's what I
Yeah,
remember.
that's the thing. All right. So if you look at the sentence again,
Mhm.
I don't care too much for money. I thought they repeated the word money can't buy me love, but they're repeating for money instead.
Yeah.
No. What the? I'm gonna have to
There's a
listen to that
lot.
song.
Yeah,
That's
we
just
did it.
that.
We did.
There are a lot of bands that either lost the or added the. And I just saw something today. Do you guys remember The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson or
Yeah,
Tonight Show with Johnny Carson?
it was the Tonight Show.
Oh, I don't
Um,
remember, unfortunately.
I
I
just
thought it was just
assumed they were
different.
all. Oh, I have no idea. I don't know.
The Tonight Show.
The Tonight Show, yeah. I know, in
I
Jackie,
think so.
not only are you Australian, but you're also way too young. This went off the air in the early 90s.
Oh, so it's not any of the night shows that are on now. Oh yeah,
Well, it
that's right.
is. It is. The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon is the same thing as
Oh yeah,
Johnny
Jimmy
Carson.
Fallon. I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah, he used
Right,
to be
but
great.
it's just Tonight Show now
Oh,
with
weird.
Johnny
No, it was the
Carson.
Tonight Show. No, it was
Okay.
always the.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, they take words away and add them in. Um, like my friend messaged me the other day saying he remembers a movie called After Sun. I've never heard of it in my life, but I don't like James Bond and the actor, so and now it's After the Sun or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, they add these and take them away and stuff, so kind of mess
Oh,
with
I
the
also
title.
need to say, I also need to make a correction.
Uh-oh.
Sometimes it is the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, but sometimes it's Tonight Show. It goes
Oh,
back and forth. It's both ways.
it's a
I
flipper
have
flopper.
seen it both ways. You
Yep.
were talking about words to songs. When I was a kid, sometimes if I got bored, I would just memorize something because I was bored.
Yeah.
So I memorized "Rainy Night in Georgia." It's a big long story song, and so every once in a while I'll just go look up something that I'm very familiar with just to see if it's different. So I went and looked that up, and there were like 9 different word changes in that song. And this was a couple of years ago, maybe a year or two ago. So probably if I looked at it again now, it'll be different again.
Yeah.
Yep.
For me, a pattern that I'm seeing is movie titles or band name titles are changing from being like 50 and 30 to actually the whole like the number, like spelling out the number, like 30 seconds to Mars for me was always 30, like the numbers 30, not spelt out
Yeah.
30. And 50 Shades of Grey was actually like 50, the numbers, and both of those have changed. So that's another pattern that I've noticed with what they do with titles and stuff.
Splatter, I'm going to send you 2 pictures
Oh, okay.
to share just so people can see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That it is both ways. So it's like two realities merged where it could be either way. And the one that's wrong even has quotations around it.
Over here.
Oh, see, Cubert's nice. It was.
Yeah. I remember when I went down there and I was at the studio, I kind of insulted it. In person, it looks cheap. That's what I said. And the tour guide looked at me like, "Oh, what do you mean it looks cheap?"
What is Wake Up Potter? Jessica says, I don't remember Wake Up Potter. I
From
didn't
Harry
remember.
Potter. That's
Oh,
a
from Harry Potter. Okay.
yeah, it's a pretty big Mandela effect on Reddit.
Uh-oh.
Pretty much everyone remembers Wake Up Potter, but it's Wake Up Cousin.
Wake up,
Yeah.
little Susie.
Wake up. Why would you say cousin?
Because he lives with his aunt, uncle, and his cousin
Yeah.
under the
Make it bigger.
stairs. But they were so rude to him and so like not family to him that
Mhm.
Wake Up Potter makes more sense than Wake Up Cousin.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
definitely.
always thought it was Potter. Yeah, because they wouldn't say any family
How's
thing.
that?
Yeah, they hated him.
How's that, Sandy? You see it?
I do. So here is the reality I remember always. It was never the other way. The Tonight Show. I mean that font is horrible for television. I don't know what they were thinking, because we are taught in graphics that would be a print font because it's got the serifs and sans serif with no little like the teeth on the edge of the T and stuff. That the sans serif is what you use for, like, if you look at our name, look at my ticker. That font is sans serif. It's just block lettering. It's not decorative. Decorative lettering is serif fonts. You don't use them for television or for YouTube. But apparently Johnny Carson didn't care. He used a serif font and made his name almost impossible to read. Now, Splatter,
Yep.
you can see that image better than any of us. Is that A in Carson missing the line?
Yes.
Is that a lambda A in the title of Johnny Carson from the 1980s?
Yep.
Everyone, we have a
No.
lambda A in Carson.
It's like an upside down V.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we have all merged, and Carson is an upside down V, the A. That's wonderful. Okay, so the next slide is the reality I do not remember, in quotations, Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson.
No.
No,
I swear.
And that looks like an
Yeah.
evil
I
moon.
seen the studio live, like I said, and I saw I said it looked cheap. Yep.
Hey, it's Who TV.
You know who TV?
Oh no, I was just thinking Doctor Who. I've been watching that.
Doctor Who, okay.
Number 13th Doctor.
Oh, wait. This is another question I have. This is like a preview. I was working on this.
Mhm.
Since when was the Tonight Show on at 10:30 p.m.? It was always an
Never.
hour long, and it was before the
It
news
was
at 11.
never on at 10:30 p.m. Never.
It was 10, right?
It was 11.
11.
11. And then David Letterman came on at 12.
Okay,
Yep.
11. I can go with 11. It was an even.
This
It was
is
not
Eastern
10:30.
Eastern time we're talking about.
I'm in Eastern. Yep.
Yeah, Eastern time.
Well, it was the same for
Okay.
any time. It's just that your time would be coming later. From
I've
me.
never seen it at a 30, at half past the hour. Never.
No, I agree. No, it was at 11 o'clock. I remember my mother was a vivid watcher of it. That and then David Letterman. Avid is the word I was looking for.
Hello, Damien G. And I said hi to someone in the chat because I didn't want to interrupt. I'm scrolling up. I know Mr. Super is here lurking. Hello, Mr. Super. Cuberts is here. Parody Mike is here. Oiler Greg. I want to see if I missed anyone. I think that's it. Pastor of Muppets came in.
Again?
I wasn't
I will
sure if
say,
I said
I believe last time I listened to it, Yellow Submarine did change back some of it. They do have some of the a Yellow Submarine. Not on every one of them, but at least we got most of them back.
Yeah, because it was for a while, the Yellow Submarine.
Yeah.
Or it was just Yellow Submarine, Yellow Submarine, Yellow. I'm like, no, it was a Yellow Submarine, not just Yellow Submarine.
Yeah.
That was
wait a minute.
really annoying.
No, for me, it was We All Live in a Yellow Submarine.
Yellow
Submarine.
submarine.
Oh, yeah.
What does that
Yellow
mean?
Submarine.
Is it? What is that? What's the meaning behind that? Because I watched the movie yesterday, which is actually it's a movie about a guy who shifts into a world where the Beatles don't exist. Actually, a lot of things don't exist. But yeah, they were holding up all these yellow submarines. I didn't understand at all what that meant. I'd never seen any yellow submarine related
Oh,
to the Beatles at all. I have no
what
idea what that is.
was that the guy that started using the lyrics himself and trying to get famous off the Beatles that weren't around, but he remembered it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
Yeah.
remember that
that
was a good
movie.
movie. I like that.
Oh, I
Yeah,
watched it twice in the movie theater. I actually was like glued to the screen. I loved it. So,
yeah,
I actually own the movie. I actually have the soundtrack. I love Hamish. Um, actually, I have
That
some
was
of
an
their
interesting
some
choice.
of Hamish's song. Actually, I listened to at work as well. I actually like his "Let It Be" a lot. And even yesterday, yesterday's my all-time favorite song, hands down. If that song starts playing, I immediately stop talking. You want to get me to stop talking? Always making noise, anything, start playing that song, and I'll immediately shut up because I love it. I love that song so much. And yeah, that was a really good movie on that. And I know I had a point. We actually, it was funny because Harry Potter was part of that too. They're like, hey,
yeah. It
who's Harry
was.
Potter?
Yeah,
Um,
imagine
yeah,
that. A
yeah.
world where Harry Potter doesn't exist. That'd be so interesting.
I
Yeah,
live
and
in that world.
cigarettes didn't exist, and Pepsi, and it was kind of
Yeah,
interesting because, like, the background, they had like the poster of Jaws back there and stuff, and they said like a lot of little bitty things that kind of like were like, oh, we remember,
I,
like,
I
you
live
know,
in a world where Harry Potter doesn't exist. I never seen it, never heard
yeah,
it, never read the book,
Re-
nothing.
you never watched
yeah.
Harry Potter?
No,
Okay.
not 1 second.
I've watched a few of
Yeah.
them. I've never read the books,
Okay.
but I've watched a few. My sister really wanted to watch them for some reason.
My
Um,
parents
but
loved them, and they're boomers.
the-
They love those movies.
yeah, one of
We watched
the
them as a family.
I'm a
the,
boomer,
with
and
the
then
Yellow Submarine, you were
Well,
asking about that
Harry
was
Potter is
one of
English.
their a big
Yeah.
hit of theirs is Yellow Submarine. They actually did a DVD or a recording. They have a video, whatever you
holy
want to
crap!
call it, for them back in the 60s. They actually made a movie about Yellow Submarine. Like it's a very interesting. I tried watching it. It's very colorful. Definitely if you're on a certain lettered thing, it works well if you're like to see colors in more
Yeah,
vibrant ways.
I
Like
gotta
Magical Mystery Tour, that one it works well if you're on something. I don't
say
take
hello.
any of that stuff, so it doesn't really, it's great if you're on that stuff. And so it's a very interesting movie. But yeah, Yellow Submarine, it's about how they're living in a yellow submarine. So when you watched the movie yesterday, you'd see the Yellow Submarine because it was the song as plus one of the movies they had
Um,
did about
I
them. It was
thought it
like a
might have
short
been
song.
a
I say hi to
metaphor,
Fiverr.
or something.
Yeah.
Hi, Hazel Fiverr.
Yeah.
Yes, high
Oh
fiver.
no,
I
it
couldn't.
was,
I
it
didn't
was
want to
definitely
interrupt.
one of their songs one of their top singles that they had put out. Um, yeah, it's like I always remember a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine, a yeah. I
Yeah.
always remember. And then for the longest time, it was just a yellow submarine, yellow submarine, yellow submarine, yellow, and that's it. And it's like, no, that's not the right lyrics.
You
And now I think all but the last one has A on it. So I was like, finally, at least most of it came back.
Oh, interesting.
So
Fiverr, if you can later, feel free. We'll probably be here a little while.
My
Yeah.
my my grandmother, when my dad was growing up, one of her brothers lived at their house. So that was his name. He was their Uncle Albert, and he died at the house. So they called the coroner to come pick him up, and they were waiting. And he came walking down the stairs. So my favorite Beatles song is "We're So Sorry, Uncle Albert."
That's not a Beatles song. That's a Paul McCartney song.
oh,
Yeah, yeah. So that's my favorite. We're so
that's a
sorry, Uncle
very
Albert.
obscure one. I love the Octopus's Garden. That's my favorite Ringo song, Noise Guru. That is my favorite. I love that song. It's
With you.
hilarious. It's just such a goofy song.
Yeah.
And probably my second favorite would have to be Act Naturally by that well, I don't know. And the Friends song, which did change. That was annoying.
Friends theme song.
Yeah, what was it? No, he sings it. I
I'm
could get
singing
high
song in my head.
with a little help from my friend. With a little help from my friends. There we go.
That's not
Well,
the
that's a
Friends
Beatles.
theme song.
That's
It's
Beatles.
it's
Yeah.
No,
Oh, I
with a
was
little
thinking of
oh,
help
the
from my
TV
you
show
friends.
mean the
character.
Wonder Years theme song?
With a little
Oh,
help from my friends is
Yes.
the song that I was trying to
Yeah.
think of. I was like, it's been a little bit since I've listened to it. Like I said, some of these songs is harder to listen to now because the song lyrics have changed, and now it's like it's weird how it's so many of the Beatles specifically, and they're like my favorite band. It's like right after I got in the Mandela effect, all of a sudden their songs just kept changing. Like even when I learned the song yesterday, I think a song lyric had
Right.
changed while I was learning it, and I was like, okay, maybe I just misremembered it.
Hang on, that's who.
Yep.
The Joe Cocker version. Yeah. That's
Yeah, let me ask you a question, the Joe Cocker version. Do you remember Lend Me Your Ears or Lend Me Your Ear?
It should be ears.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
original, I remember the original quote as "Gentlemen, lend me your ears."
I thought, I think
Gentlemen.
it's ear actually.
Because
But
I
if you're
remember
talking
this.
about a song or something like that, I don't know. I'm just talking about the original quote.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
but
really hard not to sing out loud because
and that would make sense. But the song I remember, "Lend Me Your Ear" and "I'll Sing You a Song," and it's "Lend Me Your Ears, then I'll sing you a song."
Weird.
then
I
I'll
will
sing.
try not to sing out of key.
Oh, that's for me. That song was "Lend Me
Yeah.
Your Ear" in that song.
Ear.
Lend me
And
your ear,
I'll
and
sing
I'll
you a
sing you a
song.
song.
Not then I'll sing you. It was and I'll sing you a song.
Yeah, now
That's
it's
all.
then. But again, I'm going by lyrics. I'm not listening. He may sing and. This is just the lyrics. The lyrics could be incorrect. That's happened before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Anne. Lend me your ear, and I'll sing you a song.
I'm wondering. I should pull out my Beatles book. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Since I got the lyrics book. Beatles lyrics.
Yeah. People don't want to admit that the Beatles were just like the Monkees. They were a made up band by Tavistock Company.
They weren't as bad as the Monkees, though.
All right.
The
So here's my
Monkees was like
opinion.
super commercialized.
Oh
The
yeah.
Monkees was a spoof.
I
The
also have
Monkees
this
was the
enormous.
Monkees were making fun of themselves. They were a spoof of rock bands.
This is my Beatles lyrics bands
Yeah.
book, so I can
Yeah.
say that I read the lyrics of their song.
Yeah.
Yes.
They wanted to be the American version of the Beatles. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if it wasn't for the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night movie that they made, we wouldn't have the Monkees, actually. So we can be thankful for that movie.
But they're both Tavistock, both made up.
Richard Minnick says ear. Cubert says ear. Lend me your rears, says Boris.
I thought that. I wasn't going to say it, but I was thinking that.
Yeah, I seen that. Probably sounds like that. Yeah.
It does sound like that. Yeah.
I want to hold your hand. I remember we talked about that one too.
Oh, what I was asking what the Yellow Submarine is, I remember we all live in a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine, yellow submarine. I don't remember a yellow submarine 3
I
times.
feel like I'm living in a
I do,
submarine.
but I could be wrong. It's been a while since I heard it, but it sounds right to me.
Yeah, I think the last one now it's just like the last one doesn't have a yellow submarine. I think it's always I think the third one didn't have a yellow submarine, but
So I have the current memory.
yeah, thankfully, like I said, last time I heard it, it had changed back. So I was like, yay, I was so happy about that because I got so tired of all of these songs keep changing. I'm trying to find it. Problem is the way that they do appendix in the front. They don't really give you every single song. You just kind of have to go through it and find it yourself.
I will look into a little help from my friends because there's 2 things in there that are bothering me. So I'm good definitely look into it.
I'm trying to think. I got the paperback writer.
Jim
Yeah,
from Florida, hello, says ear, not ears.
Says
It's
sneaky egg sauce, Sandy.
It's
I'm sorry, what did you
interesting.
say, Splatter? Splatter?
Yes.
What about the Abbey Road picture? Like the famous picture where they're walking across the road. That looks different to me.
I'd have to look at it to see if anything's different from the last time I looked at it.
Well, I got that
Oh,
picture
did it
memorized.
change? What was the first change?
I don't remember there being any.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
No changes to
Very
that.
different to me. What about Esther? Does she remember it being looking different?
Oh, I haven't seen. Actually, I should
Oh,
pull out my album.
No, Paul is
I'm more
out
familiar
of
with
step.
Abbey Road album. I just have to go. I have to go grab it.
Yeah, I've
Paul
seen
is
it my
out
whole
of
life.
step and he's
It's never
barefoot.
liked me.
It's all
I
like
have
you're on a funeral.
documentaries. I own a Hard Day's Night. I've got all kinds of stuff up there. So I used to have. Yeah. Let me see if I can find my album real quick. See if it's inside.
Just
It's in my car. There's a Hard Day's Night.
It's
Right
interesting
here.
if Tavistock made both of those bands because everybody remembers every stinking little detail about each of the Beatles, their lives, their songs, the lyrics. I don't think anybody can remember a single song the Monkees ever did.
Daydream
Believer.
Believer.
The Monkees.
Oh, I know some. I even have some Mandelas with Daydream Believer.
Yeah.
There's another one.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have
was that
another.
the Monkees?
Hey, hey, we're the Monkees is the biggest song.
That one.
Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that one.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know Daydream Believer was them.
I don't know. It looks pretty normal to me.
I remember a plain road. Those white lines were not there for me.
What? Yes,
I
they
definitely
were.
remember it being a plain road, even though they are walking across some kind of pedestrian crossing. But I guess not where I'm from because that was not there.
That was
It's such a
Well, that's
famous
always
picture.
been there. And Paul McCartney's out of step and barefoot, and they're done like their
Some people
funeral
remember
procession.
them walking the other way. I can't
I don't
really say, but I definitely don't remember those white
George
lines.
is the
That's for
grave
sure.
digger because he's the way he's dressed in
Or the
jeans and
car
casual.
across the road.
John is the pastor type dude that's gonna just do
It
the
was just a
ceremony.
dark road for me.
Now everybody's giving song "Last Train to Clarksville." Their first, I would say, for the Monkees, everyone knows the songs on the first album.
Yeah.
I don't.
I'm a believer.
I guess I didn't realize which songs were them. I didn't realize that these famous songs were actually there. I just remember the Saturday morning show when I was a little kid, and
I remember that too.
I think the one that wore the tassel cap, Peter or whoever.
I think it came right after Scooby Doo.
And my little playmate was in love with the main one, Michael or whoever. Yeah.
Davey.
I don't know, the one that I think most people would think was the cutest one she liked.
Oh, that's right. That was another song that changed. Oh, there's Penny Lane.
I don't know. I hate that Flickr. It's because of the way I name them. I'm sure. The search. Like I have Hold Your Hand. That one's different. And this needs a proper presentation because it's just pictures. I remember I wanna hold your hand.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it's I want to hold your hand.
Oh, I think we went through that one.
So does it sound the same though? Because I do remember that song.
I wanna hold your hand.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I
want to hold your hand. No, you can hear the T.
Just like
you
that.
can hear the T when they sing it. It's weird.
Okay.
But again, this was back in the day I have not covered this since. Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. I have to click on an
And
image.
they've all been digitally remastered too, right?
July 16th, 2019. And I have not heard the song since. So it's possible it's flip flopped. It's possible it's different now. But in 2019, it is switched to I want to hold your hand instead of I wanna. And that's a pattern because girls just want to have fun is also want to have fun. Even the
Oh, is it?
movie is girls just want to have fun.
No, that's
And it was
odd.
wanna.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of
Just
how.
wanna, they just wanna.
Hmm
I do have the lyrics here in their official Beatles lyrics book for the A Little Help from My Friends. And let me see if I can get it for you on camera to actually. Can you guys see it? I can't see it very well.
I can see it. I got to put you on the screen. Give me 1 minute.
Not really, but
Oh, no, you're not presenting. You're showing on your phone. Let me make the screen.
Yes.
That's the biggest I can make it. I wish I knew. There's no way for me to add just you to the screen.
All right. Let's see. Which one is it? Is it the first? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. And I'll try not to sing out of tune.
ears. It has ears on it. Actually, I see that. I can see that actually. Yeah.
Yeah, can you? It's hard to. I keep
Third
wanting to go
line
the
down.
opposite. Yep.
The
I
third
just want
line
to make sure.
down.
I can't see it very well from my angle
Nope.
because I am on my phone. So, but it was like I was trying to be like, here, we have it on screen now. We have it on record that it says that. Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. That's what it says in the official. Here, I'll show you that too. In the official Beatles lyrics book.
Yeah.
So it's not me like making anything up. This is literally out of the book. So,
Okay, wait. So it says, lend me your ears.
Yes.
Yep.
Then I'll sing you a song.
And I'll sing you a song.
And I'll sing you a song.
And I'll try not to sing out of
So
key.
if they sing then, you got to send me a picture of that, please.
Yes.
Okay. The next one I want you to check is please check I want to hold your hand.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it want to or wanna?
I believe it's wanna. I think I've looked this one up before.
It's supposed to be wanna.
I wanna hold your hand.
Sorry, I'm in the Sgt. Pepper album. They do it by albums.
Mhm.
So I have to go back here before Rubber Soul here. Ticket to Ride. I'm down.
I had all their 8-track.
Help. 8 days a week. That one also. That one had a word change. Babies in Black. Well, I Feel Fine is one of my favorites. Oh my, come on. Wait a second.
Joe Cocker might have put some musical. What do you call it? I had the word and lost it.
Problem is, I keep showing like it's his handwriting. It's like, is it that song or is it a different one? That's a Hard Day's Night. Oh, there it is. I Want to Hold Your Hand. It says, I want to hold your hand. Oh, yeah.
No, is it? I'm asking if it's WANNA or want to.
Yeah, it's WANNA.
Okay. Because when I covered it, it was want to. So it may have flip flopped. But I covered it in 2019. So.
Yeah, it's like everywhere on Paul's writing here. It's all one.
It wouldn't sing right if I want to.
I understand that. And that was the problem.
Yeah, if you look at the thing up on the corner of the thing, like the beginning of the name, it says I want to hold your hand, but in his actual lyrics, like his what Paul wrote, it says I wanna. So
it's both ways there.
Yeah. Yeah, they wrote I want to hold your hand up in the corner, like here, I'll show you. It's hard to
Yes,
show.
please show us.
There, let me get back in the light. There, my living room is very dark. I'm trying not to drop my book. Sorry. My appearance is horrible, so don't look at my hair.
Okay.
So here
yeah,
it says,
I want to. So there you go, guys. I'm not crazy. It flip-flopped. It was I want to, and there's proof for a book. Thank you.
I don't know if you can see that very well.
We can't see that part.
Okay. Here, I'll show you
the
other page. The other page where it's easier to. I keep
yes, that's easier to see.
Where's the problem? Is the way that my camera works with these things.
It's still going. It is, yeah.
Where's the? Oh, there it is. See, it says I wanna.
No. Oh, yes. Yes, I see it.
That's his handwriting. That's, I believe, Paul's.
Yes, WANNA.
Paul. Well, is that still Paul? What year is that?
Yeah, that's in Paul's hand.
Was before 66?
This is. Yeah. This is like 63, I think.
Yeah, okay, that'd be Paul still then. Yeah.
The one that I tried to show you first is from 1967.
That would be Paul.
And they said his penmanship was a little shaky at the time. But then you can see the other one that you could read was the 1963. So that's what's cool about this book. It doesn't just give you the lyrics, it also tells you the story behind the lyrics, which is cool.
Yeah, they threw out a whole bunch of mixed-up stories on that. Either Paul died in a car crash, or he was just pulled from the Beatles and replaced.
I do want to let everyone know in the chat, everyone who's listening, if you'd like to join us, the link is pinned to the top. All you have to do is click the link. Hello, Mustard Seed of Faith. If you click the link, it'll give you a scary message saying that it wants access to your camera and your microphone. Say yes. You say yes, and then you'll be presented with a screen where you can turn the camera off and use a profile picture. So don't be scared by it. You can join and not be on camera. It's okay.
Have you seen the caretaker to Paul McCartney's birth house, or when he was raised?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of people think that that's actually Paul McCartney.
You don't think so?
Oh, it's possible. I actually thought for a little while, I was like, are we sure that's not actually him? Because it does look like him. And actually, he looks a lot like his son.
I seen the facial recognition thing put on that face, his face and Paul's face blended together, and like, holy crap, that's him.
Yeah, it does look like a lot.
He didn't die. He was just removed from the Beatles because they wanted to do a different direction, and they sure did. But it was Sgt. Pepper's.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some different theories. If you want to go down a rabbit hole, the Beatles never existed.com. I don't know if it's still up or not, but they do some interesting research. So
we did talk about that on air, guys, but I can't see. Oh my gosh. So there we go. That scared me for a minute. So you can't see what I'm seeing, but my tools are on the right-hand side under the end stream button, and I couldn't get back to the comments because it was under the end stream button, but it just fixed itself. I wanted to let you know I need to step away for 1 minute, so feel free to talk. But what Esther is saying, they're trying to say that the whole thing is made up and that they're just remixes of songs. But Esther, please talk about that, because it could still be an alternate reality. It could just be people trying to, deniers telling you, no, it's just remixes of songs. Or please tell that story really quickly, because I have to walk away for a minute.
Yeah. Well, the Beatles never existed.com is actually, they believe there was several different Beatles. Like at any given time, there was at least 3 different Pauls, 3 different Johns, 3 different, all of them. And basically they showed a lot of evidence where like different heights come in, different personalities, different like looks and everything. And I found it kind of odd how, have you heard Paul McCartney's birth story? Like how he was, like his mom was a midwife, and because she was a midwife, she got special treatment, and she was taken to a private room to give birth. So nobody was there to witness the actual birth except for the doctors themselves.
Weird. Okay. And
I have a little theory on that, where it's possible that he was a twin. And they, the twins were like, the other guy that they call Billy could have been his twin, and he could have lived somewhere else and was trained musically and all of that, like more like and then Paul went and did his thing. And
Yeah.
then when they got older, they could have switched them out very easily. And then of course there's the whole cloning thing. They're like, oh, we got
No,
cloned.
the clone.
So it's like it could have been clones, it could have been doubles, they could have twins. You don't know about, like I said,
Clones
it's
don't
kind
come out as full grown adults. Sorry, that's just so annoying if we want to clone thing.
of
Well,
it's kind of interesting.
doubles have been used throughout history. That's
Yeah.
not even a new thing.
Yes,
And
doubles, doppelgangers. Yeah, think people that
yeah,
look
and
alike.
then
Yeah.
with Biden, he has 3 eye colors. That's 3 people. There's blue-eyed, brown-eyed, and black-eyed. And it's the same thing with Obama. There's the one with the looks like he has wires running down through his veins and his temples. That's one guy. Then there's another guy who doesn't have that, and there's some other subtle differences. There's 3 or 4 of him. So to me, I think all these famous figures have doubles, triples, quadruples. They may or may not be clones. They might just be, and they could be masks, because we've seen people with loose masks hang. There was a mask Biden too, with the mask like hanging half off of his neck. So it can be just a person in a mask. It doesn't even have to be clones, and I'm not saying there aren't clones. I'm just saying you don't necessarily need clones. And they're showing this too, because they wouldn't bother having 3 eye colors unless they wanted you to see it. They would make sure they all had blue eyes or they all had brown eyes.
They were pretty careless because
They're
the
showing you.
shares.
They're like, look how what we're doing to you, and you have no power, Or you see it and go ahead, try to tell somebody, and they'll say you're crazy,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, think about like
The
the
replacement Paul McCartney was 2 inches taller than the original Paul too, and that was noticeable with his girlfriend.
Yeah, Jane, I know. Yeah, like immediately, like right after that, like all of a sudden he got with Linda instead of Jane, and
Yeah.
like if you notice, like they actually show like like I said, if you go to I hope it's still up. I'm not sure. Like I said, I haven't looked at it in a while. Like I said, it's a nice long rabbit hole for those who really want to look into it. And I'm not saying that they're true. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying it's a very interesting topic to look into.
Oh, it is. Yeah, I looked into it. Yeah, and I believe it. And there's also that lady, I can't remember who it was, somebody's wife saying hello Billy instead of hello Paul when they were entering a studio.
Yeah. Like I said, I wouldn't doubt if it could have been his twin that they were using at that point. And then because maybe he wanted to go and do his own thing or whatever, wanted to go live a quiet life with Jane or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I wanted to
know.
change it. They wanted to go to change the direction of where the band was going, because with the original Paul, it was just like doing all lovey stuff, like I want to hold your hand and I love you, yeah, and stuff. It was just like kiddie stuff, and they wanted to change, so that's when they went to the Sergeant Pepper.
Yeah, it's where it's like I wouldn't be surprised, like if you're talking about they have hardcore members and then they have the other people who just like fill in spots for them.
Yeah, because that's what they only did in the studio. They never toured after that because they couldn't, because people would recognize. It wasn't until years later where they finally showed the fake Paul, and people fell for it because they haven't seen him in so long. Like, oh, that must be Paul.
Well, now
Can you interrupt for 1 second?
And everything else.
I'm sorry, guys.
Okay.
So, Michael, you are welcome to join, but
Uh-oh.
if anything if you're slurring, if we can't understand you, I'm just gonna put you backstage, okay? I just wanted you to know that if there's any slurring, any snoring, any loud noises,
Any guzzling booze sounds. Glug, 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 glug.
because last time when I muted you, you would just unmute yourself. So I'm gonna have to put you backstage, but you're welcome to join. Just know, though, I will put you backstage if I have to. That's all. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to answer the chat. Sorry, Esther.
I know we needed to address an issue, and yeah, they say it's a very interesting. I had spent hours, weeks, months researching, and there is way more in-depth things that I researched girlfriends. I researched. There is another theory on his death that George Harrison, before he died, said he wrote a letter saying that what really happened is he was over, I think it was in France, which is Fool on the Hill. They have the same area. If you look at Fool on the Hill, they're supposed to be over in this, I think it was France he went over to, and they actually, he ended up dying from getting like, from people like beating him up. I was trying to say it in a way where it's like, on, YouTube. But
Yeah.
basically, like, that's where the I am the walrus comes from, because they said that the police officer said, wow, that looks like a walrus. And he's like, and I think it was Ringo or George was like, or John, no, John was there. He said, hey, don't say that. That's my best friend. And, he's a human, and, and on and on. And he was like really upset about it. And I guess, yeah, he was over in that country, and he said that he was worried he was getting followed. And so he had called John, and John, by the time they got there, he had already, passed. They did take some time to find him. But yeah, yeah, so that's where like the walrus was Paul, the Fool on the Hill, those, and a day in the life. Also, all of that kind of goes around that whole thing.
Yeah, but it gets really confusing, that part too, because when he says the walrus, but actually, you look in the costumes when they did that movie or whatever, when they're all dressed up, John was actually the walrus.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people like say that you could put almost any of them in the theory of, oh, Ringo died, and then John died, and then George died, and they're like, they all could have their own little theories. And so it's like, I don't know. I wasn't there, so I'm not gonna say, I don't know, but I just know the research that I've done, it's just kind of interesting.
It is very interesting. But I never heard of anything about Ringo. Ringo's the only one I ever heard dying.
Yeah, he's the only one. Well, other than Paul and Ringo are the only two that are still. Yeah, Ringo apparently was supposed to like have died or whatever, and like something was released, and him telling about how Paul wasn't really him and all of that. So that was kind of an interesting little side thing. But then, we found out that Ringo was still alive, and it's like, I don't know. Ringo's what, like 70 something now?
I think Esther, I'm sending a link to you. On Messenger from a Noise Guru in the chat about William Campbell or Billy Shears.
Yeah.
Where it looks just like Paul McCartney.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I want everyone to know that I have a new playlist on my channel, Chat Recommendations. So right now, there's a link from Mustard Seed of Faith that is in that playlist. So when you guys recommend a video that's related to the Mandela effect, I will put that in the chat recommendations playlist on my channel. So that way you can find it at a later time instead of having to leave the show to go watch something. That's all.
Are you going to send me something, Sandy?
No, I'm sending a link to from Noise Guru to Esther for after the show so she can see it.
Okay. Is there going to be anything tonight for me to broadcast?
I'm sorry?
Is there going to be anything from you to me tonight for me to show?
Oh, I'm sure we'll show some things later. Okay. I'm sure.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I got a little derailed by a message in my messenger. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. That's why I was like confused for a second.
But it's nothing major?
I just sent Esther a StreamYard. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, sorry, no. Esther. I meant to send Esther the link from Noise Guru, but it didn't let me copy it. I'm going to send it on the phone. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
My phone shouldn't go off, but if it does, you'll hear a quick little sound.
Well, I already sent it, so it would have done it already. It's okay. So that's what.
Oh, I saw the StreamYard. If you're going to send it through text.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I sent it, but Michael Fontaine is here. I'm adding him in.
good, man.
Isn't that Paul McCartney?
They're saying that's Billy Shears. All right, maybe I should send it to Splatter so Splatter can show it.
Oh,
Let's
what
do
can
that.
you
I'm gonna forward this to Splatter so he can show what Noise Guru put in the chat.
I think I have it.
Okay, I sent it to you anyway.
You even got the part the right way too.
Hello, Michael.
Yeah, I mean that's Paul McCartney right there. Like I said, I wouldn't be
It says
surprised if like that was like his twin.
Noise Guru says read the whole page. It will astound you.
Yeah, I can't do it at the moment because if I do, I don't want to get kicked out of StreamYard.
No, it's
I'm on
okay.
my phone, so.
Splatter has it. He's gonna present it.
I just get our comments so I can actually
And
see.
while he's doing that, I never got a chance to thank Gift of Water Alive. Let me do the thank you for Gift of Water Alive.
I don't know which
So
one
thank
here
you
you
to
want me to
Gift.
show.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure which one here. The one with William Campbell?
Yes, that one. Yes. So thank you to. Now it's off the screen. Sean. Thank you, Sean, who is Gift of Water Alive. So that has been on the screen all night because they sent a donation prior to us going live,
Right.
and I never had a chance to do the thank you video. I wanted to do it. That's all.
Oh, no. I got it? Yeah, okay, here we go. This one.
Oh no, Mustard Seed of Faith. I can't do that here because I'm in an app where it's not, the links aren't links. There's nothing to click. When I click a link, it just shows it on the screen. It's a little different when we're in these programs. But Splatter has this one on the screen. Splatter, are you able to read it? It's so small. I would pause the video that's playing.
Yeah, I did. Is that
No,
better?
it's still moving. It's the ad.
Go away, ad.
Yeah, that's what needs to go.
There you go.
Okay, so it says William Shears Campbell, also known as Billy Shears, born 29th of March 1943, is an English actor, comedian, musician, and writer. He was a member of the British surreal comedy group The Wings and the parody rock band The Beatles. What? The parody rock band The Beatles? How could it have the same name?
I don't know.
In Wings?
Campbell's, huh?
Wings is his group that he started after the
It
Beatles.
wasn't the Wings. It was Paul McCartney and Wings. Yeah.
That's why this is going to astound us, apparently.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me find.
Cambridge.
Where does he say? Oh, it will astound you. Read the whole page. Okay. Campbell studied at Pembroke College, Cambridge, and joined Cambridge University Footlights. He reached stardom when he co-created and acted in the sketch series The Wings Lying Circus, and the film The Wings and the Sword in the Stone. Look, that's residue. The Sword in the Stone, not the Sword and the Stone.
Oh yeah.
Hey, can you scroll up a little bit so I can take a screenshot of that residue?
Scroll up to which?
The other way. Scroll down. Yeah, there we go. Right there. Right there. Thank you. Life of Josh and the Meaning of Pie. Campbell performed many of the songs featured in Wings projects. I need you to scroll more so I can see more.
Yep.
After the Wings, he hosted Saturday Night Live 4 times and portrayed Paul McCartney. I can't read. It's a little. Zoom out a little bit.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe that's better.
That's good. That's good. And portrayed Paul McCartney, a spoof of Dirk McQuickly, in the Beatles' All You Need Is Love, which he also directed and co-wrote with John Lennon, Jimmy Climmer, and Richard Starkey.
Which is Ringo.
Which is all Paul McCartney. So they're giving a Paul McCartney bio for
Well,
William
Ringo
Campbell.
Starr, he's Ringo Starr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Yeah.
Oh, this is very long. We can't read this whole thing.
Yeah, it's huge. There's the picture. They
Mhm.
try to say it was just Paul McCartney wearing glasses.
Well, he needed glasses.
But that's actually the other guy.
Who is this
Guys,
guy? Looks like a
I
serial.
would. That's Paul McCartney.
No, that's,
Mustard
Oh.
Seed of Faith
that's
Yes,
Kenny
he-
Shears.
is telling
Campbell.
everyone
Campbell.
to right click on Noise Guru's link if you'd like to read more. So
Yeah,
that way it opens in a tab and you can read it
it's
later.
huge.
Because
Look at it, still
there's
going.
too much here.
Yeah, look at oh yeah, it's just still going. But
But yeah.
that
But
there,
you do
that's,
have
yeah,
the link, Esther. I did send it to you.
that's William Campbell in '66. He says right here, that's not Paul. But it looks so much like Paul.
Hello, Morgan. And hello, Michael. We've been saying hi. Look, our
Mhm.
names. Oh, wait, they're there. They're good.
Like you said, the rest of the Beatles call him Fall McCartney.
Mhm.
I guess
Hello.
we're leaving that. Yeah. Okay, good. That's interesting. I like that story.
Well,
It
definitely
is.
can look into it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to stay on here a little bit longer, but I'm getting pretty tired. So it is almost 1:00 in my time.
Yes, it is. I
Hey
understand.
Morgan.
I just thank you for coming on at all.
Yeah. I mean, I've definitely enjoyed it. So, and also my phone's down to 24%. So it's going to get charged again. I had it charged and then,
Yeah, but now how many times you got to charge it?
well, it was up to like 40 or 50%. And then I unplugged it because I was like, it started feeling funny in my hand. And I'm like, I'm going to unplug it because it was like with being plugged in and holding it. I was like, I don't like to do this. I try not to hold it and while it's charging.
Yeah. I was just being funny. You missed it.
Bless you.
Yeah. Oh,
I
sorry. Yeah,
got you, Joe. I got you, Joe.
my throat's starting to go too, so it's just allergies in the air. It's the dust and dander around, so I'm gonna start sounding funny in a few minutes.
Well, I
Gonna
thank you
tune-
for being on as long as you were. It was good having you again. It's been a while.
Oh yeah.
Are you going to join us now, Morgan?
At least you're not inhaling helium.
That would be annoying.
Yeah, it's nice to actually finally
Lollipopters.
I don't have any helium anymore. My helium tank's empty, so
Oh,
my ex-husband, I don't know what he was thinking at a birthday party. He actually put his mouth on the nozzle of the helium tank and took a swig, and I'm like, that was smart.
Yeah.
You get a head rush.
In
Yeah.
my
Head rush.
past, that was a fun thing to do with a balloon or something when you were a kid. And then maybe it's because my parents were EMTs. I learned later on that it could paralyze your lung, the tubes leading the bronchioles,
yeah.
and make it so you can't breathe.
Yeah.
Oh, that would suck.
Yeah, it freezes your vocal cords, doesn't it, or something like that? It cools them down.
Yeah,
That's what it
something
does.
like
That's
that.
why your voice goes higher or something like that.
Hmm.
And I'm like,
And
oh,
it can
that's
do that to your lungs too.
yeah. And he's literally putting
Yeah.
his mouth on the nozzle, and I'm like, no, that was not a good idea. It literally says on the thing, "Do not do that." Is like,
Yeah,
like
from the balloon after you filled it was always
Yeah.
the way I knew how to do it.
yeah. That way you couldn't get too much helium at once. Which he would usually take a whole balloon and take the entire balloon, and
Yeah,
that's how
I did
he
just do a
would, like,
balloon that way. It's warmed up a little bit. Yeah.
yeah, it's like compared to like directly out of the nozzle, it's like I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, you know what? If you want to keep doing it, do it. I'm not gonna like, poo poo on your parade here.
Disclaimer, YouTube, we are talking about helium,
Yes.
not the other thing that people
Yeah.
do that is considered illicit. We are not talking about any illicit
All right, guys.
anything. We
I
are
wasn't
talking
thinking
about
about that one.
helium.
Helium.
I was,
Yes, yes. Please
I
do
was,
not ever, ever, ever actually anyone ever put your mouth on a nozzle of a helium tank. It's just bad news. Don't do it. I'm not actually suggesting anyone to do that.
Yeah.
I
I don't
was,
know why anyone would. You'd have to have half a brain cell.
That is that my ex-husband did
Ridiculous.
it, and thankfully
Oh,
he's a big guy, and thankfully he was okay. But for the next 20 minutes, I was literally keeping an eye on him to make sure he was still standing. And because I was like, that's not a good idea, especially not in front of the kids and everything. It was at a birthday party, and I'm like, not a really good idea. So
You,
it's
you didn't have to
yeah.
peel him off
definitely
the ceiling. He floated up to the ceiling, right?
no. It was about 6'6" and about 300 something pounds. So, it's not
Oh,
like he's a big guy. So yeah, he's like,
Like almost as big as Ed Kemper.
yeah, he's
He's
a big
so
guy.
tall.
So,
I don't
it
even
does
know
take a
how.
little bit more to take him down, but not a good suggestion for anyone because like if I did it, I would probably be in the hospital. Like that's I don't
Oh
ever
yeah, true. Yeah.
like that's not a good idea. I mean, I don't even like my kids doing it with the balloons anymore because now I know the dangers of helium. Um, like it's interesting how many things that we did as a kid and then we're an adult and we're like, oh, we didn't know that was actually dangerous. Um,
Yes.
Mm.
so like even nail polish remover is like, I didn't know how dangerous it can be if you put too much on. I'm like, oh my word, that stuff is really bad in high doses. And literally when you're kids, you just pile it on your fingernails without thinking about it. And it's
Oh
like,
yeah, I did
Or
do that. Yeah.
you like I've
When I was a
soaked a
teen.
cotton ball and put it on the nail and then wrap the nail with foil and just let it sit there.
Oh.
yeah, I mean, think about all the things that we used to do as kids, and now we're like, oh wow, this is. I mean, it's not. I don't think you would probably die. Not
you
sure.
would.
But it's not good. So just like there's a lot of disclaimers that we could say tonight that just don't do. So I mean, it's just be safe out there, people, and you know, you know.
um,
But I'm
when
getting
I,
tired, so my brain's getting kind of wonky. So I'm gonna head out. But it was awesome talking to everybody and hi to everybody in the chat. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do a bunch of shout outs. I try to say hi when I can, but I had to keep going back and forth between chat and screen. So, but thanks, Noise Guru. I'll definitely check that out though. Yeah. But
Thank
yes,
you for being on, Esther.
Oh, you're welcome. It was fun.
Good. I'm glad
Thank
you had a good
just,
time.
I just want to
Hopefully
say
I'll
something
go
real quick.
again. Yep.
All right. When I was stationed in Kansas, I went to Wamego and they had the Wizard of Oz Museum. And it's kind of cool. When you go in there and you're like looking around and you see all this stuff and it's like, wow. And then you go out the door and then you go like 3 buildings down. It's Oz Winery. And they give you samples of wine and stuff, right? And you can buy wine, but they give you samples. But that was the thing. And then you go across the street about 6 buildings down, and there's a diner. It was like one of the coolest diners. But what I was saying about the helium was like, you talk like you're part of the lollipop guild.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I got the lollipop guild, lollipop guild.
Yeah, I always
Yeah.
heard if you did too much, it was not good for you. You got to limit yourself to doing that stuff.
Yeah, you can actually get sick and like pass out, and then they had to
Well, yeah,
put
like Sandy says, you
put
paralyze your lungs,
oxygen.
you can't breathe anymore. That would suck.
No, no, it doesn't. It doesn't do that. It's just. You ever see Morgan Freeman on helium?
Oh yeah, I've seen his.
Okay,
It's funny.
the joke. Yeah, it was a joke. It was like he was like, Everybody wants to see you on helium. How's it doing? That's the ball. You know? And he's like, just normal. It's just so funny.
All right, guys, I need to interrupt for 1 second because Richard Minnick says, never heard of that, sounds made up. And I said, well, it's possible. Like, your parents can stop you from doing things by making up stories. Like, for example, it's not illegal to drive in your car with the light on. Those lights are there so that you can see maps and stuff while you're driving. So,
Mhm.
but parents will say it's illegal so that they stop their kids from turning the lights on in the car because it
Yeah.
is distracting. But the National Institute of Health states helium can be dangerous. Breathing impure helium deprives the body of oxygen,
Yeah.
as if you were holding your breath. If you couldn't breathe
Yeah.
at all, you'd start to die in minutes as soon as your blood exhausted the supply of oxygen stored in the blood. And I'm
Yeah.
trying to see.
Exactly. That's how I
That's
remember. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The
and
helium
that
will push the oxygen right out of your system, so you have no oxygen at all anymore. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
but
Mhm.
with divers, they use helium to go like below 300 feet.
Yeah, but that's not smart either.
And
Why would
it
you want to
must be
do that?
mixed.
No,
It must be a
yeah,
mixed
it's
air.
mixed. It's
I
mixed,
well,
but they
I
use
think
to
also
go
once you get
behind.
down to a certain level, your body actually doesn't it like produce oxygen or something like that? Like you actually like creates like air in your lungs.
I
I
think
think the deeper you
oxygen
go.
comes from trees. I'm pretty
I'm
sure.
trying to remember like how
Good
that
night,
works.
Boris.
Oh,
I think there's something
most
about like
divers,
you have to literally breathe out or something like that. I think
yeah,
I might be misremembering
but
that.
I thought you were
like
going.
I don't know.
scuba divers, they use helium to go under like 300 feet. It's like 350 feet or so,
Yeah, but
if I
that ain't
remember
Yeah,
easy.
something
correctly.
about like the denseness of like everything is condensed and like
Yeah,
yeah. And like we actually can't go past a certain point because like we would literally be crushed
Well,
because
yeah.
of the denseness down there.
I think it was like 400 feet total, and
Yeah.
then you get down to like 2 miles, and then depending on like how much like the Iranian trench, it would kill you instantly, you know.
Yeah, they actually
But
have to I know that they have to do like a lot of training to be able to go really deep.
yeah,
To go like, really, really, they have to literally be taught how to breathe and everything. So that way they don't like, have problems.
Um,
They can make it back up to the surface.
have you guys
Oh,
heard of
without
Nangs? Nangs? Do you know what that
Mm-hmm.
is?
oh yeah.
What?
Yeah. We
Oh,
have to.
oh,
We
so
have
Yeah,
to
you,
mix
I
it
only
you
found
all
out
don't
about
together.
it when I
want
went to
to
New Zealand, and
Right,
um,
Morgan? Yeah.
yeah, I made some friends, and they were all doing it. I obviously chose not to because I want to keep my brain cells, but yeah, I don't know. I have no interest in doing that stuff. Like, um, those people just seem like not very intelligent, and that's what they do in life. So I don't know, not my thing. But yeah, I didn't know about it before then.
Sorry, guys. Again, I have to interrupt because if I type, they won't see it. Hi, Valley Parks. Valley Parks is watching on Rumble.
Oh, I was wondering about that. What that's got the
Yes.
rumble symbol on there, yeah.
And that is why I can't just type Hi, Valley Parks because they won't see.
Oh.
Because my
Are they gonna come over here? Are
Rumble
they gonna,
Doubler is on the LOL again. I may have to jump to YouTube. Well, come on over to YouTube because that's
yeah,
where everybody is.
we're all over here on YouTube.
That's where all
Mm-hmm.
the cool kids hang out.
it's a party.
The
Bring
cool
Morgan.
cats.
Are you gonna join up,
It's
Morgan?
Yeah, that's the
Uh,
thing.
Hey, don't forget,
I'm gonna join a Rumble too because I like putting the symbols in.
That's the
don't
thing with
forget,
Yes, Michael.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Kanye West discovered Paul McCartney.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure.
Oh, maybe it's.
I
Isn't
did
that
not know
awesome
that.
that such a young artist was willing to take on and be so
Yeah,
charitable? An older guy.
yeah,
I remember that. That was funny. Yeah, a lot of new
he
people didn't have
discovered.
a clue who Paul McCartney was. I'm like, oh, it's so awesome that he was like partnering with someone who's unknown, and he's like,
They've added a
Um,
new one.
I think he's had more people at one concert than what's his name? West guy probably
Kanye.
has his
Oh,
entire career.
that's becoming up.
Guys, I have to interrupt. There's a lot in the chat I need to address. I'm sorry.
yeah.
So Morgan, Mr. Super Sidewinder is not on the panel. That's why you can't hear him. Also, yes, that's the thing with the medicine, the gas that you get at the dentist. If they mix it with oxygen so that you don't deplete the oxygen in your blood.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then also Mustard Seed of Faith is asking about the fog. I don't think Trump did address it. I don't know. And I believe that was a psyop, something that they did on purpose to distract people from something else that was happening. Because every time I see something that, like for example, the UFOs that that everyone called a drone without knowing what it was a drone. They disappeared from the news. The fog was talked about for a few days, gone from the news.
Yeah.
It was just gone. Like it disappeared. And when things disappear like that, serious things like a fog that has a weird smell and hangs around for days, even after the sun is up, where it should burn off fog. That sounds like to me they purposely put that there to distract people from something else happening. And I totally believe it's a psyop. That was a psyop, and so was the UFOs that they were calling drones. That's my belief.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Trump addressed it. I didn't hear him address it.
No,
That
he
doesn't
said he
mean
was
he
going
didn't.
to though, but he hasn't yet. Yeah.
Yeah. I could have missed it though, but I haven't heard anything. All right, I'm sorry. I had to address a lot of stuff in the chat. Go ahead, guys.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
All right. Well, I'm actually gonna go. So, but have a nice night, everybody.
You too, Esther. Thanks for thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
No problem.
All right. It was nice to meet you guys on the chat, the panel as well.
Good night,
a night.
Esther.
Bye.
Good to see you.
Bye.
You too.
And
Or
good
hear you.
night.
Yeah.
And welcome to Rodney Letman in the chat.
Is that Rick rolling a Mandela effect? Like, did that actually exist
Yeah.
before last year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I
It's been around for
can I say
years.
this real quick?
Well, how
Can I
come I didn't get Rick rolled until last year? Like, explain that.
say
No one
something
cared to
real quick?
rickroll you.
Can I
Yeah,
just
go
That's
ahead.
horrible.
I was so hoping somebody would say this. My kids, okay, they're gonna be 22 in like a couple of weeks, right? And they got VHS, and he was talking to me while I was at work, and he's like, "Dude, we just got rickrolled. There's videos from 1988." I was like, "What?" He
Yeah,
goes,
but
"It
they're
was some
only
commercial."
22 or whatever.
I know, but they know what rickrolled is. But
I don't.
they got
Like,
VHS,
how long have
and
they
they
been? How long have they been rickrolled for, though?
What's the Rickroll? I have no clue what you're talking about.
rickroll. Never gonna
Um,
give you up.
I mean,
don't
I've been
don't
on
sing.
the
I don't want to
What?
internet.
copyright.
I
Listen.
know.
So
I'm just saying.
rickroll is someone like without like surprising you. Like they'll say like I've seen it happen a couple ways. So they'll surprise you with the "Never Gonna Give You Up" song. Okay, "Never Gonna Let You Down." You know that song?
Okay, yeah.
Rick
Or
Astley.
like in the middle of a video, they'll just start playing it. Or it's being surprised with the video in a place you didn't expect it,
Oh,
Yeah,
weird.
and it's
But
always that song. That's why it's rickrolled.
yeah, it happened
they
to me
were,
on
yeah,
Reddit, and I wasn't
they were
expecting that at all. um,
they were going
but
through
I'd never.
VHS hits.
I mean, I've been on
Hi,
the
Sorry.
internet
Commander.
for a very long time. You'd think it would have at least happened. I mean, like I spend a lot of time on the internet because I don't work much, and I haven't worked much, so I just find it weird that you'd think it would have happened to me at least once before, or someone would have told me about it. I know it's just weird, and I did look it up, like on Reddit, and other people have actually talked about it being a Mandela effect from memory. Like it was like last year sometime, so I can't remember exactly what you know that was talking about. But I think it is suspicious. Like, I definitely remember people talking about it on Reddit saying it was suspicious, like how it goes away and comes back or something like that. But I think, yeah, I I don't really think that it would have been something in my previous timeline because it's
You
just
were
weird.
you were 6 years old when it first started happening, but that's not true.
Yeah, but that
According
doesn't
to
really make.
no, it does. No, I'm trying to say that's not true. A Noise Guru says it's since '99, but that's not true. It may have been 2019, where but you need the internet to be rickrolled. So
Yeah,
Yeah, but
but
I've had the internet for a long time.
I
but
didn't have the
my
internet like
kids
this in '99.
my kids have
Um,
video tape like
right,
VHS
but like
tapes from
people have been
1988.
rickrolling online for this whole time.
No, I'd say rickrolling came about like in like 2016, maybe
I'm
2014.
gonna look into the Mandela effect surrounding it again. So
Yeah, they were
Hello,
sitting there and
Commander's Honor.
he was playing the
Um,
video and he's like, I just got rickrolled. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, Rick actually was just playing on the video, but it wasn't a video; it was a commercial.
oh, there's one about his name. People remember, I think, Rick Ashley was it, and now what is it
Yeah,
now?
Ashley,
Oh, it's
oh,
Astley, Rick
Ashley,
Astley.
Ashley,
Rick
yes.
Ashley.
No,
But
Astley with a T.
people remember Ashley, I think.
Like the
I remember
girl's name,
Ashley.
Ashley.
Never gonna hold
Yeah,
you up, never gonna break you up.
All right, copyright. You get copyright with singing it. Mm-mm.
Uh-oh.
All right. So they're saying, okay. This does feel Mandela because I need to mention something that I covered with the Fruit of the Loom video that you could only see in one of my live streams. I never uploaded it. I'm not going to finish it because the file got corrupted. So if
Ah,
you want to see the Fruit of the
cornucopia.
Loom video, you have to go watch it in the live stream that I did where we played it from screen recording. But I did a Fruit of the Loom video showing that the supposed clothing with real Fruit of the Loom tags with cornucopias um, going around the internet are fake. They're
oh
completely
yeah.
fake. But Moneybags was being like, people were making fun of him because he said they were fake. So I not only proved they were fake, but I photoshopped it even better than the people did. Um, and I did all this in the video. Like you can see me photoshopping the logo. I proved where all three cornucopias came from. Two of the three cornucopias is actually the same. One is just flipped. Um, and one of them was created by Fruit of the Loom as an April Fool's joke. Okay? That's why I need to mention this. They're saying, so Fruit of the Loom created a cornucopia logo for an April Fool's joke. And people are putting that on tags in Photoshop and saying, look, I found the Fruit of the Loom tag. No,
Yeah,
you didn't. Fruit of the Loom purposely made that for an April Fool's joke. But
yeah.
back to the Rick rolling, they're saying that it's been around since 2008. I would say like 2014, not 2008. That's too far back.
Yeah.
And it was an April Fool's Day event by YouTube. So another April Fool's thing. I thought that was an interesting connection there.
Oh, that's weird.
But
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to read to you what I just read, like the actual sentence. Hold on. Because I'm going by what was in the in the search results, and I want to tell you exactly what it says. Give me 1 second. April. I'm
Yeah,
finding on
I've got
page.
one of
Here we
those.
go.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, give me 1 second. I just lost it again. I do
Oh,
find
no.
on page again. All right, here we go. It says the meme grew out of a similar bait and switch trick called duck rolling. I have never heard of duck rolling, not once. Yes or no in the chat while I read this. Have you ever heard of duck rolling? Duck rolling that was popular on the 4chan website in 2006. The video bait and switch trick grew popular on 4chan by 2007 during April Fool's Day and spread to other internet sites later that year. The meme gained mainstream attention in 2008 through several publicized events, particularly when YouTube used it on its 2008 April Fool's Day event.
Huh.
I've never heard of duck rolling.
No.
Jessica says no ducks.
No duck.
Quack, quack. F no for Richard Minnick. Quack, quack, no for Wendy B. Hey, Wendy B. Hey, Jessica S. So it looks like we're getting some spaced out radio carpooling happening.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. WTF is duck rolling sounds stupid. No, I remember the hamster dance too, Michael. Let me look up duck rolling, and I will read that to you, because I don't know what duck rolling is, but apparently it's related to 4chan. Let's see. So duck roll is the earliest bait and switch. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna send you a picture to put on the screen. Okay. Splatter.
Yeah.
Sending you a picture right now. So while I read about it, you can show them what duck rolling is.
Okay.
But it's still bait and switch with a video.
Again, they like to do that, don't they?
I'll wait till you have it up on the screen before I read it.
What the heck? Oh, is this? Oh, that's funny. Oh, I can't get it. That's about as best as I can do right there.
I mean, there is a video. I could send the video to you.
Well, maybe after.
Okay. I'm going to get a link to copy. Let's see. It won't let me put it in the background. This is embedded, so I don't know if it's going to work for you, but we're going to try. I'm going to send you the link and see if it's a YouTube link or something. No, that says JPEG. We don't want a JPEG. I will try. Oh, shoot. I will try to get you a video link. Give me 1 second. If I get kicked out, I'll be right back. Okay, I found the video. It is 18 years old with 1.1 million views.
Wow.
And the one below it is 15 years old. Let's see, I'm trying to see if that's the oldest one. 16 years old, 12 million views for Rickrolled. I guess we should show both, considering, like, Jackie doesn't know what it is. Someone just joined. I'm not there. You're going to have to wait a moment, because I'm getting...
Everyone.
And that's amazing.
Everyone, you're about to get rickrolled.
I was kicked offline for a moment. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Because Splatter got kicked out too.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go. I'm back now. Okay.
Yep. Hi, Valley Parks. Can you hear me? I've said hi 3 times now.
Oh, I found someone who remembers like just Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I wasn't sure if that was just me or
Okay.
not.
Oh, that might be my chat because I get kicked out.
Okay, I'll try to go back to the duck now.
Oh, you can't.
Sounds cracked.
No, I can hear you, Jackie. Go ahead. I was just going to read the
Oh, I
the
thought
thing, but go ahead.
the movie title was not allowed or something. I mean, it is kind of gory, but yeah, no, I thought it was also like just Texas, blah blah blah, and it didn't have the
But
in the beginning.
no,
But yeah,
it
that
was just
happens.
Texas.
Yeah, well now it has the.
Okay, there we
which
go.
happens.
That doesn't make any sense.
All right, guys, I'm gonna read real quick. So, give me a moment.
You got this? Can you see this, Sandy?
Yes, I just put it on the screen.
Okay.
So this is Duck Roll, and it says originated in the mid 2000s on 4chan as a response to a world filter Moot had put on the site. In an interview with TechCrunch, He explained that he set up a filter to change the word egg to duck. Whenever someone posted the word egg roll, it was changed to duck roll. After seeing the filter in action, users started posting links to an image of a duck with wooden wheels as a bait and switch, advertising the link to be an exciting post. While no exact date has been pinpointed, Lurkmore Wiki says the phenomenon began in mid-November 2006. But the earliest archived 4chan thread was a duck roll with a duck roll appeared on December 12, 2006. The same day by Shinigami Muffin, and that's the person who has the video up as well. It is 4.5 minutes of a still image of a mallard duck with truck tires instead of feet, while Dark Materia's The Picard song plays in the background. Users would then post bait and switch links to the video. This was the antecedent to users linking to Rick Astley's video for Never Gonna Give You Up. Only a handful of the YTMNDs were created. The first was made by user Greg Unit on January 25th, 2007. And that, if you want to play it, do me a favor. We don't have to play the duck roll video because it's just this image with a song in the background. So all you would see is an image. You wouldn't see anything moving, just this image with a song. But if you want to pull up the Rick Astley one, because it shows an example of it happening. It's not just the video. It's someone presenting something and he gets Rick rolled. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So the video I sent you, Splatter, is someone getting Rick rolled, not the Rick Astley video.
Will you send me another one now?
Yeah, I did send you a link after the there's two links. The bottom link, and please mute the video before we play it.
Yeah.
It's okay, Valley Parks, and welcome to YouTube.
I'm going quackers over this.
I see. That's what Richard Minnick said. Quackers.
Some
This
people remember
quacky.
him dying in 2012.
Who? Rick Astley?
Yeah,
Nope.
I don't remember that obviously, but I knew of him
It wa-
before the Rick rolling.
When I was a kid, Sandy knows, but when I was a kid, he was a great singer, and then it turned out he was gay. It was like, seriously?
Is he really gay? Are you sure? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
Oh, the Rick Astley thing? That's a whole gay song, that whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, it was like Boy George.
oh, is that why his lyrics are so good? No, why he understands? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, Boy George,
I guess that makes
dude.
sense now when he considers the lyrics.
I'll listen to Culture Club all day. Okay, I will personally have a conversation with Boy George because he's like from the '80s. Okay, these guys are from the '80s. I would sit there and have a conversation with these guys and be like, and they would explain everything of their songs. Their Karma Chameleon was based on a drummer. I believe it was. I believe it was the drummer. He was in a relationship with the drummer.
Okay. Okay, I got it right on it, so it just happens right away now.
It's like Billy Idol. You know, Billy Idol's like the man. Yeah.
It's still here, right?
Billy Idol.
You're not presenting, Splatter.
No, I am going to be
I'm
now.
just surprised that he looks so young in the video. But his voice is so deep and manly kind of thing. Like I was kind of shocked. Like I'd only ever heard the song. Then when I saw the video, I was like, he looks like a teenager or something, like early 20s at most. And
Okay.
Okay,
like
Jack.
25.
I'm presenting a video from Wolf, the guy I mentioned before, Wolf,
Wolverine?
whatever it is.
Pretty sure he's like
But
25.
it's someone getting rickrolled. For those of you that don't know what it is, here we go.
Okay, I fast forwarded it right to where it happened. So basically, it's just him doing his presentation until this moment.
Actually, rewind it a little bit so you can see the presentation.
Okay,
Just
the whole
so you can.
thing?
Yeah, no, just a little bit, like 2 seconds.
Like this much, maybe here. That'll be good.
Yes, just so you can see he's doing a presentation.
Yeah.
and then mute it because I don't want to copyright for the song.
Okay. Mute. Or mute after, or does it matter?
No, just mute it.
Okay, it's muted now.
So he's doing his presentation in the middle of it. That's being rickrolled.
Yeah, see now
The
it's on
video starts
screen.
playing.
Yeah.
That's it.
What does it come in? What?
So silly.
That was a
So
practical
those
joke.
are
Well,
You were
what is
talking
it?
about ducks and being duck rolled. I don't know if it was ever officially debunked, but on different science, I saw it the first time and I thought it was just some silly hoax, and then I kept seeing it on different
Never.
science shows about ducks. Our neighbors had ducks, and when ducks got frisky, they mated the way many other animals mate: dogs, cats, chickens, very similar on the ground, the traditional way. And then this thing went around the internet about ducks mating in the air, and the male's private part would extend like this big, like long string. And it
Corkscrew.
was bizarre. It was just totally bizarre and ridiculous. But this kept coming out on different science shows, and I don't know if it ever got debunked or it's still out there, or if you even know what I'm talking about.
I heard that ducks are actually lesbians. That's what I heard. They get forced into it. Don't surprise
Yeah,
me.
yeah. Well,
Uh,
my experiences with ducks is they're just the same as most animals, but there's all this weirdness. There were
Like a
these
default.
videos, and the male's private part, when he got excited, it would come out, but it would be this big, long, like 2 or 3 foot
What the hell?
string thing, and then somehow that was supposed to um, connect with the female in the air. It wasn't even. It wasn't even possible. It was ridiculous. It was stupid looking. But this just kept coming up in all these different science shows about
Oh,
ducks, and
really?
yeah,
so
That's
and other
so
people
ridiculous.
started showing it on their shows. Like, did you know that this happens with ducks?
What the
Wow,
hell?
And
In
I'm
the
like,
sky.
it's bizarre, and so I don't know if it's a psyop or what it is.
Yeah.
it's a
I mean, you'd have
corkscrew.
to talk to someone who's actually seen that in real life, eh?
I mean, they have video of it, but it's like anything can be doctored, or so.
I haven't seen it. I don't want to see
Hello,
it.
Jessica
It's
S.
bizarre.
No, it's a corkscrew.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I'm not going to say it though, but yeah.
I'm not gonna say anything. It's a corkscrew.
Yankees.
That's all.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
know. That's what I
corkscrew.
heard as well, but I'm just not going to say it. But yeah, that's what I heard. It's because they don't want it, so that's why it's like designed
Yeah,
like that. It's like forceful because nature has to go and do that. So.
yeah, I
I mean, it doesn't
understand that,
have
but
to. In my opinion, it's
isn't
like all of this is kind of coding, so it's like someone's coding it that way, but they could. I mean, obviously, there's been many changes, Mandela effect changes in nature and anatomy and stuff like that. So it's pretty much just whatever they want to change it as. It's all design, in my opinion. It's not just random chance. Like, there's obviously clear designs in that. So whoever's, there could be multiple people adding their input. To be honest, I think that if that's the case, they're kind of crazy. But that's the reality of the situation. It is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it. If they can change your anatomy, then we're no power at all. No power at all. So may as well just accept it.
welcome Pete Hammer to the chat.
Pete Hammer.
Mhm. Yeah, Pete was here
That's a
last
cool
month in
name.
panel as well.
I wonder if that's
That's
Mike
cool
Hammer's
name.
brother.
I wanted to talk about something that happened. I finally got a question that I was wondering answered this week.
Sure.
I mentioned before that my mom had passed away, and so this week the relatives came into town to have the burial and everything. Well, anyway, we're
I'm
east of
sorry.
Pittsburgh, and they live north of Detroit, so we made this trip dozens of times back and forth. And now it depends on how fast you drive, if you stop to eat, and all that. But like a typical trip up there would take maybe 7 hours. That's with a restaurant stop and this and that. If you were in a blizzard, it could take 8 hours. You could get there in maybe 6 if you really didn't stop and all that. And so anyway, I got there one time back in the 1980s, I think. I got there in 5 hours, but that was pedal to the metal, not stopping. Could have gotten tickets because we were trying to get to a wedding rehearsal dinner. So you to get there in 5 hours, you had to speed really crazy and not
Where's you
stop.
going?
This is between north of Detroit and east of Pittsburgh. So it's the entire Ohio Turnpike, a little bit of the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and maybe an hour or so into Michigan. And so my family all came down and they're like, when we were kids, we thought this trip took like 6 or 7 hours. They're like, it only takes 5. And they stopped to eat. They stopped to go to the bathroom. They didn't speed. So now this, let's just say 7-hour trip with the restaurant stop is now 5 hours. And not only that, but time is going faster. So that means it's even shorter. So probably the land shrunk. But I've
Do you
been
want me to play
wondering
devil's
for
advocate?
years.
Because
Go ahead. I've been wondering for years what that time has gone down to, like between where
There's
they
a different
live and
highway they
Louisville.
take. One's quicker,
It
one's
it,
longer.
it, it, it takes 1
No.
to 2 hours less time to get there now than it used to.
the only logical explanation I can think of is that the speed limits were raised so that
Right.
you're driving faster. But I also believe that shifty things are happening to the continents, and it's very possible that the distance is shorter.
The thing is, they know it's different. They know it's different, but they're laughing it off as that they remember it different. No, it really was different. But they just clicked right to we're remembering it wrong. You're not remembering it wrong. It took a lot longer to get there before. But this is happening all over the world that people are finding places further away or less far away all over the place.
And that is a big expanse. Like you're going through all of Ohio, um, a little bit of Michigan. Do you go through Illinois?
No.
No.
I'm
That's on
east
the
of
other side.
Pittsburgh. I'm east of Pittsburgh. They're north of Detroit.
Oh,
You take
Pittsburgh.
the
Pittsburgh is the town.
90.
They
You
live in
take the
Romeo.
90 and
They
you go
live
up to
they live in Romeo, Michigan, and I'm halfway between Pittsburgh and Greensburg in Pennsylvania.
Indiana.
you take the 90 and you go
So
up to the
we get
40, I
on
think it is.
exit 7 on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. We go to the Ohio Turnpike. We drive the entire Ohio Turnpike. Then you get into Michigan and you go through Detroit and then
So
you go
wait, that's what I was going to ask. I didn't mean Illinois. I meant Indiana. You don't touch Indiana at all?
no.
No.
You just cut
No.
the whole thing. Almost the whole trip is the Ohio Turnpike.
You're closer to Sandusky.
Right, I understand that, but I'm looking at the map.
Now, you take the
And
90
Michigan,
to the 40 or something.
It's
right?
not
But
exit
how
7
do you miss
anymore.
Indiana? I don't understand that.
You take the
You're only
79
on
to
the
the
Ohio
90.
Turnpike. You don't go into any other state. The whole trip, almost the whole trip is you go the entire length of Ohio on the Ohio Turnpike.
No, what I'm saying is Michigan must dip down further than I thought it did
Oh, okay, that's
for
possible.
you to miss Indiana.
Yeah, I
There
think
must
that
be like a section of Michigan that's further
the
down, so you can go
Pennsylvania
right from
exit
Ohio.
is not 7 anymore. They renumbered them, and so I don't know. It was 7 most of my life, but I don't know what number it is now. They renumbered them.
I'm just gonna go look at
Yeah,
a map real quick.
it's like the 40 or something.
It could be. I don't know. They renumbered
Oh my
them.
gosh,
If
guys,
you
I
if
have to
you
leave
if you
again.
go If you go
I
up
have
to
to leave
90,
again and come back. I'll be right back. My browser won't let me open another tab again. I'll be right back.
But 5 hours to get there had to be speeding like a crazy person and not stopping
well,
at all.
no,
And now 5 hours, you do a leisurely trip, you stop and go to the bathroom, you go into a sit down restaurant and order a meal, and you do all that, and you still get here in 5 hours.
all right. The whole point is that like I went to go visit my aunt in West Virginia, and it was supposed to be 4.5 hour drive. I got lost because I haven't been there in 20 years, but it took us 8.5 hours to get to our house because I didn't know where the exit was. And that, Jefferson Avenue, right?
Yeah, it's bad if you get lost. That's not a good thing.
You know where Jefferson Avenue is, right?
Jefferson Avenue, where?
In Pittsburgh, right? Right off the 90 or 79.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Jefferson Avenue. And that was the exit. I was like, I don't remember the exit. I just
You know
remember
what?
my
I'm lying.
grandmother.
I'm lying. Since you said Pittsburgh, I thought I'm going to sound stupid if I don't say yes, but I don't know of Jefferson
No, no.
Avenue. I don't know that
It's
place.
it's off the 79. It's Jefferson Avenue, and then it goes to the 844.
It could be. That's probably a different side of Pittsburgh than I usually go
Yeah,
on.
it's on the west end
Uh,
of
if it's
Pittsburgh.
in the West End, I almost never go to the West End, so that could be over there. I'm east. I'm not only on the East End. I'm past the East End. I'm east of Pittsburgh.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't been there in like 20 years, but there was a McDonald's there. I was like, this is. And it was the exit, Chestnut Street. That's what I
Okay, yeah,
remember.
Chestnut
Chestnut
Street
Street.
rings a bell. That rings a bell. Chestnut Street.
Yeah, Chestnut Street off of the 79 is where my grandmother lived, and then like
Okay.
this, the exit before Chestnut Street was where we were supposed to get off. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was here. Turned out it was Jefferson Avenue.
So, like, it wasn't the
It-
right street. It
no,
wasn't
it,
the
it
street
was
you
just
remembered.
yes, exactly. I was like, I'm pretty sure the exit was like right after Chestnut Street, and it turned out it was before Chestnut Street.
Oh, like it flipped. It changed positions.
Something like that. I was like, I'm pretty sure my mom drove me up Chestnut Street and then past it, and then we went to the exit after.
Roads have
Turns
moved.
out,
I mean, people all over the place are talking about roads that have disappeared, roads that have appeared, roads that have moved, roads that are shorter, longer, twistier, straighter. So yeah, it could very well be different now.
so I go and we finally go to my aunt's house, and then whatever, we stay at the hotel or whatever, and then I asked them specifically. I was like, listen, I need to know a faster way to get here. How do I get from the 79 to the 2? Because I live in West Virginia. They're like, well, if you get off at exit, it's like 22. Or not exit 22, but it's the 22. If you take
22
the
goes through
22,
Minnesota.
it goes to the 2. It's like, okay, we'll take that the next time because it goes up. Actually goes through Pennsylvania to West Virginia, down through West Virginia, which is they live off of that. They live off the 2, right? And I'm like, why didn't you tell us that before? So we're not driving 5.5 hours, you know?
So
Really
did they tell
quickly.
you two different things?
I'm sorry. Go on.
Kind of. they were like, well, the 20. I think it was a 22, and it's a single lane or something. It's like a double wide lane, and you gotta like worry about the traffic coming this way or
I
something.
know
Well, I don't care.
Route 22 runs you runs there's a turnpike exit in Monroeville that comes out on the Route 22 and it runs through Monroeville and then it's going towards Pittsburgh. And then my mind is blanking out. I've never been good with directions. I'm not sure where it goes after that. Route 22.
Well,
It may go through the tubes down to West Virginia. That is possible. I'm very
yeah,
bad
but
with geography like that.
we were going up to 79, and we stopped off at Edinburgh.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
So yeah,
I am almost. I almost forgot what I was going to say for a minute. I wanted to thank Jessica for saying to please like, share, and subscribe.
So yeah, your
But
exit moved and your relatives told you two different things because maybe they're confused. Yeah, that could be.
and
yeah, it could be.
Jessica says that ducks reproductive organs on the males can be as
Our
long as their
culture.
body now. And I also pointed out that it is now the same with hermit crabs. That hermit crabs' reproductive organs grow to the length that they need to reach outside of the shell. So if they get a
So,
bigger shell, it grows longer so that it can reach outside of the shell. So that way they don't have to leave their shell to reproduce. Because if they leave their shell, another hermit crab can steal it, and that makes them a target for predators. And that was a Mandela I covered a little while back. So I just wanted to
why
point
do
that
they
out because
need
it
a
was in the chat.
shell? Is there a reason why they're hermits?
Because they molt so much.
Yeah,
They molt?
the shell protects them from predators.
Yeah, they
Um,
molt.
this,
They will actually now. I may show it. Maybe we should show the Mandela so you can see it because it's kind of crazy what they do. It's a whole behavior that I've never heard of, never seen them do. But I don't, I'm not a hermit crab expert, so I could just could be
Hold on,
information
Sandy,
I didn't know.
Sandy. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Lobsters, crabs, crawfish, and shrimp. I think it is shrimp. They all shed their skin to grow. Okay. The biggest hermit crab was about 5 pounds. Okay. And the biggest lobster was 30 pounds. It was 28.9 pounds.
Right, but
The biggest lobster.
what does that have to do with a hermit crab
Because
in a shell?
all I'm saying is that the hermit crab, they molt. They're crab,
I didn't even know
right?
that.
They're
Like a snake.
because they yes, like a snake, but you
Weird.
have to
They don't
understand
make their own
crab.
shell. They have to steal
Never
someone
heard of
else's
that.
shell.
I
No,
don't
no,
anyway.
they don't steal anybody's shell. They find the shell and they go, I'm gonna live
It's,
in here, right?
yeah, it's not.
This is how hermit crabs can hermit crabs can like literally live in a bottle cap, and that's their shell.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's why hermit crabs are so vulnerable to predators because they don't have the shell. And predators would be, say, like,
Yeah, what
what is that?
predators?
They're a
Like,
type of fish.
okay. But they're not in the water, or are they?
Yeah,
Are they
they're in the
actually?
water. They're in
I
the
thought they were
water.
just like on the in the sand, like on
No,
beaches. Which in that case, we would be the
no,
predators. Or actually,
they're in the water.
I'm pretty sure
Crabs
I've
are in
seen
the water.
videos of them under shells on the beach. I think I've actually seen them in person too. Actually,
No, They
No,
don't go on the
go on.
beach. They stay in the
Yeah.
water. They find a shell. It's a spiral shell.
No.
Yeah,
It's
They,
a spiral
whatever shell they
shell.
can find.
I thought they were
Anything that
insane.
could they get? No, anything
Yeah, I mean,
that
I've
a
seen.
hermit crab can find is a shell. If they find
Yeah.
a shell,
Yeah,
it's
I
a spiral
understand.
shell.
There's pictures all over the show of crabs and stuff.
Okay,
I think Wendy B is correct.
Anyways,
they find whatever they can find to make a shell. They can find a
yes,
bottle cap.
yes, yeah, I agree with you.
All I'm saying is that molting, the molting, they shed their skin and they're vulnerable because they're tender.
Oh,
Every time they grow their skin, it's like a sickness. When it comes to molting, their skin gets shed off, and then like they're uh, chewy or whatever, and they're so much easier to get.
Yeah. I hear you, Wendy. Oh,
I can't see the chat because I'm trying to find this presentation. And of course, I can't find it. It's amazing. I have no idea what I tried hermit crab. It's not there.
Yeah, they shed their skin.
But that's not
They're molting.
what I'm talking about. It's not about molting. I mean, it is, but it's not. It's not the
no,
issue.
it's not
I,
about
I,
molting.
I know, I know, but when they molt, they find a shell and they just find that so
yep,
they can protect them because
yep,
they don't want to get eaten.
Right.
yep.
That's my whole point.
Okay.
Snorting, snipping.
I had to pick
Yeah.
crawfish.
I'll
I'm
see if I can
sorry.
find. I can't find the presentation. I'm just gonna see if I can find a picture. Because it's a behavior that I was unaware of. That apparently happens all the time,
Right.
and I'm getting a couple pictures of it.
Oh, okay. I see now.
What do you see? Because I didn't send anything.
Oh, I just seen messages in private chat. That's all. I thought there was something you sent.
Oh no, not yet. But I did find the bottle cap to show that Michael was mentioning. What is
Yeah, I
that?
know that. I say a hermit crab, they don't grow their own shell. They have to steal or find another shell.
Yeah, they can't grow a shell. Yeah, I mean that would be interesting.
Yes, no, they can't grow a shell.
If
Doesn't
they
make the hermit
grew
crab
one, yeah.
doesn't make the hermit crab different from any other crab that way.
Well, what about snails? Where does their shell come from?
Well, they grow it.
Does anyone grow a shell?
Most all animal shell creatures grow their
Turtles.
shell.
Turtles grow shells.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
just the hermit crab. That's what makes it stand out.
Oh, that martyr
I
or
mean, hermit
matter
crabs.
turtle is.
Any shellfish grows a shell, but they're also in another shell. That's the thing. Their whole
Okay.
body is a shell. This is what I was
Have you
trying
seen
to.
the
Oh, go on.
um matter or master turtle? I don't really know how you pronounce it, but yeah, that looks insane to me. That turtle, that's horrifying. I'm pretty sure that's got to be a Mandela effect. Like
The
that's
whole turtle is a
crazy.
Mandela effect.
Matter turtle. It just looks it that looks horrifying. It looks like crazy. I can't even believe that exists. That's
What? You
insane.
mean a snapping turtle?
Maybe something like that. It's called Mata, and it just looks insane. Like that's
That's a
crazy.
snapping turtle.
Whoever designed that has a sick mind. I don't know. It's so
That,
scary looking.
that's
Hmm?
a snapping turtle.
You said that 3 times now.
I don't know if it
It's
is a
got a
snapping
beak.
turtle. It's called Mata Mata. I don't know.
Sounds like a snapping turtle.
It's called Mata Mata. I don't know. I feel like if you had seen it, like you probably would be reacting differently because it looks messed up. Like, it looks
Can
seriously
you
messed up.
can you show a picture of it?
It's an easy Google search. Really, it's not hard. Just look it up. But
I,
yes.
I don't know how to spell it.
What? You don't know how to spell
How do
Mata?
you,
It might be
M
Racky.
Mata?
A
Racky.
T X. Oh, sorry. Anyways,
Hmm.
looks messed up. Looks very crazy down to me.
Sounds like a snapping turtle.
It's not.
Holy man.
Just type in Mata Mata turtle. I don't think it
Mata
is.
Mata.
Yep. Gross. Actual disgrace.
I'm actually making slides right now because it won't take the. I'm gonna put them in Flickr so that way you don't have to try to show all of these.
So gross.
Because it's a behavior that I do not recall, and I really wish I knew what I named the presentation, but
Oh no, you've lost it. And
it's in Flickr somewhere. I just don't know what it's called.
that's pretty funny. You got over 100,000 things in Flickr, Sandy.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Finding it is not easy.
No,
You
you're
know?
looking for that proverbial needle in that haystack.
Yes. If I didn't name it something logical like hermit crab, I'm not finding it.
It's hiding in its own shell.
Seriously. But I'm looking for a specific picture that was in that presentation, and I can't seem to find it. I found
They don't
others,
have
but
teeth.
the other one was better.
They just need some horrifying teeth to go with it. And then it'd be really like horror movie material. Someone's got to
Like
have
a
some
squid.
teeth in there.
So,
Inside of a penguin's mouth looks crazy as well. Like, I don't know who came up with that one. It's like, yeah, someone's got a real horror mind for
Why are you
sure.
looking inside a penguin's mouth?
It's a Mandela effect. Ava's reported on it many times actually. That's where I got it from.
Eva?
Yeah, from Once Upon a Timeline. It's yeah, people don't
I had,
remember
I had a conversation
inside
with her.
penguins' mouths like looking like that. Obviously, I didn't go up to a penguin and look in its mouth. It's like there's photos online. There's photos online.
Yeah.
I
I
can't even afford
I
to go
like
to the aquarium. So what's that?
I like I like literally had a conversation with her, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "Eva, this is awesome. You're actually talking." And she's like, "Yeah, thank you." You know, and she's like,
What do you
I'm
mean?
like just having a conversation. I was
Oh, okay.
talking to her. You know, I
Like,
had an
what do you
interview
mean? Like
based.
when? Like how?
This was about 2.5 years ago.
Oh, right. I see. Okay.
Yeah, it was about 2.5 years ago. I had a conversation with her, and I was talking to her, and I kind of interviewed her in a way. And I'm like, "How did you get into this?" And she's like, "All this stuff just started happening."
Yeah, I
It
think it
was,
was
it was,
Arctica for her. I think that was it. When she realized that Arctica was gone. I don't know if we're even talking about the same person, honestly, but yeah.
Ava. Once upon a time.
I would naturally I prefer like Eva, but I think it's pronounced Eva, so that's how you're supposed to say it.
yes,
But if you
Eva.
Oh,
it just
Yeah.
yeah it's
Ava.
naturally like with my accent Eva is just more it just yeah
N-
feels better or
Well,
whatever.
the whole the whole thing was my my daughter's name is Gabriella Eve, and she's like, "Well, thank you for naming my Thank you for naming your kid after me. I was like, I didn't name your kid after. I didn't name my kid after you. Her name is Gabriella Eve. All right, that's the only thing we can think of. So it was so funny because she was like, "That is so funny," because Eve,
Oh,
same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'd even heard of that name before.
What?
Eva or Eva. Or maybe I don't know. It's not a common name, or at least it wasn't. I've heard it since quite a few times now, and I've seen it
you
and
still
stuff.
here,
But
Wendy?
right, I don't
I
really
am
remember
here.
it being popular, like a
Oh,
popular
I was asking if
name.
Wendy was
In
still here.
Australia, it's not.
Oh,
I don't know anyone with that name. No one in Australia. Like, we have different names that are popular, I guess, or like common.
Well,
Especially with guys'
Keith,
names, like
you want to
James is so popular. Like every second
Oh,
guy's
okay.
named James.
you want to explain this to you? I can
I
explain this to you.
No, please.
I'm
All
uploading
right,
it.
Please.
I'm
we have
uploading.
get.
I can't see the chat right now, everyone.
Please.
Splatter, you're in charge right now.
Oh, great.
Okay,
But I can't put no one
my whole thing,
backstage.
Mm-hmm.
my whole thing is like, uh, Gabriella was already established, right?
Hint.
We couldn't find a middle name.
Should you
Okay.
be talking about your daughter online?
I'm just explaining this.
I
I'm explaining
understand.
this.
I'm just saying. Would your
She's.
daughter be okay with you
It's okay.
talking about her online?
It's okay. I'm just.
Drunk.
Trust me. Hold on. So I was going through school, college, right? And I was flicking through the book, and the one teacher was named Eva. And I sent my wife a text. I'm like, Gabriella Eva, or no, Eva, because we couldn't find a middle name for her name, right? So, and she goes, what? We settled on Gabriella. And I'm like, Gabriella Eve. And she's like, I love it.
Got it.
Okay, we're about to present. We're going back to the hermit crabs, everyone. We're about to present.
Okay, good.
So the thing I
Uh,
covered was people using, like Michael said, hermit crabs will use anything, including a bottle cap. Well, a Japanese artist made 3D printed shells because there's like a shell shortage.
I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
So you're seeing hermit crabs use trash like bottle caps because they need something to protect themselves. But there's also a behavior they do, and I'm going to show you at the end of this. So at the top is one of the 3D printed shells, and underneath is that it's a glass bottle with the cap on it.
Yeah.
So, but luckily I guess the ocean made the glass bottle not sharp. But the hermit crab is using a broken glass bottle and a cap as a shell.
Well, you can see the broken parts of glass.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
I
the
forgot about that.
behavior, if you go on, you can go on. So here's more of those 3D printed shells that they made.
Oh, look at that. The castle thing.
And next you're going to see it in real life, like them on the beach in the shells. And they also made metal ones. But stay here. So the behavior, yes or no in the chat. Do you recall hermit crabs lining up by size to trade shells?
What?
So, like the biggest hermit crab would find a new shell, right? And then all the the hermit crabs smaller than them would line up behind them so that they could all upgrade to a bigger shell. One at a time in a line like dominoes they would climb out of their current shell and move to the shell in front of them in a line. That is a behavior that I was unaware of, and you will see it on the next slide.
I've
Go
never
ahead.
heard of that. That's funny.
Go ahead,
I
next slide so they
I
can see it.
kind of know that.
I
I
don't
kind
know.
of know that
This is
because they
hermit
upgrade.
crabs lining up to upgrade their home. And when they do so, their reproductive organ grows so that they don't need to leave the shell to reproduce.
Wicked. There's a real swap meet.
And hermit crabs grow. They will grow. They will keep molting and growing as with each shell that they're in. So the bigger the shell, the bigger they get. If they find a bigger shell, they'll get bigger. It's sort of like goldfish.
Yeah.
Like when they dumped the goldfish in the lake, the goldfish just kept growing.
Yeah.
They stay smaller, confined to an aquarium. But when they're in a large body of water, goldfish get freaking huge.
Yes,
And that's a Mandela for me as well.
Yeah, right here in where I live, there's some in one lake they found like 3-foot goldfish from people letting their goldfish loose.
And according
Yeah,
to
they're called carp.
according to marine biologists, the final form of all species is crab. Like species will evolve to eventually become crab. That is the final form. I've never heard that before, but apparently that is the science, and we must trust the science because that's what they claim.
If you let go of a goldfish in a lake or something, they become carp.
Can you zoom in on the bottom two images, please? I mean, you can see it on the top clearly. They're all lined up to switch shells from biggest to littlest, but the bottom ones can really show.
Yeah.
It's just small. I don't know if you could zoom in on them, please. You should just be able to click on it. There you go. So you can see they're all lining up to trade shells.
You know what carp is, right?
Yes.
It's a very bony fish. Yep.
It's just a giant goldfish.
Yeah, scientist crab rolling you.
Yeah, crab roll.
Well, no, I'm talking about like, no, they look a little different. They're not gold colored, for example. Carp is silver, whereas a goldfish is gold.
Yeah.
The orange.
No, but but goldfish after time they turn like a silver color. And they turn into carp.
No. The goldfish that people had.
He's correct. The goldfish were selectively bred from carp. They just started with carp, and then they kept, breeding the shiniest ones, and then until they got them to that full gold color. It is a fancy carp. A goldfish is a fancy carp.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is people took their goldfish from their tanks, dumped them in rivers, and they grew to enormous sizes and are still gold.
Exactly.
Still gold, still red, still orange.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, that once they're gold, they're going to stay gold. Right. It's just so it would do anything another carp would do, and carps do grow big sizes and big bodies. Right. So for me, that's not new. For me, that always happened.
Yeah, but carp is kind of tasty, but I don't really feel like Susie Goldfish is gonna be like a adequate meal, Just
I'm gonna look up what the largest carp is, just to see it, to compare it to the goldfish.
Like 39 pounds. It was like 39 pounds.
Oh my gosh, 231 pounds. 231 pounds.
Is that the ones what they found here?
No,
I'm gonna send you pictures.
It was somewhere in Detroit or something.
No, it was in the UK, and it was in Telegram.
Okay.
There are a lot of
And
big ones, don't get me wrong.
It looks like a goldfish.
No, they don't. It doesn't look like a goldfish. The goldfish look like goldfish.
What? I'm just saying. Goldfish change color after a little bit. The more they get bigger, they change.
Well, they don't change color.
They'll change color.
I'm gonna send pictures to Splatter to show.
All right, just saying. It's goldfish.
And over
Just
and over
change
and over,
color.
like an alcoholic does.
What?
So I'm gonna show carp compared to goldfish, so we can just see the difference. That's another picture of the big bad boy at the top. Oh my goodness, guys. Wait until you see this carp. It's from 2 different angles.
Oh.
Cool.
Actually, these are 2 different ones. Wow. Wait until you guys see this. It's just crazy. And one of the carp do have like a goldfish type golden tail, but
Yeah.
you can tell immediately the difference between the goldfish and the carp.
Thank you, Preliminal. I couldn't remember the name of that. Koi, yeah.
A koi fish is bigger, yes.
So koi is Japanese.
The koi is a fancy carp.
Yeah, it's a Japanese carp.
I'm almost there. Give me 1 second, guys. I can't just upload them.
Okay.
Because if I do, it tells me that the files are corrupted because they're low quality photos. So I have to throw them into slides. That was another reason why I started making slides, by the way. It's because if you try to upload just photos from the internet to Flickr, it will tell you that some of them are corrupted, and then you lose those pieces of residue. And I don't want to do that, so I put them into slides.
We all sound like we're slow.
I always hated the what do you call it? What is it?
Yeah.
Presentation.
Splatter, I am getting the link for you right now.
Okay.
So guys, we are going to look at carp followed by goldfish that were released into the wild. Please don't release your goldfish into the wild. Just take care of them. They only last about a year on average. Take care of them and then dispose of them properly.
Yeah.
6 years.
I don't know if these were all from distant, but yeah, they found some around here like that.
Small yellow fish with green eyes that swims up to your hand.
What am I doing? Oh, I gotta stop sharing. I'm already sharing
Yes.
something.
Yeah, I can. All I see is the hermit crabs. That's why I didn't do anything.
Yeah, okay. That'll be, get rid of that one. Okay.
Emerald eyes of the yellow pygmy goby.
On yet? Oh, he's muted at least. That's good.
I will drop a link for you. Preliminal. I believe this is the fish you're looking for.
Okay. Uh-huh. What we got?
Oh, wait, hold on. I have to get a real link. Let me delete the comment.
Oh.
It's split it. It's one of those Google links that are gigantic. And it put it into two comments.
There we are.
LJ dropped out. We're adding LJ back to the stage. I already found it for you, Preliminal. Here you go.
It's okay.
Okay, so So here's a carp. This is the biggest carp I've ever found. The one on the bottom, 607. I think I said it was 671 pounds or 267 pounds. Gigantic. It's gigantic. Um,
Yeah, it looks like I guess 300 pounds or whatever. I think.
yeah, it's 267 pounds. I just looked
Yeah,
at it.
pretty much 300.
Yeah, so these are two different ones though.
Yeah, but different people hold them, so it must be different.
Mm-hmm. Yes. They also have a different size face, different shaped face.
Yeah,
We can go to the next one.
the scarring here beside it looks similar to this one. That's about it. Oh wow, this guy's fat.
Those are also carp. They
Like
are not the biggest anymore, but they were at the time.
the beer belly on that guy. Yeah.
And now we have the goldfish. What
Yeah.
happens when you release them in the wild? Please don't release goldfish in the wild.
Yeah. I think it was Burnaby Lake they found him in up here. About that big.
Mhm.
I like to look
Get the
that up.
next one because they can they're just goldfish.
Yeah. And this
Oh my
is still
god.
growing. Look at this one down here is still on its way
That's
to that size.
Fishermen, please stop giving the fish beer, says Noise Guru. Because of the carp in the second slide.
Yeah, please get your fish beer.
Preliminal, I messed up I sent a Google link. I fixed it. The new scientist link below should work.
We gonna join us?
No. He said he's trying to find a yellowfish with green eyes. I think I found it.
Oh.
It's the yellow pygmy goby, and it's a yellowfish, little yellowfish with, it looks like it has emeralds for eyes.
That is the one.
The goby fish and
Yeah.
buffalo. If you catch one, you have to kill it.
Why?
They're invasive?
They're racist.
The
Any goby
citron
fish.
goby. The clown goby has black eyes, but there's all different types of gobies.
Oh, I know because they come from Japan and they get stuck on the ships, and then like in buffalo, if we catch them, we have to kill them, and it's like
You're repeating it,
I don't
guys.
want to. What?
Oh wow, their fins are
All I'm
beautiful.
saying is, yeah, but the goby fish.
Yeah, I mean they're really tiny. These
You have
fish are
to,
tiny. I'm gonna send a picture to you,
yeah,
Splatter, on
Okay.
Messenger,
they're
just
like
so people can see what we're talking
they're like
about
Oh, Sandy.
from Preliminal.
they're
Yeah,
like
okay.
4 inches long. They're like 4 inches long. It's like,
Oh, it's
why
cute.
kill it? I know it's cute. I want to take it home and put it in my aquarium.
Oh, Preliminal says it isn't the one. It's actually cuter than that. The one that
Oh.
he's talking about. Well, I'm gonna show this one because this one's adorable. If you find the
Yeah.
cuter one, send it to me.
Oh, yeah. Mute.
Mute?
No,
I
not
sent you a
you.
picture.
Yeah, I got it. No, I'm thinking out loud. Sorry,
Okay.
because the alcohol noise is driving me nuts. I lost it. I had it and I lost it. Ugh.
I know. I can see that you lost it.
There, we got it
There it
now.
is. Yep. So he's got emerald green eyes, these beautiful wing-like fins, And he's yellow, and he's teeny tiny.
Oh, it's cute.
He's adorable. He looks
It's
like
not
he's
like the,
frowning.
it's
Look at
not
his
like
little frown. Huh?
the invasive snakeheads in Florida. Like those things aren't cute.
Oh yeah, no. This is adorable. Look at his little chin. Looks like he's about to
Yeah.
cry.
I like his green eyes.
Yeah, the emerald eyes are beautiful. The
Yeah.
wings, the wing-like fins that sparkle. Like I don't know if you can see, like on our right-hand side, it looks like there's like the little cartilage in there. It makes it sparkle.
Yeah. Aw.
Yeah. So is there any Mandelas you want to talk about, guys?
We mentioned them already, I think.
Mm-hmm. It's snowing in the Gulf of America.
Yeah.
It is the Gulf of America now on Google Maps.
Yeah.
And now that I know the history of why it was the Gulf of Mexico, it makes sense to change it to the Gulf of America. Number
Okay.
one, more of America touches the Gulf than Mexico.
Right.
But it used to be called the Gulf of Mexico because people in America would use their boats to travel to Mexico, and they called it the Gulf of Mexico so people would know this is how you get to Mexico. Cross this water here. So they called it the Gulf of Mexico so people would know this will take you to Mexico.
This
Okay?
is the Gulf that takes you to Mexico. It makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so there's no need for that anymore because we have maps, we have the internet, we have airplanes. There's no need for that anymore. So renaming it the Gulf of America makes sense because it is more of an American, it touches more of America than it does Mexico. And the other change, Mount McKinley, the name Denali comes from when it was owned by Russia. So it's Americanized by naming it Mount McKinley. And the thing that the news keeps leaving out is that Trump left the national park. It's still Denali National Park. He didn't change that. He left Denali in there for the natives
Okay.
in the national park name. He just changed the mountain back to Mount McKinley.
Oh, hello, Fast Hemi.
I love how they just leave little things out so that to rile people up and make them upset.
Yeah.
Hello, Fast Hemi.
Well, some people just want to be riled up. It doesn't take them much at all.
So, guys, again, you're all welcome to join. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. For some reason, if you can't see it, here's the link again. Tomorrow night, we will not be having people on the show. Tomorrow night will be the regular show. And you know what? There's 30 people here. I'm going to make the announcement again. I have sad news for everyone. Jeff is no longer a part of the show. He will still be joining us when he can. But he said don't count on him to be here. Because of his job, he's been falling asleep way too early to join any show, even this show tonight. He was asleep when we started at 10 o'clock, which is 9 o'clock his time. And he was already asleep. So, what is this? Morgan's saying Denali, no Devon. Everyone with their Denali this and Denal that. He went down in Georgia. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Morgan. I don't know. What are you talking about? Denali
He
is
lives in
the
Texas.
natives to that region. Supposedly, it stands for tall. So Tall Mountain is Denali in their language, and that's why they called it Denali because the natives are more important than Alaska being part of America. With that big expanse of Canada in between us? No, you want to connect. You want to Americanize that piece of land that is part of America. It was named Mount McKinley by a gold prospector, I believe in 1846
Where is it?
or 1856, something like
Is it
that.
Alaska?
Yeah, it's in Alaska.
Oh, okay.
It's the tallest point in the United States because we own Alaska. And he named it Mount McKinley before President McKinley was President McKinley. He supported him in the presidential election. And he was the first person, the first American to reach the mountain. Not even climb it, reach the base of the mountain. And when he discovered the mountain for America, he called it, what is that noise?
That's my fire alarm.
It's not me.
I'm going to mute you just till it's over. Are you okay? Is there a real fire?
No, there usually isn't. It's a concrete building. It's so fine. It's fine. I'll just turn my mic off for now.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I may have dates off a little bit because I'm telling you this from memory. I'm not reading anything. But he named it Mount McKinley, and the other two peaks around it, the Churchills after Winston Churchill, that was later named by Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson is the one who signed the act, making it Mount McKinley and making the Mount McKinley National Park. And then later on, it was changed to, in 2015 by Obama, changed to Denali National Park and Mount Denali. And President Trump recently changed it back to Mount McKinley, but in respect left the national park Denali National Park. So that is the history of Mount McKinley. It is now Mount McKinley again. And to be honest with you, I never knew Obama changed it. I just knew it as Mount McKinley.
Okay, so you didn't know it was
Commander
Denali?
Commander Zonar says I should have my own special on PBS.
No.
Oh, could you imagine?
Obama was on. Obama was on Bear Grylls show, and he's like, "I'm gonna rename this Mount Denali." You don't remember that?
No.
He
I have
was
no
on the
memory
show.
of
He's
Obama.
like,
I have no memory of Obama changing the name of Mount McKinley to Denali. I'd never heard of it
with Bear Grylls.
until Trump's. What?
With Bear Grylls, he said, "I'm going to rename this to Mount Denali."
What?
Okay.
That's what.
All I know is okay.
Grylls.
That's fine. I may have just not been paying attention. I'm not saying it didn't
All
happen.
I'm saying.
All I'm saying is I never even knew they changed the name.
Even Bear Grylls was like, "This used to be Mount Denali," but President Obama with me, he was there for like 2 days. He's like, "I'm going to change this to Mount Denali." That's what it came from. Bear Grylls.
Hello, pushing buttons. I see we lost LJ again.
I was going to say hello, pushing. Let's turn this on for that.
Anyways, Obama renamed it because of Bear Grylls.
Because of Bear Grylls. His decisions are based off Bear Grylls. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, so Morgan's talking about arm wrestling. That's what he's talking about. He said it was the World Championship arm wrestling. It has been Denali, but Devin, the Canadian from Quebec, beat Denali finally today. So you're saying because it was named Mount Denali, Denali kept winning? And now that it's Mount McKinley, Devin won? Is that what you're saying, Morgan?
Something like that.
No, Commander, while I agree, Biden's feels that like that even worse for me.
Oh, wait. I just got to say, if Biden was in Montanelli, he lost around the corner. What? Where am
What? If Biden was at Mount Denali, what?
You get lost
I?
around
He
the
lost
corner.
around the
You get
corner.
lost around the corner. Okay, I
Yeah.
got you.
I don't think he's like real. I think I don't know. I
Careful, careful,
mean, what is
Jackie.
real?
We
Huh?
can only say so much. We can only say so much about that stuff, so be careful. That's all.
Oh,
I
okay.
just
Well,
had to
never
be
mind.
funny. So,
But I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about overall, we don't even know like how real reality is anyway. So, I mean, what if there's a timeline where Biden and Trump don't even exist? You know what I
Oh,
mean?
I'm
That's
sure there
entirely
is.
possible. Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's like hard to take it seriously. But I guess if you're actually living in America and like their decisions affect you personally, that's kind of different. I
It's
guess.
a lot different.
well,
It's a
Yeah,
lot
that's
different.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
you have to understand. Okay, you have to understand this. All right, Al Gore, he could have been president instead of Bush, right?
Yes.
And a lot of people are saying if Gore was president, a lot of things would change.
Yeah, like
Okay, but
9/11,
Bush
like in Fringe, like in
wouldn't
the
have
TV
happened.
series
What
Fringe.
wouldn't have happened?
Right. Like in Fringe, the World Trade Center was still there.
It wouldn't have happened. None of that would
Right.
happen. None of this would happen.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I believe part of the Mandela effect is merging timelines. That we are constantly moving in and out of different timelines, and timelines are merging. Because before, you couldn't find Tonight Show, it was just The Tonight Show. Now there's both. Because I believe a timeline merged into ours where it was Tonight Show. And that's why we can see both. Whereas
Well, you have
before,
to you have
we
to
were
go.
just hopping timelines, merging of the timelines weren't happening. And that's why it was
Yeah.
Berenstein Bears or Berenstain, not both. But now you can find both. There's a VHS tape where it says Berenstein. You see what I'm saying? So
Okay.
before a Mandela
But
effects erased the history that we remembered, and now both are available.
okay. But you got to understand. All right. Back when we were kids, okay, we remember a certain words, right?
Want some
Berenstain,
rainwater? Sorry, I have to walk out to the
Berenstain,
grocery
right?
store. Hmm.
You're
I don't
good.
remember that. I don't know what
It's
you guys said.
Berenstain, right?
Berenstein is what I remember. Berenstain is what it is now.
Berenstain.
I
All right.
remember Berenstein. It is Berenstain now.
Okay. Now, when I was in second, I think it was second grade. Yeah, I was pretty. I'm pretty sure it was second grade. All right. The man in the yellow hat, Curious George.
Right.
Right. I remember in one book, I don't remember the name of it, but he said, "My name is Thaddeus. Thaddeus George." I remember that specifically because I was in second grade and I was like, "That's the man in the yellow hat's name." And now it's Theodore.
I believe you because that's a very specific name. Thaddeus is not something that we normally hear in the United States. It's an older name, and it used to be Tad as a nickname, but I've never met a Thaddeus in my life.
All I'm saying is we're from the same timeline, but we're changing, but we still remember everything that we encountered. Okay, I don't remember Curious George having a tail. That's the one thing. Remember, he was just a monkey. I just remember specifically the man in the yellow hat had his name was Thaddeus.
I'm
That
sorry,
is
there's
George.
something in the chat. Hold on, there's something in the chat. Commander Zonar, I need a region. Like, it depends on where you live. Country, state, province. That would help people. That could be a local video store. I do not remember Video Now. Maybe if I saw a
Video.
logo, I might remember it. And Noise Guru says no, his name was Paddington.
No, it was Thaddeus. Thaddeus George.
I don't remember Netflix DVDs.
Paddington Bear's name, real name.
No, Paddington. I don't know Paddington. I just know Curious George, man in a yellow hat. His name was Thaddeus. That's all I
Stop
remember.
it. Yes or no in the chat, do you remember Paddington Bear having a name besides Paddington Bear?
Just
I don't
Paddington.
remember it at all.
Okay, stop it.
Yeah, I don't remember Netflix DVDs. That's weird to me. Strange.
Oh my gosh, this
and I guess
history of Paddington Bear is insane.
the guy that played him, not the guy that played him, the guy that voiced him was apparently the Q from the new
American show.
007.
No, it's
everything's an
Zelensky.
American show.
Zelensky voiced Paddington.
Is it like
Okay.
Paddington Baker's Man? Is that what it is?
No, Paddington Bear. I'm talking about Paddington Bear. Pushing just says
What's
Paddington.
Paddington's Baker's or something?
There's
Baker's
Patty Cake,
Man?
Patty Cake. Listen.
Oh, Patty Cake. Oh, that's Patty Cake. Yeah, right.
Except now it's Pata Cake. Yes.
Paddington.
Right.
Yeah.
Noise Guru, I used to get discs in the mail from Netflix before it was anything online.
No, it's not. What the hell? I don't know why people keep mentioning my age. Like, Netflix came out in, like, maybe 2015 or something. And it was new and it was only a streaming service. Like, I'd never heard of a Netflix DVD mail service in my life.
But that it may have only been in the US. That might be why, Jackie.
No, it stopped in Australia in 2023. It actually has a history in Australia.
Right, I understand that. I'm saying, but I think Australian Netflix was different than, like, it's still the same company, but I don't think they released the discs in Australia because that would have been a shipping cost.
They did release in Australia. Australia did have Netflix DVDs postal service.
Oh, okay, because I had Netflix DVDs in 2002, 2003, 2004.
What? That's crazy. That's, like, literally insane to me. Like, I'd never even heard of that.
And I also had Blockbuster. I also had Blockbuster DVDs sent to me.
Sandy, you can also rent video games.
Yes, you can rent video games as well. But going back to Commander's question about Video Now. If anyone has heard of Video Now, please say so or post in the chat. Southeast Main State, Virginia. So Southeast Virginia is where Video Now would have been located. And speaking of Paddington, no one is saying it, but I am going to put Paddington's name. Hello, Riders. Has anyone ever heard of Pastuso?
I was close.
Past. P-A-S-T. The Past. That's interesting to me. Pastuso. Never in my life have I ever heard that his name is Pastuso. And it says Paddington's Peruvian name is ultimately revealed to be Pastuso. The author, Bond, originally wanted Paddington to have traveled from darkest Africa, which sounds very racist to me. Very racist. But his agent advised him that there were no bears in Africa, and thus it was amended to Peru, home of the spectacled bear. Excuse me. Paddington was English in my past, not Peruvian. Yes or no in the chat. Was Paddington Peruvian for you?
Okay, so Sandy, you're right. When I looked it up, I mean, so this is what happens, like, I could have sworn it said that we had it, but, things change, so I don't know. But yeah, no, we didn't have it. But I did get the Netflix the Australian market in 2015. So that's, I was pretty much close to that. So I don't know. I could have sworn that when I looked it up when I first heard about it that Australia did have a history of it, but we don't anymore. I don't know. That's weird. Well, I guess that matches my memory because yeah,
I'm
I
gonna.
definitely remember
So
that. You'd think I would have heard of it though. Like it's not like we're like completely disconnected from America because we're not because we have the internet. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I am going to be covering this Paddington Bear thing because this is insane. Preliminal says
so
no. Wu has the same thing pulled
so
up. Jessica says no. Pushin says no. Splatter, Mike, Jackie, Paddington Bear, Peruvian or English?
What was the question?
English.
Paddington Bear from England or from Peru?
No idea.
No idea is fine. Splatter, what do you remember? Is your alarm still going off? Is there a fire? I'm worried.
Yeah, it's still going.
Maybe you should check.
No, I don't smell nothing.
I mean, poke your head out the front door. Make sure Kieran doesn't go out though.
Oh yeah, it happens quite often here. I've lived here for 18 years, and yeah, it's never been anything major. Never.
Yes, Noise Guru, this is all your fault.
Are people
All right.
saying that they remember this show being American? Is that what they're saying? Trying to say?
Okay, I do remember Movie Gallery, Commander. I do remember Movie Gallery. I do not remember Video Now.
I
1958.
I live in
Yeah.
Buffalo. I
I
have no idea what video now is.
They're talking about a video store. Push Buttons remembers Video Gallery, which could be a different store.
Yeah.
Because again, there were so many video stores back in the day.
We had a
Yeah.
Video Easy and Blockbuster.
Video
Video
Now is an
Easy.
electronic device. Oh, excuse me, it's an electronic device. Oh, I've never heard of it. I'm sorry. Oh, you mixed them up.
Jackie.
Okay.
Sorry,
Jackie,
someone's saying it. Yeah.
you have one of the. There's only two blockbusters in the entire world. One's in Oregon and one's in Australia.
I thought they all
Oh, we
closed
don't.
down. The last one closed. I
Oh, are
thought.
you saying that there's still one active in Australia?
No,
Yes.
I mean,
I
it's
thought
possible.
last year the last one closed. Or 2023.
In Australia?
All of
In
the
Australia?
last blockbuster.
The last Blockbuster in Australia closed in March 2019,
And the last
leaving the
one is
Blockbuster in
like
Bend, Oregon as the only remaining store.
in Oregon. Yeah. They're still
In
alive.
Oregon.
Oh, it's closed now too.
Is it?
Yeah, we had that in Video Easy with a Z, sorry, instead of like.
Ew.
Oh,
I didn't hear about that.
Correction. Um. There is a Blockbuster store. It's still open. They're saying. But I remember them closing it.
It's
Is that the Oregon one you're talking about, Stephanie?
Yeah, it's still open.
Yeah.
so it is.
I heard it closed.
No, I clearly remember them closing it.
Yeah, me too. Just recently.
Yeah, like last year.
I just remember it was like still open.
No, I remember them closing it. I'm saying this might be a Mandela.
I'm just saying it. I just remember it's still open. That was the last one in the existence. And I had a card and I can't use it.
I know in New Zealand they still have, or at least where I was living, they had a video store still open. But the thing is, they're so far behind where I was living. Auckland probably isn't that far behind, but you still have to use your credit card. They didn't have Pay ID, or like like, anyways, like they just, they're far behind. They still read the newspaper, stuff like that.
I need to respond to a comment, Commander Zonar. Not for me. I don't remember them starting, and it says they started sending out DVDs in 1998 in the United States. However, a job that I worked from 2002 to 2005, I remember having the DVDs sent to my work so that they didn't go missing, and returning them from work in the mail at work. I worked in a corporate office, so it had to have been 2002 to 2005 that I had a subscription to the DVDs of Netflix. So it was definitely before 2007 for me. And according to history, they're claiming 1998. And Splatter, you remember Paddington being from Peru? That's crazy to me. He was English. He was English for me, 100%.
I never even heard of this bear.
You've never heard of Paddington Bear?
No, I mean, obviously it's old. I looked it up. I think it's like it came out in the 50s. How would I have known? Like,
Well, because it
no.
wasn't just the 50s. No, he had cartoons and stuff up through the 2010s.
It doesn't look appealing to me, so I probably just chose not to. There's a lot of things that don't appeal to me that are mainstream that I just, if it looks boring, I'm like, no thanks. So that's probably why. Like, I was more mature, I guess, as a kid. I liked more, I started watching horror movies at a young age. So, I mean, that just looks really childish.
Okay.
So, really quickly, there is a Mandela effect with Paddington as well. Maybe it's Mandela found it. Many, including maybe it's Mandela, remember him wearing rubber boots. The color is also an issue. Some remember red, some remember yellow. A fisherman's hat, like the rain hat.
Yeah.
What color was the hat for you, Michael?
Red.
See, red. Okay, but see, I remember yellow hat and yellow boots.
I remember red.
With a blue coat. But he doesn't have boots anymore, I think. I think that's what the Mandela is, that there are no boots. Yes, galoshes. That is the word they used. I can see red, but I also see yellow. And I bet you I bet you I could find residue of yellow. But and I will look, because I'm going to put a presentation together for Paddington. I might as well include maybe it's Mandela effect with it.
Okay, Jackie.
Push and button has a dual.
Yeah.
Wendy is yellow.
Okay. I have a question.
Yes.
All right. You ever see Christopher Robin?
Christopher Robin?
Yeah, it's the
is that a movie or a celebrity's name?
It's the Winnie the Pooh.
I have no idea. I've never heard of
You ever see that?
Is it a movie?
Winnie the Pooh. Have you ever seen Winnie the Pooh?
Oh yeah, I've seen Winnie the Pooh, yeah.
Okay, Winnie the Pooh was written by Christopher Robin. The little boy in Winnie the Pooh is Christopher Robin.
I never looked into it. I never looked into it. I couldn't care less past the age of 5. Huh?
No. Winnie the Pooh. Listen. Winnie the Pooh was written by the father of Christopher Robin.
Is there a reason
All
why
I'm saying is, like,
I'm asking. Why do people even know that? I just couldn't
asking.
However, I do relate to the balloon Mandela color. It was red.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
Winnie the Pooh. Okay. Christopher Robin is based on what's his name? Paddington.
No, he's not.
Okay. No, they're in the same sequence. They're in the same timeline.
I mean, yeah, there's Paddington and there's Winnie the Pooh, but they're not related to one another.
they're not related, but all I'm saying is they're in the same timeline.
Of
Okay,
course they are.
if,
Yes.
if you if you watch Paddington Bear and then you watch Christopher Robin with Ewan McGregor, okay, I I I highly
What
suggest that
what's your
movie.
point? What is your point? Are you trying to make an argument for? I think maybe you're misunderstanding like how different timelines operate. Like it just because there's I don't know. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into it.
Well, no. I'm just gonna say.
You've had too much alcohol.
Uh,
That's my guess.
no.
I don't get what your point is.
What
Like, I'm not
what's
saying that it wasn't in my timeline. I'm saying that, like, I think I've seen the bear like online, pictures or whatever, but I never actually watched it from. I mean, I could have and forgotten about it. But yeah, I'm not saying it
what's
wasn't in my
her
timeline because I think it was. I think I've maybe
what's
heard
her
it,
name?
but what?
What's her name?
Whose name?
Uh, the
Dude,
spoonful of
what are you
sugar makes your medicine go down.
what?
Spoonful of sugar makes your medicine go down.
No, I can't understand you, bro.
The spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. What's her
What are you
name?
talking about?
Mary Poppins. Mary Poppins.
Mary
Oh,
Poppins. Mary Poppins
oh,
is the same person.
the red
Yeah,
medicine. Yeah, I remember that scene pretty
yeah,
much
yeah.
vividly.
Okay, Mary Poppins is the same person as it. They're just saying that they're in
What
the
are you
same
talking about?
concept.
Is it the clown? What are you talking about?
That's
Is
what they're
this some
saying. They're in the
conspiracy
same.
connection or something?
They're in the same
Mary
timeline.
Poppins and it the clown are the same person.
No. Mary
Character?
Poppins and it are the same species. That's what it is. They're the same species.
Species. And what
Oh,
species is Mary
that. All right.
Poppins?
Okay. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about a movie, like a movie conspiracy theory. Is that Mary Poppins and it are the same species?
What are
Like
you
because of
what
the
and what
magic that they do,
species is Mary Poppins?
like a demon.
Oh,
They're saying she's a
okay.
demon, like it.
A demon.
Yes,
I mean, I did not
because
get
of the
that vibe
magic
in
that she
any
can
way,
do.
shape, or magic's not demonic. Yeah, I
It's
mean, I
not
don't
my
even know.
theory. Just to be clear, this is not my theory. I've
Yeah, I
seen.
mean, I know it just
Look,
that seems a bit far
they're the
fetched.
same species.
That seems a bit far
That's
fetched.
what.
She just seems like so
No,
innocent.
that's
It's
what.
just an innocent kids movie. It's like magic in that sense
I
is
know.
kind of like
I know.
I don't know.
I understand that. All I'm saying is that Mary Poppins and Pennywise are the same species.
She
It,
doesn't even prey on kids.
I. That's what I just said. I literally just said that. I let her know what you were trying to say. She knows.
all
I
I'm
already
saying
said
is
it.
that
We already said
all
it.
I'm
Yes.
saying. Thank you.
You're welcome.
They're the same species.
Okay, well, that's an
Sandy,
interesting
did
conspiracy
you
I've
get
never
that
heard
picture I sent
before,
you,
and
Sandy?
it's
I did not. Where'd you send it? It's okay with the alarm. Where'd you send it, Splatter?
I sent it to you on the phone to you, I believe.
I did not get a text message on my phone. I'll check Messenger.
I mean, there's like severance conspiracy theories, but the difference is, um, the creators like Ben Stiller, shockingly, um, you know, they're obviously um creating it in such a way where we're guessing and trying to figure out what's going on, and they're gonna either create it as they go or they already know what's going on or whatever. But that's different
Uh,
from like the creator of Mary Poppins. I highly doubt is the same creator of of it. Like, I don't think that they're both the same. I mean, did they talk to each other? And like, it can't really work unless you're talking about the actual creators and their vision for a fake character that doesn't even exist.
Yeah, but you have to understand. Okay, I don't know if you have robot chicken in Australia.
Robot chicken. I think I've heard of that.
Okay, what's robot chicken? Because honestly, they get everything pretty much kind of correct. Like
My
Jar
theory
Jar
is that
Binks is the
All right, but again, this is just like a YouTube channel's theory about movies. It's not like
I'm
there's
just
any basis of fact in it.
exactly.
They are
I'm just
completely
saying.
different. Like it could be that Stephen King was inspired by the magic that Mary Poppins did when he wrote it. Who knows?
You would have said that
But
though.
but
But
there's no fact
but
to it.
but
It's just
but the whole point
speculation and
is
conspiracy.
okay. The whole point is that Ian Fleming. Okay, he wrote James Bond, right? The entire series of James Bond. But what
An
did he do
entire
before
boring
James
series.
Bond? The entire series of James Bond. What did he do before that? He wrote Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah, I know that one.
He wrote that.
Okay.
Okay,
So
and
he has
he
different
wrote.
he has different ideas that are vastly different. Um, Mary Poppins still, at least the actress, what Julie Andrews. I mean, I can't even connect like it. He's just this
She
like evil, horrifying looking, and then you've got Mary
she.
Poppins,
I
who's
understand it.
like, I mean,
I
obviously,
understand it.
I get what you're
I
saying, but
understand that. But they're the
I
same
don't know how I feel about
species.
this. Right.
They.
Yet she never opens her mouth and has like a mouthful of like crazy teeth or whatever. Like yeah,
All I'm
I
saying.
don't know. I'll look into it.
Anyways,
That's
but
interesting.
that was a conspiracy that they're the same species. Pennywise and Mary Poppins are the same species.
Okay, you repeated
And
yourself
I'm
like 20
like,
times now.
Anyways,
I
yeah,
don't
so
repeat
my theory on
myself. I just
Severance.
just don't worry about it.
Splatter. Excuse me, Michael. I need to talk. Splatter. Is there like a like a maintenance guy, someone from the building that you can call about the alarm? Like I that would drive me insane. How are you so calm?
Yeah,
How
because
are
I'm
you?
used to it. It happens so often
I
around
know, but
here.
like that's got to be killing the cat's ears, killing dog ears. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
the
saying?
cats are going crazy. Yeah, they're up around the corner here where it's a little quieter.
Like the building manager, somebody should be taking care of that. There could be a fire in the basement. You don't know.
Well, the
Someone needs
fire
to be
department
checking
has to
that.
come and shut it off. We got to wait for them to get here.
The fire department hasn't come yet.
Yep.
That is ridiculous.
Oh, I know it is sometimes because I think they get fed up because it's so often. If someone's burnt toast, they open the door to their apartment and it goes out to the outdoor in the hallway into the
Yeah,
smoke alarm in the hallway, and then
happens.
bang, the whole building gets the alarm
Oh,
just
it's
because
horrible.
one person burnt toast.
That's
Yeah, sometimes
horrible.
It's
smoke
stupid.
alarm stuff. Yeah.
Sounds like my ex-wife.
See, here's the thing.
What?
The fact that the fire department hasn't shown yet
Fire.
tells me that they are complicit, that they believe that it's a false alarm. What if it wasn't? That's upsetting to me.
Oh,
Is
I know.
that
Fire
I
department,
agree. But, yeah.
the fire department should have responded by now. It's been like 20 minutes. That's insane.
West
Is it
Canada.
just a smoke alarm, or is it because our smoke alarms go off, but then they turn off quite quickly. As soon as you just air out the place, there's other people who live in here, but no one ever shows up. Like the fire department, they never show up. But I think this is different. This sounds like it's something different. And it's just
It's a
continuously
new
going off.
system. Yeah, you have your own little fire alarms in your apartment, which I got my own
Um,
here. Which goes me. It's a different noise altogether. But if I open my
so
door
it's
up and
it's
let the
it's
smoke out into the
different. Yeah.
hallway, then those fire detectors pick it up, and then the whole building alarm goes off like it's going off right now. You see. That's probably all that happened.
So-
Somebody burnt toast and opened their door.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, Pushin. That is the most polite smoke alarm I've ever heard. The one that goes off in my house is horrific. Lights flash, and it's like the most high pitched, horrible sound you've ever heard, and you can hear it outside, and like a half a block away, you can hear it.
Yeah, that's what the
Outside.
individual alarms are. They're really high pitched squeak, a whistle. Yeah.
No. Like I have an industrial building. I have an industrial building alarm. It's wired for upstairs and downstairs. It's a wired alarm, and lights flash as well. So if it wakes you up in the middle of the night, it's terrifying. You think it's like a raid is happening. It's horrible.
Well,
Cover my
I have
ears.
sound.
Like mine is really loud.
I have sound activating lights in my
deaf.
apartment, so it does flash the lights.
Yeah, see? Yeah, exactly. Noise Guru says, "Excuse me, pardon me. There's a fire."
Do
Canadian
you want me
fire
to explain
alarm.
my ex-wife? Do you want me to explain my ex-wife's thing?
No.
It's pretty funny.
Sure, Michael.
All right. My ex-wife, she took a shower and she got cleaned off or whatever, and she came out of the bathroom and the smoke alarm was up there and she was still steaming, and it set off the alarm.
That doesn't make sense. Steam shouldn't set off an alarm. It's not smoke.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the same thing happens here. Yep.
Steam is setting off fire alarms?
Yes. It sets
That's
off my
Mandela.
fire alarm. I like
Unless
literally
they've got it
boil
really
eggs.
hot.
I boil eggs and it sets off the fire alarm.
Damn. You
I
might
mean,
have to start
that's
going
the
to
thing. Like
cafes.
steam, I don't remember steam being that hot, but that's not how a fire alarm works. I thought. Hold up. Give me a minute. I'm googling that.
I got
fire
boiled
alarm
water.
work?
I got boiled water and it sets off the fire alarm.
My shower steam does not, but
A fire alarm works by detecting smoke or heat.
yeah, smoke for me.
They send a signal to the control panel that
Toast.
triggers an audible alarm. Duh, I know that part.
Yeah, which is radiant.
I'm trying to see how
I like
steam does
literally
it.
had. I like
Maybe you should go
literally
to
had
cafes,
pictures.
bro. Instead of making your own eggs or cooking your own eggs.
No way. It says yes,
I'm just
steam can
saying.
set off a fire alarm.
I'm boiling eggs and it sets off the fire alarm.
That is new for me.
There you
I've
go.
never heard of steam setting off a fire alarm.
If the steam is
Work
thick
with
enough, it'll do it. Yeah, but it has to be really thick steam though, not just like a little bit of trickle of steam. It has to be right steamy.
It does sound
You
like
gotta
a weird.
understand.
It sounds like a British busy signal, Jessica. Like when I call Britain from the U.S. back in the day, before like when I worked at that corporate company in the 2000s, the early 2000s, before everybody had call waiting. That was the British busy signal.
Like that.
No, like just like that fire alarm.
Like this.
Just like that. Yeah, just like that.
My building's trying to make a phone call to Britain, I guess.
No, you're owned by Britain. What do you want?
So,
He
I'll
didn't
go
like
downstairs
that.
and check it out, but I have to take the stairs because the elevator's shut off, of course, because the fire alarm's going off.
yeah. I'm just a little nervous that, it's still on almost a half hour later and there's no one there to
Hey.
check on it. And that makes me nervous.
Hey, if Splatter 420 was in the 51st state, it would have been taken care of.
I have no idea what you just said, Michael. Michael, it's getting to that point. It is
What's
getting
that
to
point?
that
Water
point where
Splatter.
we're having trouble understanding you. And I don't
Have
want to
you
get in
been
trouble on
Splatter.
you.
Never mind. I'm gonna say.
If Splatter was in the 51st state, it would have been taken care of.
Yes, I agree. If splatter was in the 51st state, it would have been taken care of. Correct. Which part about Peter Pan? The part that I can't say on YouTube about what he did with the boys? If so, yes, I just can't say it.
Oh yeah, that
I
I
can't
think
say
I've
that.
seen.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I saw that bomber, and that's new for me.
Peter Pan? What
That
about
is
Peter Pan?
completely new for me that I can't differentiate between steam and smoke.
hmm.
What about Peter Pan?
I can't say it on YouTube, Michael. Otherwise, I would have said it.
Okay, well, why don't you just email it to me and then I can understand it so this way I can might get a better
It's
understanding.
not that bad. Anyways,
It's in the
yeah, I don't
chat. You
think
can
he want to
scroll up.
know.
There's
I think he wants to know,
Commander's
but
Honor posted it in the chat.
Just
maybe
I
you'd
just
rather not traumatize yourself.
Morgan is
Probably
here.
not to not know.
Welcome to the show, Morgan.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm coming from my new laptop, I guess. So
I wish I could afford a new.
Same.
that
So, Morgan.
Captain Hook wasn't the hero.
Okay.
He was the villain.
Um, I honestly don't think so. But I think it was all bad. It was all bad. He kidnapped the children from their room. But
Peter Pan?
yeah. But going back to Morgan, who is new,
yes.
I have to ask him the question. Everyone mute up. It's Morgan's turn to talk. Morgan,
Okay.
there is actually a topic, believe it or not, on this panel tonight. And the question for you is, the panel question is, have you been impacted by the Mandela effect? Have you experienced any consequences of the Mandela effect in your everyday life? Yes or no? And if so, how?
Well,
You're very low, by the way.
oh,
I didn't get asked the question.
That's because you
Uh,
had things to say. I'll ask you the question after, Michael.
okay,
right.
all right.
Well, first of all, to hear that, like the stuff in the Bible, really took me aback. Like because I read that thing, so when it said like this stuff, two women grinding or two men grinding or whatever and stuff like that, and with the lion and the lamb, and now it's like the wolf and the lamb. That that's pretty. That's pretty like. I mean, I know something's going on because look, my middle name is actually Reed, Read, and it wasn't like that like years ago. Uh, also, what's that other stuff? Um,
But did it impact you in any way, like positively or negatively?
oh, like, well, yeah. I mean,
Sorry for 1 second here. I'm gonna go down and check it out.
it
Okay.
can
All right, please do. Let report back,
when your
Splatter.
life's like based on faith or whatever, it could actually. I mean, it can shake a lot of things because if things can change, you got to kind of evaluate your faith on, like on what you stand on. And I mean, you don't necessarily need the book to see like to know there's a God because you got life and there's the new day and there's order and just a whole bunch of things. But I mean, when things can change, like when things don't stay the same, it can shake up your mind. Like it can distort things so you don't think anything's real. So you don't want to believe in anything. Uh, yeah, like you don't want to believe in anything. You don't want to put any faith in anything.
Hmm.
But I still, I've made it to where I still do. But but just as far as like how it affects me, I think that like other people, because they're obviously because I believe it's real. Like, so I know other people are feeling it too, and it's making them not hang on to truth as much. Like, and truth is like it's everything. And so I do think it's a disaffecting like weapon, and possibly like demonic in like in a and I think it is, in order to get people to say truth doesn't exist. So yeah, it is affecting me. Like, because I think that's what it is. I think it's a tool. I think things are switching, like either not like 1984, the thing where they're changing, like just changing history, every single solitary day as much as they can everywhere. Um, but it's not being done like in the same way as like everything is like a computer program, meaning they can hit a like somebody can hit a button and all the books change at once, or all the words change at once, or someone do a ritual and the same thing happens because of like like just primary arrays that we're in, like 666, a box within a box within a box, and we're possibly in that, and then like even from within that, trying to discern what is true from what is a lie, and then looking inward as opposed to outward to find truth, and like, not like our own truth, but I mean like the truth, like like in order to find what's like, where do you go when all the information around you could be in error, and it's like you gotta look in, you gotta look inside yourself to that Holy Spirit that's within you, the truth inherent in your personage, because you are mankind, like you're a child of mankind. Uh, so that truth, you got to look inside yourself for that truth, because you can't trust. Okay, you can't trust. You can't trust what's external any longer. Like to look for so the truth might not is not going to be external, and oh, there's a truth over there. You won't be able to say, oh, there's a truth over there, or they go, okay, I don't have to stay on top of it anymore, because I can always just go over to the library and take out the book called The Truth. It'll always be there for me. It's like now that's shaken. Like, people need to have their own relationship with truth, and they need to get it, like cemented. I mean, or like you need to make a choice, I suppose, of what do you believe, so that it can't be shaken, because it looks as though everything's going to be shaken. Like, because as it is, like everything, all the information is on an etch a sketch, and they're shaking it, man. And this is what I think is possibly the first pains of that, of all the information around us being shook, and everything that it's all of a sudden, it's like, oh, is there a history book? Is there like, no, there is no more books, there is no more information, like except for the elite that have it, like, locked up or whatever, and then like there's just the rest. But the thing is, if you have the truth inside, you got to look for that inside, like, and what they yeah, so that's what it does to me.
That's a great answer, Morgan. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
You're welcome.
I caught some of
Um,
that.
oh, go ahead, Spot. Are you okay?
I'm fine. You're gonna. I'm 100% correct on the fact that someone just burnt toast and they opened the door and it went out and set off the whole system alarm. But you want to hear the funny part now?
Sure.
The fire department's already been here. There's a malfunction in the systems thing itself. We're waiting for a maintenance guy to come and fix it.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Well, at least they already came. That's the important part.
Yeah, they came and they couldn't shut it off. They tried, but it's a malfunction in the system itself, right? So, who knows? And I asked the guy that told me about it. I said, well, how long is it going to take for him to get here? Because I wish I knew. Like, well, you're supposed to know. I said, you're the guy.
Oh no. Well, I hope they gets there soon.
Oh yeah, me too. But who knows, man?
Wow.
So, Preliminal's asking, what did I miss? Someone set off the fire alarm in Splatter's building, and it's malfunctioning, so the fire department couldn't turn it off. So he's waiting for the maintenance guy, and it's been going off 30 minutes now.
It's off.
Splatter is on the west coast of Canada. So it is only midnight there.
Correct.
And thank goodness it's a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Most people, I mean, some people work Sundays, but most people don't. So let's all pray for the people who do work tomorrow, who have church in the morning, and they're being woken up by the fire alarm.
Holy smokes!
Yep.
At least I have mine muffled. It's usually supposed to be a lot louder than that. I got like pillow and a couple other things packed on top of it and taped onto it, so the speaker's not as loud.
That's crazy because I hear it echoing. It's so loud.
Yep. I think it's supposed to be louder.
Oh my goodness. So, Michael is not here. I was going to
Yes,
ask
I know.
Michael. I was going to ask Michael the question, but he dropped out. So, Morgan,
Yes.
do you see any consequences happening as a result? Like sharing with people. Have you tried sharing the Mandela effect with people and had negative or positive responses to it? Or have you just not shared with them at all?
In what, like, just like
In
when,
real life. Like
if I,
people in
like,
real
if
life.
I mentioned,
Yes.
I mean, they'd kind of be like the same people, like on the line and stuff like that, that you guys would know of. Like, I just, yeah, like,
So no one in real life. No one that's not online.
yeah, I don't really think I've had much of an opportunity to like, well, I mean, not, I haven't had much discussion about, because there's already other stuff going on. You know what I mean? Like, in order to get specific about, like, I mean, I probably mentioned it to people, like, but just the stuff in passing, like maybe embarrassed, just people, like, things are in like a volley of things that are going on that are like, that are weird and odd. But I mean, more like just like the government, like at the end of the world or whatever, like with the government, like, coming down, or like, just becoming communist and dictatorship and just that kind of stuff. So I mean, I like like with the other things, I don't necessarily,
Mm-hmm.
I don't really brought it up with people other than just, yeah, I wouldn't know who to necessarily in real life to discuss it. Not real life, but I mean like
I used
outside. I would need to be in an I'd need, like, see, I go online and I speak to intelligent people like yourself who think about things, right? And unfortunately, in real life, I don't know who I would speak to, um, around here that would
did you just call
that I would start an
Canadians stupid?
intellectual conversation with.
Morgan, you unintentionally called everyone around you dumb. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't mind. I don't mind doing that because I don't do it with any animosity, and because of the state of my soul, I know I love these people that I'm speaking about. Um, but unless one or two of them has some IQ points they have stashed away, or is an undercover for some other organization, and they are deliberately behaving, uh, not in a way that's good or bad, but in a way that lets me know that they don't necessarily know how to read very well, or retain information. Meaning,
Hmm.
the people around here don't have much memory. Like, they don't really remember things. They kind of just
Oh,
they take
are
it
you saying
day
that
by
they
day.
have injuries
Yeah.
and illness
This is it, man. Yeah. This is
remembering?
mostly a host. Like, yeah. These mostly people that are economically challenged, and hospital people, or people that are, yeah. Like, it, even though the reason
Okay, all right,
possible,
that makes more sense to me
I
now.
don't know.
I just
I'm
thought
aware of it.
you
Yeah.
were just talking about Canadians in general around you. That makes more sense.
The people that are here are mostly here on a pension of one sort or another. I mean, there might be one or two that aren't, but I think most people are on a pension, or you know what I mean. Here, like there's different pensions in Canada. Like there's and then there might be a couple or two, but no, one of them would be on just yeah. So yeah, no, like because most people here are have something wrong or whatever.
Mhm.
Not or not
Um,
nothing wrong. See, wrong is the wrong word. um,
I know what you
I
mean.
I'm the only person I'm the only person I know who's ever gone like who's even desired to go to college. You know what I mean? And then went like and then did stuff. Um, I don't know many other people that can read.
That's
Like
sad to me. That is sad to me. I just saw a TikTok of a girl. She's like, I'm working in a corporate office job, and I am embarrassed to say that I can't read. She's like, I grew up with a laptop on my desk. I had spell check. I didn't need to learn to spell. I didn't need to learn to read. It read for me. And that's a
yeah,
sad reality that a lot of people, especially young
Really?
people today, yeah,
You can get
yeah,
hired
when did
even though you can't read? She
she
people
got
must
that
hired
be
without.
are looking at the letters and
she
writing them
must be
down to
attractive
go through
because
their
they'd
head?
never hire me. And I can do a lot.
You have to write it.
They'd like never
I
hire me.
don't
I don't
write
even know
anymore.
how you would get hired unless the men considered you attractive, to be honest. Like, how else
No.
would you get hired for something like that?
Well, because she uses the computer to write everything out. She dictates text to speech, speech to text. And I mean, they don't give you a reading test in an interview. They ask you questions about yourself and you talk.
Yeah, see,
So
I
it's
can't
just
do that.
Hmm.
I can't talk about myself like that. Mine's like a social thing. It just sounds ridiculous to talk about yourself. Like, I don't want to sell myself. Like, I just want to get paid, and that's about it, really. Like,
yeah.
I just want to get paid.
My
But so do other
stepson,
people though
we had
too,
to.
so they want to know. They don't want to hire just anybody though, so they want to know about you and the other person that wants the job as well. So that
Yeah, but there's
becomes the
nothing
thing.
to say. It's just, I don't know. It
Yeah,
doesn't make
most
sense to
people
me,
don't.
their process. Like,
That's why you have to do a resume because most people don't. It isn't normal behavior. Just okay. I do this. I do that. I do this. My worth is like
well, I think you have to see if someone can do it first. You have to actually see them do the job. Like, talking about yourself does nothing. Like, you have to see them be able to do it for a long period of time, and it takes other people like longer to pick things up. So I don't think there's a lot of patience around that either. So
yeah. They're
I
basically
I
I don't
asking
know,
you if you have
but
experience. You're right. That's
I
the one.
have had. Oh, I'm sorry. I have had a couple job interviews for graphic design where part of the interview process was them sitting me in front of a computer and telling me to open Illustrator and
mm,
make a curve and like do simple tasks in each application to show
okay,
that I could actually do it. So they do that in certain fields. I'm sure they do that in other fields as well. If there's a
okay,
technical task or a computer task or a physical task, even like if you're going to be a welder, they may ask you to weld some things or solder some
mm,
things just to make sure you know what you're doing.
Absolutely, they want a quarter-inch weld. When you
Hmm.
go in, they'll tell you, "Give me a quarter-inch weld," and they'll give you yeah, or they'll get a couple plates, they'll put them together. Yeah, they'll take something like this, hand it to you, hand it. Wait, okay, they'll give you something like this or whatever, and another piece like this, and they'll tell you, "Yeah, give me a quarter-inch." Yeah, it's the quarter-inch weld. Absolutely, I'm a welder. I went to college welding, so I know when you walk into a place, they'll ask you to do inch, a quarter inch, like and you want you
mm.
if you can pick up the 24 rod, it's a dummy rod. It'll weld itself. Uh,
Interesting. So
yeah,
they're gonna hit you with a quarter-inch weld in Canada where you don't use inches. That's great.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
That
yeah.
is
Industry
great.
standard. Yeah, yeah. American standard. That's right. That's what you use. Yeah, Yeah,
Hmm.
wild. Yeah. You're using industry standard
I don't know.
conversions and everything, and some
It
things
still
even
just seems
worse.
like modern day slavery. Like it's not a desirable thing to do, and people are forced into it because if you don't do it, um, you're poor. Um, basically, so it's like you kind of have to if you don't want to be poor. That's it. Just doesn't sound desirable to me. It just sounds like slavery because most people don't have a choice. Um, yeah, I just don't see how that's a good thing.
But at least you have a choice of the job you choose.
But
And
all jobs are
also,
bad, like in
no,
my
they're
opinion.
not. How can they
I
all be
haven't, I
bad?
haven't, I haven't come across any job that find fun or want to do, or any job that I haven't been abused in. Like I'm just always getting verbally abused. Like I have to choose between my mental health and getting like paid basically. Like it's like
Okay.
if I work, then I'm going to get abused, and
Do
if
you have
I
a
don't
degree?
work, then
Jackie, do you have
I
a
don't get
degree?
that abuse as much. Only online, basically.
Do you have a degree?
No, I don't have any degree.
Okay. Usually, corporate settings or like social work or there's certain fields where verbal abuse is more common than others. Like for example, I was a waitress for many years on and off. I was a waitress through college, things like that. And there there's total SA and verbal abuse in those jobs. Constant. It's constant. I mean, you're not SA. Whoa, excuse me. SH
Oh yeah, right.
harassment. Excuse me.
Yeah,
I mean, you get it from customers, and you have to put up with it with a big smile on your face. You get it from
message.
your bosses. You get it from other employees. Like I can't tell you how many times things that I would have decked a person for I could not do if I wanted to keep my job, and that's
Yeah, see,
common
that's
in
what I'm
the
talking about.
service industry. And
It's
I mean,
horrible.
verbal abuse, retail, that would be the number one retail. So I would avoid those different certain fields have those things happen more often than others. And it could be the field you're choosing to
Mm,
apply for that have higher levels of that. There are places where if that ever happened to you, you could go to HR and they would take care of it in an instant. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's no
yeah.
HR department, stay away if that's your
Okay.
concern. But
Okay.
Mike is back. I have to put him back in. So hold on. Nope, I can't add you back in. Mike, you did not give permission to the camera. I can't add you in. They won't let me. Oh, Jessica says nursing.
No, but I'd have to study for many years, and I'm already getting old, so and I easily grossed out as well. Like I worked in a maternity ward as a cleaner for a couple of months, and then I worked in a nursing home for 2 years cleaning up horrendous stuff. And like I do not have a strong stomach. Like I got through it because I was getting paid a little bit more than what I was getting paid in Australia for free. Although when I got back, the no, I can't say that word. What was going on at the time. They increased my payments, and it was exactly the same as. It just annoyed me because it's like I got back and they started paying me what I was getting paid in New Zealand for working really hard, and I was still not even getting much because cleaners don't get paid much. But anyways, the point is like I didn't like it and I wasn't good at it, and it wasn't for me. And my boss at the nursing home told me that it wasn't for me, and they told me I should do computer programming. That's what I got told by HR because they canned me, and it was a whole process. It was a formal process. Um, and also like I'm not social. Like I didn't do anything right. Like with the residents, like I didn't do it correctly. Like autistic or something. Like I don't know what to do socially, to consider other people or whatever. I guess I just ignore people. I don't know. I just do my job. But yeah, so they said that I should do computer programming. That's what the HR in New Zealand said. And then I looked into it and I tried it, but it's too. I can't do it. Like I'm just not smart enough to do that. It's
All right,
really
I would
high up
say
there.
stop. It's not that you're not smart enough to do it. It's that it, it depends on how your brain works. Some people are better with other things than some things than other things. It's not that you're not smart enough. It's just that your brain doesn't work that way. You have to have a very
Yeah.
specific type of like be very proficient in math and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm
So
not good at maths.
right. So here's what I would recommend. And I'm sorry, we're going way off track here, guys. There's actual tests that you can take online, aptitude tests, and I'll look up the name and try to find it for you and send it to you. That tells you different careers that you would be a good fit for. But there's stuff like medical transcriptionists, where you get like recordings from doctors and you literally just type it out for them. You work at home. There's a medical receptionist, just answering phones, writing down appointments. I know you say you're
Mhm.
not good with people, but like that's one where there's very low verbal abuse and sh.
Yeah.
But there's even a receptionist at a hotel. You see what I'm saying? Like there's
Yeah,
lots of
true.
different jobs that you may not think about, and one of those tests might help you think of different things that you hadn't thought about. But those tests, based on your answers, tell you what you would enjoy and excel at. So I really think one of those tests would help you. And it's not uncommon for people in their 20s and 30s to not know what they're doing, what they want to do with their lives because of the way the school system is now, with the way they
Yeah.
do it. Like they got rid of home ec, they got rid of wood shop in a lot of schools, they got rid of certain electives and things like that. Like you might be interested in psychology or something like that, but you never even had a course in it, so how would you know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just think one of those tests might help you. But that's way off track from Mandela effect, guys. Sorry about that. Um,
Hi.
but yeah, we were talking about. I don't even know how we got here. We were talking about the quarter-inch weld. I was talking about
Can I?
how. Yeah, you can talk
Can
now,
I?
Michael. You did get cut off. I was going to ask you the
No.
question. So the
No.
question
No.
again for you, Michael, is: has the Mandela effect impacted you, or had any consequences in your day-to-day life?
Not really.
There's been no impact at all.
Um, there are a few people that know what I'm talking about, and a few people that are like bringing it up to me. I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, like the one guy, Cedric. He's like, yeah, there's this effect, and like the Mandela effect. He is, yeah, that's it. I was like, yeah, where you think something is normal. But anyways, I just want to go back on what you were saying, introduction to what Jackie was saying, talking about, and you and Jackie were talking about.
You mean the tangent that I wanted to go back to the Mandela effect topic?
No, just hold on one second. One second. All right. The thing was, when we grew up, me and you, okay, you and me, we're the same age basically. The teachers always said, "Don't want to be a janitor."
Yeah, they did say that. I do remember saying that. You want to grow up to be a
Okay.
janitor? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's not
But
noble work to clean up after everyone.
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
But with me, what I do at my job, I'm cleaning up after everybody, and I'm making more money than the police department, a cop, making more money than the cops in my city where I live
It's not right.
per
Oh my
hour.
gosh.
Wow.
And I'm like, dude, seriously. I honestly, I'm like, is this a flip? Because I make
What
more
job
than
do you have?
teachers. Huh?
Well, no, I will say that teachers, like, you always hear, like, in the news and stuff that teachers don't make a lot of money. Yes, they do. Excuse me, they only work 9 months of the year. I mean, they do have, like, in services and stuff in the summertime and training, but they essentially only work 9 months of the year. They have off every holiday, and they still start out paid like $45,000 a year. So how is that not getting paid well? $45,000 a year for 9 months of work. I mean, a lot of
But
teachers, the average is 60 to 70,000 a year, and then if they are in a place where they get tenure, I mean, there are educators in higher education making upwards of three, four, $500,000 a year. So when I hear the teachers don't make a lot of money, my mind is blown. It's absolutely blown. I
yeah,
don't
but
understand that.
you have to understand it depends on where you're at.
It does, but
But
I'm saying like even the lowest paid ones start out like at 30, 35,000 again for 9 months of the year. Again,
exactly.
it's not a full 12-month term that they're getting the 30 to 35,000, which would put their rate at like 40, 45,000.
But my whole thing is like my teachers when I was growing up, they were like, you don't want to be a garbage man, you don't want to be a janitor, you don't want to be that. It's like, are you trying to tell me I don't want to be something, right?
Hmm.
And garbage men are making like
Yes, they make great
$25 an
money.
hour.
They make great money.
And
25.
it's
That's
like
not much.
I agree because you have
it's
to. It's
American.
physically intensive work, and it's work that people don't want to do. So people who work in sewers, people who work who collect trash, they get paid well, very well.
They get paid like $25.
Cleaners don't get paid
Welders.
well though. Or maybe here. I don't really think they get
And
paid that well to clean up. Like I mean, I don't think so.
Morgan, you're a welder? Okay, what
Yeah.
do you get paid? Like $35 an hour?
Well, I mean,
It's
it's
not being
usually
loaded.
in Canada it's by the job, like or like you come in like unless you're working in a shop or something. So
Well,
like
let's just ask you a
Let me
question.
see.
You
Hold on,
you
wait,
get paid
Michael.
$35 an hour.
Michael.
oh you can.
Michael. I need you to be quiet
Yeah.
for a second. I'm trying to adjust Morgan's sound. I need
Yeah, I
to.
can't hear him very well. Hey.
I need to.
He's
Morgan,
very
can you talk,
quiet.
please?
Yes, he's very quiet.
Morgan, can you talk?
Yeah, okay, you can anywhere from $16 like an hour for well like that's like the worst, but I mean like up anywhere upwards like of $42 an hour or whatever.
Oh,
Um, it
that's
And
just
gross.
welcome,
depends on
Well,
welcome
depends on who
back,
you're
Splatter.
working, whether
Yes,
you're doing piecework or whether you're working in a shop or
it
whether
just
you've got
shut
a
off.
truck and a welder on the back. You know what I mean? You answered things in the paper. We need a welder. We need him out here. You know what I mean? Like for whatever you're doing this much work, you're working this
Oh,
long. It all just depends. It depends on if you're in a union, like all that. But I mean, it goes all the way from minimum wage all the way up to, I mean, you'll hardly ever just be doing minimum wage. But I mean, like, it depends. There is no set rate
okay.
really.
My my whole thing is like, you know, if you came up to America, right, and you say you got welding experience, how long? 20 years at least?
Oh no, I'm
how
really
long?
call. I might agree. And like, you can go ahead and you can call the teachers or whatever. I have like I went to school for it and I like took a full course and like not just
How
that
long?
like there were other courses in that too like I'm also an occupational health and safety inspector level 1 like officer for the province of Ontario.
You're
I'm an
OSHA.
inspector.
You're
Yeah,
OSHA.
yeah, that's right. I can if somebody we need a health and safety guy here I can do that and I can get paid for that. Yeah.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is like you sparked this one, okay? I'm just saying because you sparked this one on me because my phone died. But I was like seriously, if you came up to America, it would be like maybe $40 an hour for you,
Oh
that
wow.
kind of thing.
Yeah, I imagine so. Oh yeah. Oh, and I understand if I came to America, like I, not to be odd, but I understand. Like anywhere that I go, I would put on before I went into the town. I would dress all the way from the shoes, specifically for one thing. I would put together for whatever I'm doing in that town. I put together and what I want to be doing, an outfit, uh, and then I'd go into that town, and that's what I would be doing because they'd be like, "Well, just easier to just go with what you are." And I'd be like, "That's right." Just like it, it's weird. Um,
Well,
Oh, what a
all,
relief.
all I'm saying is like if you were in America, it would be 35 to 40 an hour, and it you welders uh, to me welders are like golden, okay? Because engineers need heroes.
I'm asking the chat if they want to
Yeah.
see any rewind presentations before we close out the show.
Well, yeah, I just get back as my alarm stops, and then you just close the show.
I'm not
Oh,
closing the show now. I'm asking them
I
if they
know, I
want to
know.
see any.
I'm just teasing.
Hello, Jane Doe, who says much love and respect to all janitors and garbage collectors. I love my garbage guys and gals.
I basically order a sanitation in a sugar factory, and I do what I can, and I get paid a good amount, but you know
Can you
I'm
underwater
just
weld,
sitting there. What?
Morgan? Morgan, can you underwater weld, or is that a different
I
specialty?
mean, my teacher
That's
did.
a
I mean, if
special.
I wanted to, yeah, I could. It's underwater pressure welding. You know what I mean? And obviously, yeah, I can go
And you
under.
sound
You can
dirty.
go underwater, and then the other thing too, other thing, I have two
Mm.
positions and different welding and things like that. But I mean, yeah, I did the
Because
gambit.
I've always heard
That's
that's a good paying job.
It's scary as hell,
that's
though.
that's like $60 to $120 an hour.
Yeah, that's $128 an hour. I think that's what you said, right? But yeah, it easily is. Yeah,
Uh,
going out when you go under there and you come up, whether for whatever it is, like whether it's 3 months they've contracted you, it's not usually not that, but I mean, like, however long you're down there, you're coming up with at least 60 grand in your pocket for
Oh
that
yeah.
3 months.
yeah, my best man wanted to do that. I was like, "You sure?" He's like, "Hell yeah!"
You're living in a box with two other men in rotation. You each go from the box that you live in, which is a tiny box, and then you go to the work. Then you go back to that tiny box for however long the
I
job
I
is.
didn't know I didn't know about that, but he was going along with Ghost Ship, so he was like, "I want to do underwater welding." I was like, "Go
If they've
for it,
got the
man."
if they've got the pressure door there, like where they can sit in that for an hour and then go into the other area or actually leave the water, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't
I've
know
heard that
about that,
more
but
women
Yeah,
do
I know these
underwater
guys usually go
welding.
down, they go under, you know what I mean, and then they stay turned, right? Their stomach case, they stay turned under the water. Yeah.
okay,
I
so
just
they're doing Navy SEAL stuff.
Yeah. Oh
That's what
yeah.
Navy SEAls do.
They're going into underwater tankers. They're going to the oil tankers. They're going down on the oil tankers. You know what I'm saying, right? Like when you're out on the barge or out on the open sea, right? You're going
Yeah,
down there because it always needs to be done. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying, right? Like on those
yeah,
tankers, it's like, okay,
yeah.
you're welding on this today. You're welding this spot today. Yeah, because they always have guys underneath welding. Yeah.
Okay, Sandy wants to say something. That's it.
I was just gonna say it's interesting what people think about you based on your voice alone. That's all. Like Sandy, you sound like you can whoop some ass too.
Yeah.
And
Sandy,
but you know, before I was sick.
Yeah.
Sandy,
Yeah.
you're amazing. Okay, I don't care. You're amazing. You're the queen. You're the queen of Mandela effect. Okay,
Well, at least for another week.
just say. I'm just saying.
I just,
Your Your Majesty.
I'm just saying.
Stop
Yeah,
it.
Michael, but you do have to enunciate and talk a little bit slower because again, I can get in trouble with YouTube. Keep that in mind.
You want me to
I
talk
can get in
slower?
trouble with YouTube. No, I
You want me to
appreciate
talk?
everything you're saying. I'm just saying, talk a little bit slower and enunciate that. Like, really try to get those words in so that they're not slurring. That's all.
Your Majesty.
Yeah, I understood that actually better.
That was excellent.
Morgan.
See my point?
I did,
I,
Commander. That's why I said before I was sick. But I drove a
I,
pickup truck, but not a Jeep.
oh, she's a pickup truck girl.
No, no, no. I drove it for work.
I
I
don't
drove a
care.
pickup truck for work.
Who cares? You're a pickup truck girl.
I did get strange looks. I'm not kidding. I don't understand it. It's just a truck, and it was just a small pickup
The
truck.
truck.
But I
The
don't
truck.
understand. Like people would look at me like, why is she driving a truck?
What it? What
I was like,
was it? A Ford Ranger?
no, it was a Chevy. It was the small Chevys. What I forget what it was called.
Chevy.
S10?
Silverado. Silverado. I had to think.
Silverado?
Chevy
That's a big
Silverado.
ass truck. That's a big truck.
No, they have smaller ones.
It's an
It was
S10.
not so not the extended cab, just two door, and it was like bare bones. Like
It was an S10.
hmm? I
It
couldn't
was a
understand
Chevy
that.
S10. Chevy
No,
S10.
no, it was a
No,
Chevy
that's a regular.
Silverado,
Chevy,
100%.
It's a regular
Chevy
size.
Silverado.
Chevy S10.
No, that's a
Okay,
mini truck.
no, I had a Chevy. I was driving like a 2004 Chevy Silverado. For the work truck was like a 2004 Chevy Silverado.
What did you do?
I delivered machine parts for my stepdad's machine part company.
Oh wow. Sandy, I once delivered X-ray equipment for a company to hospitals in Toronto.
No, we only did local. We shipped the others. If it's going to Toronto, you would get a freight package sent to you. But I would drive
I
that freight package. I would drive that freight package to the docks, and the airport picked it up from the docks. So they would load the crate onto the back of the truck with a forklift, and then I would drive it to the dock.
I once delivered railroad crews to their train.
But
So
we're gonna do some presentations instead of talking about jobs on a Mandela Effect channel.
yeah, you know what's funny about that? My
What?
manager he got all mad at me because I didn't change the tire of the truck, and I like for some reason I was like I don't know.
Well,
I
jobs
didn't
can
have
tie into the Mandela effect. Like as I said, Ava experienced people she knew, like their jobs would change. But I guess maybe she's the only one. Have you experienced that? Like, do you know anyone who has a different job now?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
What do you
me.
mean that
Like,
has a job
no,
now?
like is in Mandela style. Like is in. I don't think they understand what I'm talking about.
No, no. I have a really good job because my dad
Crap,
and
man.
what? What's the problem?
All right, you have a really
I
good
just have
job
a
because of
really,
your dad.
yeah, a really good job because of my dad, and uh, it it's a it's an amazing job. I work in a sugar factory, so
Okay.
Okay, but Jackie, I
Anything
think
that has
What
anything to?
Jackie was saying was that Jackie, tell me if I'm
um,
wrong. Were you saying that
sorry.
people who had jobs prior to the Mandela effect have a different job after?
No, that's not what I'm saying. So, what Eva has experienced is she's known people to have a certain job. They told her, "This is my job. I've had this job for however many years, or always had that job, and that's their job." And then later on, they say, "No, that was never my job. I never had that job. This is the job I've had for this many years," and they've always had a different job to
That's
what
what I
they had
just said.
before. And it's
They had one job before the Mandela
oh, like
effect and a different job after the Mandela effect.
oh, I thought you were saying like after they had an experience. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were
That's
saying. Like as in after
that's
the person whose their jobs changed had an experience. I thought that's what you were
Oh, I
saying. Yeah,
see.
that's
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
sorry.
Really
Sorry.
quickly, I was a shop girl. I did the driving in the last couple of years of the company being open. But prior to that, also when I was in college, I would work in the shop creating parts on the in on the machines. So I was a
Oh
shop
wow.
girl, and when they
Cool.
didn't need me to make deliveries, I would clean parts or pack parts. So yeah, I was a shop girl for a couple of years, on and off, like maybe 5, 6 years. And I do have a cat. I used to have two cats. Both passed away, and now I have a third cat. I have one cat right now. She is the third one. Well, technically, she's the fourth one I ever had. My first cat was technically my ex boyfriend's cat, Kachansky. Kachansky passed
So
away, sadly, by being hit by a car.
what
Oh
what
no.
what
Yeah.
what does working in the shop have to do with cats?
It was in the
um
chat. I was responding to the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just you had cats. I had one cat.
I have one cat. Her name is Lula. She's in my profile picture, which I'll put on the screen. There she
Princess.
is. Princess
She's
Lula.
princess.
She will
Princess.
always be Princess Lula. That is her new name.
Princess.
the problem with my family is they just keep moving and giving our animals to other people. And with one of our family cats, Bubbles, my parents like
Well,
sold the house, and then my brother's ex-girlfriend, her grandparents ended up having our cat, and then we were on 15 acres of land. Like I grew up on 15 acres of land, and that's what she was used to. And then she yeah, she got hit by a car because they live near a road and she wasn't used to that. So yeah, I know what it's like. It's horrible. It's really horrible.
um, two things. Uh, Jackie,
Yeah.
they call
Yep.
land acres in Australia.
Um yeah, land or acres, but yeah, acres is yeah, 15 acres is what I was living
That's
on.
weird.
What else would you say? Like you would just say land.
Hectares?
Hectare? Oh, I don't know.
Well,
I always knew it as
yeah,
acres.
hectare.
Could be wrong. I mean, I was
It'd be like
young when I
3 hectares or something, right? We
but yeah,
call
my
we
parents
call
were very well off. Let's just put it that
Acres.
way.
It's known as acres for
I was
that.
adopted. See, that's the thing.
yeah, but
My birth parents were not.
it,
Anyways, this is getting way
okay.
off topic, but
Okay, we're American. You're you're Australian.
Anyway, yeah, we know
Uh,
that
he's
that I'm Australian
Canadian.
and you're not.
All I'm saying is like, what do you call it, hectare, or what do you call it, acre?
Acre.
It's an acre, even here in America or Canada.
Yeah,
It,
acres.
America. Oh, that's a new one. You're to pick a
Okay.
state.
Here comes the Canadian dissing. So many Americans participate in it. I don't
Hey,
know what you guys.
hey,
Anyways,
I'm, I'm like,
okay. So
I'm fresh,
back
I'm
to
fresh
job
Canadian,
Mandela
so
effect. Like it'd be interesting if like I had a job in like another timeline. I doubt it. I feel like I'm just jobless in every timeline. But I haven't experienced that yet, what she's experienced. And I don't it doesn't sound like anyone else has, but I only had like as I said, I thought my kind of friend worked at Kmart. Turns out he works at Target, but it's not like actually 100% sure that he did. So and they're very similar to Target and Kmart. I
you
can't believe
probably just
Target even is still around. Honestly, Target seems so old now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's still.
that's an easy mistake to do. I mean, you thought someone worked at Walmart and they actually worked at Kmart. I mean, or
Oh
something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, that's right.
Same idea,
Yeah,
or Target, same idea. Again,
yeah. I
you
mean,
got
it's an
Cameron
easy
in
mistake to make
Australia.
if you don't know
Hey,
someone well. But I think
oh, exactly.
with
You can even
with
do it if your friend works at Burger King and you call it McDonald's. He works at McDonald's down the street. Oh no, I'm in Burger King. It happens all the time. That sort of stuff.
I mean, when you know someone well, you wouldn't get confused. But I don't know this guy well enough.
Oh
I
man.
I thought that he told me that he worked at Kmart, and that's just what I knew. Um, but apparently it was Target. But I don't know him though. I don't like. He's not someone I talk to often at all. Just see occasionally. Um,
Sorry,
so
Morgan.
you need to know someone. Like Eva, like knows like her situations are different. Like she's actually close to the people who she's had these experiences with, and there's been a lot of changes for her with people that she talks to, not just in the job department, like in just so many other like just she's had many experiences um yeah, where people just seem like they're completely different. They're just totally different people. Not so much in the physical sense, like what Preliminal was saying, but just in um, you know, events in their lives and medical histories changing and stuff like that. She's experienced. So yeah, I just haven't really experienced much of that. But I'm not really close to many people, so that's probably why. Yeah, you need to really ideally having a partner is probably the best way to experiment with this, which I would like to do. I would love to experiment like I wish that was a job, like experimenting with reality and working with memories and trying to figure out more about what's going on. Like I have my theories, but like what's the depth and there's all these patterns and stuff. It's kind of like a puzzle, like a mystery. I feel like we've got to try and figure out, and they're giving us like clues or something. I don't know, but yeah,
You
that's
want to
what I would like
recognize
to do.
patterns.
Yeah, I've recognized
So
patterns
that's what
in.
you're good at.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
it's pretty easy to
Yeah.
recognize for me. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're like a detective. You like to detect. You like to detect
Well, I have
and see what the
watched a lot of.
clues are. Put them together. And
Yeah,
then see what the whole picture is, because you know that there's a picture missing, and you want to put those
yeah,
pieces together. I see. I like it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I grew up watching CSI, and I've seen like all seasons of Criminal Minds and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in um
Mm-hmm.
that type of thing. Yeah,
I like those as well. I love CSI.
yeah, it's a good show.
Even
Yeah,
CSI Miami.
yeah. CSI Miami is good too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys still here?
I'm here.
Okay, everybody's got really
Sa-
quiet. That's why I was like, what happened? I'm
Yeah.
getting
Sandy.
presentations. Yes, Michael.
Oh man.
All right. When you close out, Don't go with Ray. Go with Morgan's. Angels, please.
What are you talking about?
Just
Who knows?
go with Morgan.
I think he's talking about the song, like the end song.
Yeah, I
He
think
wants to
Yeah,
hear
the
Morgan.
answer.
well, I think he means Jeff's song.
Oh,
What?
does everyone make songs?
I
No,
do.
not
What?
everybody.
Who?
Just Morgan and Ray and
Angels are all around me.
That's me.
You want to do it live?
backstage, Sandy.
Give
you want-
me 1 second. I'm having an issue with my iPad.
Okay.
You want to do Angels all around me live?
I have
You know
no
what?
idea what
Morgan?
you said, Michael.
I
The
know.
interesting thing is that it doesn't. This camera actually doesn't pick up the guitar.
No.
It just picks up the voice. Yep. Listen. You won't be able to hear it. You guys can hear my voice, right? Now I'm
Yep.
actually going to play the guitar, but you will not hear it. Can't hear it, can you?
No.
Let's
No.
see you strumming. Put your fingers out so we can see.
It's super loud.
Oh wow.
Magic trick.
He's got like my magic mic.
That's weird.
I know,
I am Magic Mike.
but I noticed it before though when I was doing stuff with commenting on things, and I would show different stuff with the sound and things like that, and it wouldn't pick it up, and I'd be like, I can hear it out loud, like I can hear it out here. How come it's not picking it up? Like how come the
Yeah,
microphone can't pick?
things are magic nowadays. They're like my microphone, the same thing. You can't hear yourself on here, but yet I'm just talking, and you come through speakers behind my head. My cats can hear you. My neighbor can probably hear you, but you can't hear you.
Yeah. It's because of what they can do with it now. You know what I'm saying, right? The dynamics and the hard limiting and all that. Like
That's why I call mine a magic mic on a stick.
yeah. So they can make it so that it just picks up voice, and it'll know just pick up voice. Don't pick up other type of sounds because those aren't someone's voice. So that's
Yeah,
what
well,
you have
no,
to train
mine
to
won't
that
even pick
with.
up
That's
anybody
what.
else's voice. Only my voice.
All right. My whole point. Sandy, can you play Angels all around me, please?
I don't know.
I'm
As
not
you
playing
close out.
anything right now.
As you close out.
Sandy, he wants you know the song that I've got. What? Angels all around me, like lighting. Okay, it's like,
Yeah, you just
while
gotta
the clocks
send.
run
Yeah,
backwards, slowly choking out my lungs. Yeah, the one with the sun setting on it, right?
yeah. Except I don't have
It's an
it. I
amazing.
think
I'll grab
Morgan
that
would
for you.
have to give a link. Morgan would have to put a link in the
It,
private chat for Splatter. We
Yeah,
will
I
be
it's an
can.
taking it.
amazing song.
Guys, we can take a break to like get coffee and run to the bathroom if you'd like, and we can play. I mean, if Splatter doesn't mind staying here and playing songs. Um,
No, I'm okay. My fire alarm's going off now, so I'm happy as a pig and shit. Sorry.
it's okay.
I just had to say that though.
A pig and shit. Really?
See, Mike. Here's the thing: when the chat starts saying things about the fact that you are not sober, that's when I have to ask you to try to step back, because that's when YouTube will notice it too.
That happened a long time ago. Wendy B said that about an hour ago
Yeah.
or more.
I'm just trying to be funny.
See, we had no idea what you just said.
I'm trying to be funny.
I know you're trying to be
I'm
funny.
trying to be funny.
I
That's
understand
funny.
that. I understand, but what I'm trying to tell you is it's obvious you are not sober. And YouTube doesn't like
I
that.
understand it.
I don't
I
like it
understand
either. I
it.
am anti-alcohol. It ruins families and friendships and everything. I do not like alcohol.
Why don't we talk like Sean Connery?
Thorn Conroy.
Sean Connery.
It's not for a king to be filled with much drink.
I mean, I'm trying to be the humor behind my sister. Okay, I'm not trying to hurt her. I'm just trying to be funny. I
It's not that,
pun.
Mike. You're not understanding. It's the fact that when you speak, we can tell that you're not sober.
Totally.
Well, it's
Like
the weekend.
it's painfully obvious. I understand that, but YouTube does not like that. It can hurt my channel.
It won't hurt your channel.
And you're gonna lose some. We're gonna lose some chat members too. I think Wendy's gone now because she put up as much as she could.
Jose is gone as
Okay.
well. I care.
Just,
I want people to
I
enjoy the show.
understand. I understand people want to enjoy the show. All, all I'm saying is like I'm trying to be funny.
I understand that, but it's upsetting people.
How is
Go
it
home.
upsetting
One.
you? My phone died.
No, Michael.
My
But for
phone
example, I
like
will read a
literally.
comment. I will read a comment. I'm not going to put it on the screen. But someone in the
My
chat said, I think someone is inebriated here and is causing some distress. Not that it is a horrible thing, but it's best to acknowledge it. This may bother some. And
Well,
people are
yeah.
the number of people in that's watching the show has gone down.
let's see.
I mean,
Three
don't
people.
people do that because like they're in a horrible state of mind? I would say it is a horrible thing because he's probably like not mentally well. Like I don't see why you would do that unless you were having issues in your life. Even
He
then, I don't.
probably
I
Oh,
mean, yeah,
That's
kind
what
of.
no.
I
he
mean,
probably
it
does
tastes like
not
crap.
even he probably doesn't even realize. Mike, you probably don't even realize, like, to you, you don't sound as bad as you do to us.
I know.
And I've been trying to be good the whole time, but it drives me nuts. Absolutely batty.
But you're driving me to a point where it's like seriously stop initiating what I'm doing. Okay,
Well, Mike, when it's
that's all.
affecting my channel, I have to say something.
It's not
Yeah.
It's
affecting your
affect,
channel.
it is when people leave they stop watching. That's affecting my channel.
Is there a
There's
reason
people who have
why?
stopped watching simply because you're on the show right now in this state.
Wendy
Not that
B at
you're on the show. It's that
Wendy
you're on the
B
show in this state.
ten
It's like
thirty
you can
four. She
learn
said,
from
"I'm a
last time.
recovering alcoholic, so it is so annoying to me." This is at
Yeah, we already
10:30.
had this issue. He should have learned from last time.
Did you hear that, Michael? Wendy B is a recovering alcoholic. You being on the show like this is upsetting her. So she left. That hurts my channel when people leave because you're on the show not sober. If you were on the show sober, there wouldn't be a problem. Do you understand?
Okay, but I'm just asking, like, to be heard.
Like, I understand it hurts to hear this. I feel bad having to say this,
Bye
but
bye.
it's hurting my channel. It's hurting the show.
It's not her.
And I know you don't want to do that.
I don't want to do it,
I
but
know you don't.
it's not.
He's hurting himself, in my opinion. I mean, it's pretty much just poison, right? He's just
Oh,
poisoning himself.
totally.
And it tastes like crap too. I
Yep.
think there might be something different with me because I don't understand. Like I don't get any sort of kick out of it. Like I've had it before, obviously. And
Hold on,
yeah,
Jessica, please don't, because I am taking care of this. Michael, Jessica, in the chat, I am also a recovering alcoholic, and this is bothering me, hon. I'm about to leave. Michael, I'm going to remove you now because I don't think I should lose chat members who want to see the show simply because you want to be on the show. Do you understand? I'm sorry. You're welcome to come on when you're sober. But you cannot come on the show if you're not sober.
Which is impossible, I think.
No, there's got to be times a day where he's sober. All right, guys.
Thank you.
I will play the song Mike wants to hear. We're gonna go on a break. We're gonna come back and we're gonna cover some Mandelas.
It just,
So everybody, just take a deep breath.
yeah. You know how some people, the nails on chalkboard really bothers them?
Yes.
Do you need me
That's
to
what it's
drop
like
that
for
off
me. I've been trying to put up
backstage?
with it. It's just nails on chalkboard this whole few hours. It's like, oh.
Yes, backstage. Did you drop it backstage, Morgan?
Yep, I got it. I just noticed that you got that, Sandy.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen
Okay,
something.
so I'm gonna
You
need hi Herb, Hillbilly Herb is here.
Is it here?
Yes, Hillbilly Herb just jumped in the chat.
Oh no, no! You put it in the regular comments. I could probably switch it though. I hope.
Oh no, I
You're
was
supposed to put it.
going into the StreamYard right now.
You're supposed to
Change
put it in the
the-
private chat there.
Yeah, the
Yeah, that's what I
private
was going to
chat.
do.
Okay, no problem.
It
I'm gonna
takes
put
a while
Morgan just
longer
so
on
it
the other
separates from the
computer.
presentation.
Okay.
And what I'm gonna actually do is I need a little bit more time. I'm gonna play a song from Ray first, and then when that's over, we're gonna play Morgan's song. So I have enough time to run to the bathroom and make a coffee.
Darling, you're
That was an accident. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. My style is my tips are going. They're getting old, so they hit things they're not supposed to hit sometimes.
Oh, I understand. Yeah.
So guys, we are going to go on an intermission. We will be back. I want everyone on the panel to please mute up for the when we switch from
Oh yeah.
the songs I have here to Splatter playing Morgan's song.
He hasn't sent it to me yet.
And guys, if I'm not back and the music's over, for some reason, if I'm not back, you guys can talk. You can just start up again, okay?
Yeah, as long as we talk about regular stuff.
Yes. Stick to Mandela topics, please.
What's regular? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. But Morgan, you have to put the link in the private chat. He can't access it from the chat.
Yep, I'm grabbing it up right now.
I think
Okay. And I am going to while he's doing that.
You're gonna put music on.
Yeah, I'm gonna put music on, and then I'll put you on the. I want to put you on the screen first, so that way you can play it if I'm not here.
Okay.
And I'm also trying to put the intermission on the screen. There we go. Let people know we will be back.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all.
Yep, I wish I had that.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I will play Ray's intermission because it's Ray's. I don't have one for Morgan, but I have
Oh,
Ray's.
Mark
So
one,
here's
Morgan.
Ray's intermission. All right, guys, we're going to go on approximately a 6-7 minute break. Do you have the link yet, Splatter?
No.
Yeah, actually, I have. I'm wondering why I'm not.
I wrote your name in the private chat.
I wonder why. Okay, there it is. There. There it is there, right on. Okay, there we are, and boom. And there. Cool. I did it with this one. And the other one, I'm still waiting for it to even come in. That's great.
So Splatter, when you're ready, I'm going to present you, but you're not going to play it until the
Oh,
other
okay, there it
song
is.
is
There
over.
it is. Yeah.
They showed up now. There it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
I used the new computer. It's faster than the old one even. Like it's the other ones.
Well,
Horrible.
I
it
would
should
hope
be.
so.
It's new.
Yeah. All right, so everyone mute up.
You'll get this ready, but you're gonna do music. And I only put this after you're done, right?
Right, I'm going to put you on the screen now so that after the other song's over, you can play it.
Okay.
So guys, we're going to go on approximately a 6 to 7 minute intermission. We will be back.
Okay, I got that now. You see it?
Yep, everyone mute except for, well, Splatter. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, make it full screen.
Okay.
Okay, don't play it yet. Wait till this is over. We
Yeah,
will be back
I got that much. Yeah.
in 6 to 7 minutes, everyone. Morgan is here twice. Why is Morgan here twice? Weird. Okay, we'll be back, guys.
Sing it, bitch. Basic, we living in the matrix. NASA fakes it. Test the rap, I aced it. Spaceships don't take space trips. It's ridiculous and dangerous to our minds. Watching the Challenger exploded 8-6. In school eating Lay's chips. As my day shifts, I'll take the night. She said she likes it like this. I got words to play with. Read about it on page 6. I ain't been the same since I saw the earth is a flat disc. Now I get blackballed and blacklists. Fantastic, you globally flatulent. Your wife looks African and masculine. I knew it was a matrix since the Ford logo changes. Earth is flat like old soda pop. The moon is not a floating rock. Control the block, don't blow the spot. That was a warning shot. Sing it, bitch.
Give it your soul. Give it your soul. Give it your soul.
Give it your soul. Your soul. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Say, so much trouble in the world today. When you see the simulation, everything is okay. You can call me Rasta, even Andre. Cooking up the pasta with no delay. Portland, Oregon is the place where I play. Even when it's raining, I go out and say, hey, we got rivers, breeze, and trees. Everything now when you know I'm in need. I just get the weed from the corner store. Oh yeah, cause we got even more than you could even imagine. And you know it's the best, cause I just gonna have to puff out my chest. I don't need no ego though, cause it's been depleted. Everything now but the mystery's completed. Cause I know the truth why I'm in the booth. Cause I gotta come and just give it to you. Dr. Hawthorne, yeah, that's my name. Head of the nut house, they think I'm playing a game. Sovereign, yeah, my soul's intact. Bob Marley has returned, as a matter of fact. Shot the sheriff, no, I don't need no gun. Using my chainsaw is much more fun. Or maybe my bat. Her name's Lucille. Think that I won't? Yeah, I probably will. I don't need no redemption when I'm singing this song. Sandy knows the hook, she's probably singing along. I don't condone violence though, because that shit's whack. I'd rather hit him with the music, as a matter of fact. When the music hits, it may cause you pain, or ease your mind like Prince Purple Rain. I don't wanna sit and wait in vain. Your political circus, it is hurting my brain. I'm the sofa king, like an eagle I'll soar. I manifest to be the best, my chakras endure. I don't need medication, cause I'm feeling just fine. Lively up yourself with your spiritual wealth. Quit eating sugar, cause that shit's bad for your health. It's no wonder you're sick. Liking the look in your fridge is straight up disgusting what they fed to you as a kid.
Give it your soul. Give it
can't stop me no matter how hard you try. Go ahead and call the cops, they probably smoke it too. I will give it to them, take a big puff, blow it in the sky. Yeah, you know it's enough, we're gonna do it, pursue it every day and night. Late night live, yeah, we're gonna get it right. Keep it so true, yeah, just for you. All of these things, hip hop, what we pursue, we so safe. So much trouble in the world today. When you see the simulation, everything is okay. You can call me Rasta, even Andre. Cooking up the pasta with no delay. Portland, Oregon is the place where I play. Even when it's raining, I go out and say, hey, we got rivers, breeze, and trees. Everything now when you know I'm in need, I just get the weed.
Oh no. Shit. Whoops.
While I've got angels all around me, lighting the fires that prevent from failing. Send your waters inside me. Feel your spirit inside me again. The promised life will time and bind you. A scotch taking all its gold. Perspective curve my thought around you. Milk my blood until it turns. All depressed and leaves you thirsty. I start to call robots home. Our soul, our forging decisions bleeding until all have made their choice. While I've got angels all around me, lighting the fires that prevent from failing. Send your waters inside me. Feel your spirit inside me again. Watching all the clocks run backwards, slowly choking out my lungs, throwing all the stones around me until all that's left is one. Youth and age haunt me nightly until their master's work is done. Give to all this what they're asking, while sex and death is all flesh wants.
And we are back. Everyone is muted up, guys. You have to unmute. Or maybe you can't and I got to do it. Give me a moment. Unmute. Unmuted.
And we are back.
Everyone is muted up, guys. You have to unmute. Or maybe you
God.
can't.
Okay.
I can hear myself. Who's playing the show in the background? Or who was? At least it stopped. So, guys, now we're going to go on to some Mandela effects to get the stream back on track. Thank you, Commander. And hello, Timothy Man. Welcome. No, God bless you, Jane Doe. That was wonderful what you said. Splatter? Splatter, you there?
Oh darn. Yeah, I was talking away here. My mic was turned off.
Ah, yeah, you're also not presenting the stuff in the backstage.
Yeah, I know. I got to go get it again. I had to turn it off for that.
I gotcha.
And then I started selling with
Okay.
on mute. I'm sorry.
Jackie might step away. That's
Huh?
okay. Jackie's here. She's muted. She may step away for a little bit.
Okay.
Hey, Christine Lynn, welcome.
Bing bong. There we go.
We needed the SOR carpool tonight. We really needed it. Now, I expect a lot of you to not know this one, and that's okay. If you remember this one, just answer what you originally answered. And even if you don't know this one, the end of the presentation, you might be able to answer regardless. So just bear with me on it. Morgan,
Yes.
would
Are
you
you
like
gonna
to read?
Yes. Excellent. All right.
Cool.
I love it when Morgan reads.
Well,
I
yeah.
was a kid who read everything: cereal boxes, the instructions to board games, and packaging, especially when I was bored. I'm sure this is why I noticed the Mandelas I'm about to share with you, but will not be surprised if you do not know the answers.
What I just said.
Yeah.
Hold on
What?
before you read, Morgan.
Until the
Pushing buttons.
1990s.
Morgan, hold on
Yeah.
one second.
Okay.
Pushing buttons, you never have to apologize for being late. I'm just happy you're here. Sorry, go ahead.
Until the 1990s, Crayola was just the brand. The company that made Crayola crayons has changed from my memory. If you know the company, please fill in the blank.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know if I can give you a hint, but because I have to look it up. Give me a minute. I got to see what it is now to see if I can give you a hint. Yeah, I know what. I don't even have to look it up. I just remembered what it is now. So I will tell you that it ends
Helmet?
with a Y. Mike, I cannot add you to the show. There's no way you've gotten sober in 10 minutes. You're welcome to sit backstage if you'd like, but I cannot add you to the show unless you're a different Mike. I mean, it could be a different Mike. It just says Mike, and I don't see a picture, so I don't know.
Oh.
So it ends with a Y, the word I'm looking for. Pushing buttons is guessing Barney, which is actually close.
Yeah, very.
Bomber says Corey Feldman. It's probably something else.
Ray? Randy? Ray?
Barney. No, somebody already said Barney. No grimace.
That's an awesome
It's with a
accidental
Y.
keystroke. Timoth Man, it looks like he has no idea, like he's drawing a blank, and he said that was accidental.
Brownie?
Grimace is his noise guru.
The Weston.
We can go on. They don't know. It's fine.
The Weston and Smith.
Randall?
Okay, next. There we go.
In my past, the company was Bernie and Smith.
Oh.
But in this reality, it's always been Binny. Binny. Does anyone else remember Bernie like I do? The R is now an N. It was B-I-N-R-E-Y, and now it's B-I-N-N-E-Y.
Oh, man.
And if you don't know, it's okay, guys.
You have to really stickler on details to see that one.
I'm glad you gave me the out on it, saying that most of you won't, because, now I'm normal because I don't.
It could be any. I mean, that would blend right in there. You wouldn't really notice unless you're looking for it.
That's the thing. Like, I would sit and read everything. I was one of those kids that if I'm sitting at the ambulance squad, like my parents would they were EMTs, and they would get a call when we're in the car with them and we'd have to sit in the ambulance squad and wait till they got back from the call.
Oh man.
And I would just read the
Boy.
books they had there, including like medical stuff. Just reading it because there was nothing else available.
Yeah, yeah. I remember those
They
days.
eventually got us a VCR TV, and we also had a Sega
Oh, nice.
because we were there so often.
Oh, so it got better. That's cool. That's good to know.
Mhm. I even had my 16th birthday party there.
Yeah.
They took the ambulance
Yeah.
out, and in the Bay Area, we had like tables and stuff, and the music echoed. It was awesome.
St. John's ambulance?
No, the
Well, it's
town
different.
that I was in.
Okay, right on.
I think it's different in the States, isn't it? As well.
Yeah, well, it'd be a private outfit, I think.
It was.
Oh.
It was. They ran solely on donations from the town.
Yeah, that's what they are too. They're donate. Yeah, it's a donation ambulance. That's right. That's right. It's like a Ghostbuster, like the remember from Ghostbusters?
There are some cities and stuff that are funded by taxpayers, but the town I grew up in, it was a borough, and it was only 1 square mile, so they had to rely on donations.
Yeah, I was a Sega person too. Sega.
We can go on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mike, like I said, you're welcome to stay backstage. I cannot add you in this state.
Please no. No.
No, I can't. We lost people from the chat.
You were gonna lose me too. Hang on.
I also do not remember this message being on most Crayola crayon packages. Different brilliant colors. In most cases, it's displayed prominently in the center of the box. Do you remember seeing that?
So stay here. This is a yes or no question. Yes or no. Do you recall this on Crayola crayon boxes? Different brilliant colors. Yes or no?
I think so. But can I say something?
No.
Yeah, of course you can.
I don't remember this. You peel the paper and then sharpen the crayon. That's what's new to me.
Really?
Yeah.
I do remember that.
I don't. I always just remember peeling the paper as well as the crayon.
It probably didn't sharpen too well. All right, so we have confusion, like not confusion, but different realities in the chat.
We've got ourselves a wrapper shedder here, folks.
Pushing Button says looks way off to me. Jane Doe says, I love you, Mike. Hope you are well. Hoping the best for you. Right, Tim Mothman says, oh, he's talking about Rob from SOR. Hillbilly Herb says yes. He does remember it. Pushing Button says no. Tim Mothman says yes. Christine Lynn says yes.
It just came in from school. Okay, I'm remembering them from my dad's school, the Christian school, because we had these old Crayola boxes. They had old Crayola boxes, like from 1980 or 1979 or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, we have someone in the background that I don't know. If you can, just in the private chat, if you go by a different name in the chat, let me know who you are before I let you on.
Is it Ken from Australia?
It's Quick, Quik.
Oh, okay, then no.
I've never seen them before. That's why I'm asking.
Because Ken's Caravan was supposed to join up tonight, but he's doing his own show right now.
Okay, hold on. I'm still reading answers in the chat.
I guess he forgot.
Jessica remembers with and without. All right, guys. The question is about different brilliant colors, not the sharpener. So make sure you answer both. Because Jane Doe says, me too. Peel the paper, then sharpen. I clearly remember that. Do you remember different brilliant colors? Because now there's 2 issues here.
Sorry.
I remember that design. I remember the design as well, Commander. I just don't remember different brilliant colors.
That's weird. I don't remember the peel paper.
Like,
that's
Commander
odd.
says he remembers the sharpener. It was horrible. He remembers the sharpener. He doesn't remember the message to peel the paper.
See? I'm not the only one.
No. I was explaining what you remembered.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's see. I never had the sharpener. I had the 64 box. This is pushing. I never used it, says Bomber. I do remember new colors. I remember new colors too. I don't remember the message. Different, brilliant colors. I just don't remember the message there. Okay, we can go on.
Okay.
Quick, in the private chat, can you let us know who you are?
They stopped adding a message in the early 2000s. So if you're younger, you may not remember this.
Okay, stay here a minute. We're going to take a break and add quick to the panel, and we'll decide if we know quick or not, because they're not responding, so we'll find out. Oh, I can't add them. Quick.
Who
You
are
have
you?
well, I can't add them anyway. They didn't give access to the microphone and camera. They have to do that. They have to leave. Quick, the only way I can add you to the panel is if you leave and come back, and when it asks to have access to your microphone and camera, you say yes, and then you turn the camera off if you don't want to be on camera. But you have to leave and come back. I can't add you in. My only options are to edit your name, kick you from the studio, or ban you. It won't let me add you to the stage until you give access to the camera. But then you can turn the camera off. But you have to give access first. Okay, we're going to continue with the presentation because they're still here. I don't even know if they heard me.
Okay.
All right, we can go on.
Oh, next one then. Yeah.
Yes.
Click.
All right, so if you can zoom in, we have some issues. So on the same box, we have a closed R and a broken R.
Oh wow, look at that. Yeah.
And the L has a weird cutout in it. It could be the font they used. I'm just pointing it out. This is a very old box, but I found it very strange that there was a broken R and a closed R on the same box. Now notice that the C and the A are the same C and A. So why is it broken on the bottom? It's the same font. That R shouldn't be broken. And that's Binny highlighted.
It's Binny. What's Binny again down here?
Yep, this is all Binny.
Binny.
We're on a
Smith.
red slide, current reality.
Okay.
I'm just showing you how common Binny and Smith was and different brilliant colors was on these boxes. If you don't remember it, like I don't remember it, there's no reason why I shouldn't remember it. It's everywhere.
What's the deal with this work on? Is the period at the end of it?
Which one?
This here one in the middle here. This work.
Work. Yeah, there's a period at the end of it, but check out the A, how it's floating in the sky.
Oh yeah. That's weird.
Yes. And the C is eating the R. That's a pattern we see.
The C is eating the R.
The bigger letters on the ends. Oh, and can you go down a little bit? Does anyone ever recall hearing that they had a blue and yellow box? Do we see that on the left?
This one here?
What is that? Yes.
That is weird looking, yeah.
So weird.
Never. Those other colors it makes, yeah, those are ones I remember. That green and yellow thing. Or even this black and yellow up here, whatever.
Good night, Noise Guru. Good night. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you could melt down Crayola crayons to make rainbow crayons. You can put them in the oven on a cookie sheet with a wax paper underneath it.
Oh, okay.
You get all the broken ones, you melt them down, and then you can use cookie cutters when it's still warm. After it sets up a little bit to make different shapes. Hey, lovey love.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I just remember cursing when they broke.
Yep, you could make your own rainbow crayons.
Huh.
So now we have residue of Bernie and Smith, like I remember.
Yeah. And what the heck? Oh, I can't see it.
Wow.
Because this here
Right.
looks different too. The color to this here brilliant colors
You
box.
should you just click on it. You should be able to zoom in.
No. Oh yeah, maybe, but
Yes.
that, yeah.
It's,
That
I
looks
think it's just faded. I think the green is just faded.
okay. But it looks
But
odd to me.
it does. I agree. But it is Binny and Smith, and it's
Or
supposed to be
yeah,
Bernie.
yeah.
It was Bernie, 100% for me. This isn't one where I'm asking you guys, is this a Mandela? This is a Mandela for me.
This is one of the things you remember sitting there reading when you were bored. Yeah, makes sense.
Not only that, they also made other art supplies. And I did go to art school. It's just things you pay attention to. So this is in a implementing individual and small group learning structures with a computer simulation article. And in it, they have Bernie and Smith, 1994.
I used to read cereal boxes, adding ingredients in them and stuff. That's why I stopped eating cereal as well. Because the
Bomber,
stuff is-
earlier in the presentation, it said they stopped adding it to the box in 2006. But you said your box is from 2004.
Aha.
I don't know. Maybe it might not have been on every box, but I just showed you a ton of boxes that was on there. But it is possible. I mean, but I've had multiple boxes throughout my life. I don't think it's possible that none of them would have had it on there. Do you know what I'm saying?
What, the briny?
No, the different brilliant colors.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the because it says my box is Benny Smith on it for
You can go on.
bomber. Anyway, yeah.
More Bernie and Smith. That is a close up of the description of this, so you don't have to zoom.
No. No.
You can go
Yeah,
on.
that's a lot of people. They ate the crayons like that bear's doing.
Go on. So Bernie and Smith. I don't know why 2021 is highlighted red. That's weird. Bernie and Smith, Bernie and Smith, Bernie and Smith.
Yeah, it's
You can
all
go on.
Bernie. But 2021, question mark.
Shrinky Dinks were amazing.
Yes.
I love Shrinky Dinks. You can still buy them, just not as Shrinky Dinks. You can buy the like blank sheets and then draw whatever you want and make Shrinky Dinks of your own art. Sell it on Amazon.
But whatever happened to Quick?
Quick is still backstage and has not activated their camera, so I can't add them to the stage.
Okay.
They have to leave and come back for me to add them, and they haven't done so.
Maybe. Okay. Never mind.
The last
Yeah.
thing I want to ask, I have never seen before, so I have no idea if this is a Mandela or not. I'm hoping someone has heard of these and will know if I should, if it should look like this.
Mm-hmm.
Crayola Rob Roy.
I'll give more examples on the next page.
Oh, okay.
Durrell.
But these look
Look
interesting.
at all the. Yeah, well, this might give away some stuff. That's why I'm saying don't zoom in. Let's go to the next page.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember. Honestly.
Blendwell.
Blendwell.
And look how it's spelled.
Does this look right to you?
I've never heard of Blendwell crayons.
Blendwell.
They're usually always Crayola.
Again, never heard of these, but I did find residue of these being called Blendwell, so I thought I'd ask.
So in the chat, yes or no, it says made in the USA.
Yeah, I remember them. I
Do
remember
you?
the checkered, yeah, the checkered wrapping paper on them, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember it's spelled with one L? It
Oh
even
God,
looks like
no.
it's off centered. Like there
I mean,
should be
I don't
another L
remember it
there.
spelled the other way either. You know what I mean? Like they were an odd off brand, right? Like I remember. I don't even. I don't. I don't. We must have the box somewhere, but I just remember we had the pattern. Yeah, because well, that was the other crayons.
Okay, but I need you guys to really look at the B, which is the B is strangely
It would have
broken.
been on each crayon, right? Wouldn't need the box because Blendwell would have been written on each crayon too, right?
Right, but what I'm trying to say is the B is closer to the edge of the box than the L. Like there should be another L there. It's not centered, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
Sandy's a total perfectionist.
Well, no, I was trained
It's
as a
blend
graphic designer to
poorly.
look at this stuff.
Yeah, which makes you a perfectionist.
The top of the B is closer to the edge than the L is. And if you put another L there, they would be equal and centered.
Okay. Wow.
But if you zoom out and go to the next slide, we have residue of Blendwell with two L's at the end.
Oh, okay. At the end.
Oh, but there's another Bernie and Smith here
Is there a burning and
from the newspaper. That this is just out of place.
L's in the
oh here
chat.
too. Yeah.
Bernie and Smith.
Oh,
Commander says that Splatter was my older brother in a past life.
okay, cool. I know.
So here's Blendwell with two L's.
That's funny.
Ag-
Wonder what,
Again,
what
I've
is.
never seen these before. I just happened to notice that there was Blendwell with two L's. I came
they-
across the article on the bottom by accident, and that's when I was like, huh,
Did
this
they
doesn't
spell
match.
two L's in the ad, but with with the adjoining image to go
Correct.
with the ad, it's just with one L?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, see, look at this right here. Yeah.
You can zoom.
Okay, yeah. Right in
And
the
if they're
same
correcting
place.
it
Right
in
there.
the chat. I mean, if they're correcting it, they're like, no, it should be blend well, but they spelled it. But that's because it's someone's name. Blendwell.
You think so?
Are you sure?
No.
I thought they were saying the crayons were blend
he's-
well.
He's making up a story because it sounds good.
That's what I thought as well. But
sounds good. It's a name. Yeah. Yeah.
but that's the thing. I think they might have deliberately kept it from being 2L so that it would be so that it could be a proper name. As opposed to a verb or.
I kind of remember the checkered pattern thing, but I do not remember the name Blendwell.
Because it would be Blentwell in the past tense. That's right. That's right. It would be Blentwell, not Blendwell. So Blendwell isn't a word.
Jackie isn't here right now, Timoth, man. She had to step away. She's in the panel, but she physically is not at her computer.
So they didn't fix anything. They would have needed to have changed the D to a T if they were actually correcting the word by adding the L.
I just think blend well means the crayons blend well together.
It's like there's a drug called CPZ, and they're like, oh, you mean because it's sleep easy? And they're, no, but it's not. And I was like, no, it is. And they were like, no, it's actually just.
We can go on.
Yeah, like I said, I remember the checkers on the, but I don't remember the name Blendwell at all.
Same bomber. Colored pencils and crayons.
They were the inferior crayon. It was inferior wax.
Yeah, it must have been the knockoff.
It was. It really was.
Crayola ruled. Crayola had to be Crayola.
It like the other shit. It didn't paint like the other stuff.
This is an old newspaper ad showing blend well with one L, but they wrote blend well with two.
Yeah, right here. Mm-hmm.
We
I
can go
mean,
on.
they were still decent, and I
You look
liked
here.
some of the colors. It wasn't as, you know.
Crayola.
I miss oh my gosh, wait. Zoom in on the top. Look at the scent symbol, everyone.
There's a
Zoom in.
dollar. Which one's it?
Oh,
No,
Over here.
the scent symbols. The scent
Yeah.
symbols at the top. Up. They're all C's. There's no lines.
There's no lines. That's 4 Celsius. It's 9 Celsius. If you
yeah.
use my,
59 Celsius.
that's pretty hot.
It's pretty hot.
Yeah, that's what a Canadian or someone from Europe would see. The Celsius.
It's
Yeah.
sweltering.
Sweltering. All the C's on the side. No lines.
Right, Morgan? That's bloody hot.
We can go on.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Go ahead, Morgan.
This is an addition because I forgot to add it last week. Do you remember ever learning Crayola crayons being called anything other than Crayola?
So stay here. Yes or no in the chat. Do you remember ever learning or hearing that Crayola crayons went by another name? Yes or no in the chat. If yes, what was the name?
Laurentian?
Yeah, Laurentian. Yeah, that's the other one.
What is it?
Laurentian?
What is that? I don't know what that is.
It's another brand of stuff for schools.
Brand of colored pencils, though.
Preliminal's back and he says flesh.
Oh, there we go.
Herb says no. Maria says no. Wendy B is back and says no. Welcome back, Wendy.
Yes, Wendy, welcome back.
Pushing buttons is nope.
You can breathe again.
Yep. To Mothman is nope. Jessica Kirk is no. Is Jane leaving?
I don't know.
Let me find Jane's last comment. It's only because Commander said all love Jean.
Oh.
Jane, I mean, excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's about a compliment. Okay. She's not going nowhere.
That's good.
They were called, preliminals guessing, they were called Crazole. Crazole.
Laurentian is another brand of off stuff for school products.
I gotcha.
Crayons.
Commanders.
And stuff, yeah.
Commander is no. Christine Lynn is no. Wendy says thanks. Lovey Love is no. Crazole says preliminal.
Rather than Crayola. Yeah, maybe I'm onto something here. You think? I don't know. Or maybe Morgan and I are. Should we switch now?
Yes, we can switch now.
What do we got?
Oh, Besco, nigga, what? I remember Besco. That's wild. Thank you so much. That made me happy. Besco.
As soon as you seen it, you remembered?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, Besco.
Wait a minute. Commander is saying Sandy and Splatter were siblings in the 40s. What, we lived to 5 or 10?
And then dime.
Okay, so go ahead, Morgan.
I can't find a rate.
A date.
I can't find a date for these. But they don't look any older than the small crayon packs of the 70s and 80s. Have you ever heard of Besco crayons?
Ah, I get it.
They are Crayola. Just called Besco. Yep.
These were the bigger, fatter ones.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's right. Thank you.
No.
No?
No, the bigger, fatter ones were also called Crayola.
Oh.
So yes or no in the chat. Have you ever heard of Besco crayons? Let's see what they say.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's Canadian.
Yeah.
Perhaps. That sounds like it. With the B and the S and the C and the O.
Anyway, it says large up here too.
Ding.
That's the giving away for me is the 16 large Besco crayons.
Love you, love.
Like they need to specify. Lovey Love says Italian. Cool. I gotta know the history of Crayola now at Sandy Diva Mandela Effects.
Oh
Yeah.
that was
It is a very cool history.
That was one of the
But this is-
very first How It's Mades that was ever produced. If you've seen that show, How It's Made.
There's an even older How It's Made, but it's not how it's made. When Mr. Rogers went to the Crayola factory. Hello, Joe Bloor.
It's Benny.
Maria's back too. Hello, Maria.
It's a Benny and Smith.
It is Benny, of course. Same company.
I think we must have.
Well, yeah, it's the same design on the package too, and everything. Same. All it needs is Crayola.
Like,
Well, no, it is Crayola.
Yeah.
It is Crayola. It's
But-
just called Besco.
Yeah.
Jessica
Nice.
Kirk has never heard of these. I do
mean-
remember flat sides. I do remember having a flat side on some of them. Like the fancier ones for kids so that they don't roll all over the place. But the other weird thing, some of the packages are blue instead of green. Can you zoom in on all these for them, please?
Well, that one is plain. Oh, that's just a big box full of them. Oh,
Yeah.
It's 6-ounce boxes, so it is.
6 hours.
It's the crate that it came in.
Yeah. Wow.
These are the blues. 8.
Yeah, the box is blue on some of them.
These are blue as well still. I guess green's on the next page, maybe.
Yep. No, the green's on the left. Green is on the left, blue is on the right. You see him? Zoom in.
All right. I'm seeing all blue.
No, it's green on the left and blue on the right.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
It's green and orange and blue and yellow. Like a green and gold
Weird.
and blue
I'm
and
seeing
yellow.
blue and blue here.
Nope, that's green.
No.
Weird. What's wrong? Am I going colorblind?
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep.
Well, it's Occam's razor.
Can it happen? My grandfather was colorblind. Can he become colorblind?
No,
Oh,
usually you're
God, I can't believe
colorblind
you
from the
argued
get-go.
down that fact. It's like, because the question would have been, is anyone in your family?
Yes, we call them colored pencils.
Yeah,
I've never heard them called pencil
crayons.
crayons.
They're African American pencils.
All right, zoom in, please. Like it said Besco on the side like that, but
Yeah.
it still had the squiggle of Crayola.
They're pressed.
And we have a
Pressed
blue
crayon.
box on the top left.
Besco pressed crayon.
The blue boxes are on the right. Green box is the left box. Like
Oh yeah,
the
now I
second
see
one.
green. Right, this one?
Mm-hmm.
Well, sort of.
Break out the
Yeah.
pastels, eh?
I can get green out of this one here. Yeah. But these
Okay,
are blue.
go down. And the bottom two are blue.
Yeah, those are blue for sure. Yep. Uh-huh.
Mhm.
And hey, yeah, her auntie rolls.
And they all say Benny and Smith. It was Bernie.
Your auntie rolls, Sandy.
Anti-roll. Will you roll your ante for your money to buy the crayons?
Oh, wait, stop. The reason why I have a close-up, no, go back. Zoom in like that. Go back on the bottom zoomed. The ones on the left say 8 brilliant colors. The ones on the right say different brilliant colors.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
It does not say different brilliant colors on the left ones, only on the right.
No.
I just wanted to show you how it's different. That's all.
Yeah, I see. Just,
Yeah.
but these are the large, and these are the anti-roll.
And again, it says New York, New York on the box, so it's not
New
like
York,
you're
New
not
York.
US.
So much for your Canadian crayon idea.
Yeah, I know.
New York, right here. Yeah.
It's a hell of a town.
All
We
right.
can go on.
But no, we can't.
It's New Yonkers.
We need to get the next one up.
Okay, quick, if you can hear me, you've left. Come back
No,
in
no, sir.
and turn your
No, no, sir.
camera on. And then you can turn it off before you join. Is Angels Don't Fall here? Did I miss Angels Don't Fall?
Not sure.
I don't see Angels Don't Fall, but Pushing Buttons said Angels Don't Fall, question mark.
I'm just.
Angels, if you're here, say hi. Oh, Pushing says no. Okay, thank you. Okay, we can continue. Was that the end of it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, next one. Oh gosh, wait, skip this one. It's triggering for people. Skip it.
Okay. Yeah.
They've suffered enough tonight.
Yes, I agree. I suffered.
Bomber.
What?
I have a Mandela effect with that. And when I presented it, no one knew about it, but Bomber would. I'm going to get that one to replace
Okay.
the one that we had to get rid of. So give me a minute. I'm going to go find it.
Yeah, because I got bothered twice tonight by that and the fire alarm.
I think I have it listed under art supply. Give me a minute. Art.
Oh, R2D2 is here. Boop boop bop bop beep boop doop.
Hello, R2D2. Oh my gosh. Please don't be one of the ones that I can't find. Because I may have somebody who shares my memory. Found it. I found it. Oh, yes. Thank goodness.
I think
Well,
that's a
'cause
clear.
you
There's
need
a
to
nice
be an
clear
artist
picture
to
of
know.
Morgan. Sorry.
You really need to be an artist or go to school for art to know this company. So I'm adding this link to replace the one we just skipped.
Okay. I was gonna say Morgan has a really good picture camera on that thing. It's nice. You know, it's a nice picture. Was it 1080?
It's a 1080
Yeah, that's good.
laptop, but I don't know if it's 1080.
Or 4K. Ooh, is it a 4K?
Where would I find that information out?
Probably the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the box. I mean, I do got the box within arm's reach. Everything. I always have everything.
Yeah, the box would tell you what it is. It might range from 1080 to 14 something, and then up to 4K.
Here's the box, right? Like, no, here. Okay, so I mean, like, inside the box, like, SD.
While he's doing that, can you get the next presentation up, please?
I don't have it.
No, you're not presenting.
Oh, okay. I forgot to hit the share button. I guess. I hate it when I do that.
We're doing it.
It's okay.
That's the way it went. Yeah, it is. Okay, there we are. That better now?
That is better. This is a weird one, guys. I don't know if what I'm about to ask is a true Mandela effect, but I do know that this is completely new to me, so I'm asking anyway.
Yeah, what the hell? Okay.
Kim Jong Un's grandfather, Kim Il Sung. Do you recall why he passed away? Do you remember learning anything distinct about him? So, yes or no, do you recall why he passed away? And do you remember learning anything distinct about his appearance?
Double pneumonia. Yeah, he had a thing on it, a big, huge tumor on his neck, on his back of his head. And they'd always shoot him from that angle right there, so you wouldn't be able to see it with a huge goiter.
Can we zoom in on the globe splatter?
Yeah. I
Let's
guess.
see if it's accurate to what. I'm curious to see if they make uh make it accurate.
No, a globe can't be accurate. We don't live on a ball.
No, you know what I mean. Because it's
Water.
because
Water
they
is
don't
not
want people to
clear.
know truth.
Yeah, yeah.
So they like Taiwan may say like I want to see if China's bigger. I want to see if Korea is all North Korea. You
Well,
can't see it.
Russia looks pretty big. Look at that pink up here. Yeah.
Yeah. China's looking pretty big too. That's the peach.
The peach here, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks good, I guess.
He would have taken his own marker and marked it up.
Oh, look at the square island. It's a label, guys.
Oh, they're right down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha! No, that's
Okay.
Antarctica.
No, that's a hockey rink we made. It's huge.
It's
Okay.
the island of Mew.
Jane says no. I can't say that, but I'll put it on the screen.
Yeah, water doesn't curve. I'm sorry, people, no matter how hard you try.
Okay. How about Herb says that. Okay. So Morgan is correct, but I don't recall it at all.
Thank
We
you.
go to the next one.
I did,
No, no.
but I didn't want to say nothing because he said it
No,
for me.
well, no. He's only correct about half of it.
Okay.
He died from a heart attack in 1994.
Yeah, but I remember the goiter thing he was talking about too.
It's not a goiter. A goiter is in your throat.
Okay, I
Right.
don't know.
However,
Yeah,
we
you
can't
keep
really
him.
trust news out of North Korea, and I suspect he passed from a different reason.
Old age.
I suspect he passed from the thing on his head.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no doubt. That makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. What was this? Well, this was a what now? You were calling this a what?
What?
He was calling this a something. This PC a something.
A Chromebook?
It was something like to do with the memory or something.
No, he wanted to know what the resolution of your camera was.
Oh.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Again, just speculation here. I am not saying this is fact, but I believe he died of a brain tumor. So, what Morgan said, do any of you recall him having a brain tumor? Personally, I do not. I don't remember him having a visible brain tumor. He had a visible, very visible brain tumor. Do you remember it?
Morgan does, and I think I do too. From
Is
Morgan's
this the
memory.
guy from North Korea?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi, sorry. The shops were closed. Had to go to a survey. Anyway.
Oh no.
Yeah, Brisbane, they close early. I still have Sydney brain. Yeah, so the North Korea guy, I don't know, but I know the North Korea guy.
We're talking about his dad.
His dad? Oh, I have no idea.
Wendy does remember it.
Not Kim Jong Un. Is this something
Well,
else?
let's go to the next picture so they can see it.
Oh, okay.
And then when you see it, yes or no, do you remember him having this?
Yes, there it is.
Oh, wow.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah.
I have
So
no
you guys
memory of
knew.
it.
There she
They did.
There she blows.
Was he in power before his son?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Until that thing killed him.
So, guys, now that you can see it, yes or no, do you recall this?
Yes.
Because I do not, 100%. Christine Lynn says no, nope.
He'd shoot them if they took a picture of him from that angle.
Well, that picture got snuck out somehow.
Yeah, that's right. That's a snuck out picture.
Bomber says, yep, there she be.
But if it wasn't for that snuck out picture, this is probably the one we've seen.
If you were caught, if you were a North Korean and he had power, if you took a picture of that and you didn't destroy it yourself before anybody saw it.
Jane Doe says no.
Right, Morgan? You're admitting that the pictures of that thing are very rare. So maybe this is the only picture.
You would die.
Okay, guys, we have a new person that is on camera, never been on the show before. So we're going to take a pause here.
Is it the quick person?
I don't know because they are a different name now.
Uh-oh.
John Tom.
You're gonna
Welcome, John.
How you doing?
Good. How are you? Is this
Good.
the name you go by in the chat, or do you go by a different name in the chat?
No, just John Thomas.
John Thomas? Okay.
Yeah.
Is
Thanks
there
for letting
anything
me
you
hang out.
No problem. Is there anything you specifically want to talk about, or you just want to chime in on Mandela effects?
I see a red bar flag in the background.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh yeah, the red's underneath.
Is it red? Let me try to make it bigger. Oh, it is a red bar flag. That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
I made those up in 2019, a long time ago.
That's okay. It's great.
Yeah.
I noticed the
did
flag.
have,
I'm big on the flag.
Yeah.
Sorry, John.
How you doing? Sorry, I can't hear myself good. My ears stopped up. Right, it just came off a bad cold. But
it's
okay. You sound great though.
Okay.
It's written on the machine 1080 HD.
There you go.
Gosh.
I did. I think I witnessed a live Mandela effect like last week. Does anybody remember the name of the second Wizard of Oz movie?
There's a Return to Oz. Ozma. Return to Oz. And the book was named Ozma. But I mean the movie was Return to Oz.
Return to Oz.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't remember it, and I tried to look it up, and it came up Return of Oz.
Oh, let me look that
And when
up
I
right
went
now.
to Amazon to
The
watch
Return of Oz. It might be The Return of Oz. That could be it. The Return of Oz.
That doesn't. No, I would remember. It's Return to Oz.
Okay.
When I went to Amazon, it said Return to Oz.
Ooh.
I don't
That
know
is
if
what it
That
is.
came out. I think I saw that in the cinemas. Maybe it came out when I was 21. So a long
It
time
stars
ago.
Farutza Balk.
I didn't know the name. You know what I mean? Because I
And
was
then
looking it
there
up.
was a Temple Run game that I played. And it was like, let me just check.
Splatter, I'm gonna send it to you to put it on the screen, okay?
Okay. Oh, we just had more pictures of this guy's thing on his head here.
I know, there's a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
Oh no, you guys aren't talking about what I'm talking about. There was like a movie that came out, and it was I don't know. It was like ages ago.
I'm gonna send you two pictures actually.
Frank
I did not
Bond.
realize Return to Oz was Disney.
Yeah. Yeah. With the Wheelers. Yep. And
With TikTok.
Yeah, that's
TikTok,
that's
yeah.
what I was trying to look up. The movie with TikTok in it, and then
Right on.
I couldn't remember the name.
Oh man, are you in a bathrobe?
Yeah.
And I'm laughing because you remind me of the guy. Oh, I can't remember his name now from those the vacation movies.
Randy Quaid.
Yes.
I'm scared.
It's
It makes me
It's the
sicker.
hat. It's the hat too.
So it's not just me.
It's the hat.
You do that too?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to turn on my humidifier and just leave the heat off, or I feel like I'm getting sick.
I hope you don't. I'm sorry. I was sick all last
Well,
week. I hope you
it
feel
already
better
happened.
soon.
Yeah, I just came off a bad one.
Well,
I can barely hear out of this ear.
Yeah, did you guys watch Oz the Great and Powerful in 2013?
No.
Yeah.
No.
So you guys have never heard of
And
that?
then there was the Tin Man, and then there was the Emerald shit. There was the Wiz. The Wiz, that's
The
another
Wiz.
one.
Oh no.
Ease
The
on
Wiz
down,
was
ease on down the road.
yeah,
Yeah, I
the
watched it in the
musical version with
cinemas when I
Michael
was
Jackson
21.
and
I actually
people.
got the year right. It was like 2013. Anyway,
And then
yeah,
what's
it's a good
the other
movie.
one that had that guy that's he's the friend of the guy from Canada that does the 420, Seth. Uh, he was in Pineapple Express with him. It was Seth and then that other guy. He's a weird guy. Gets in trouble for some girl stuff in the States. He's an actor. He plays with Seth MacFarlane or whatever, or Seth.
Rogan.
No, no. I'm gonna check the chat to see. He plays
Yeah,
opposite that guy in Pineapple Express. It's
can't
not
remember.
Seth. It's
Rogan. Seth Rogen.
I said that.
Oh,
No,
you're talking about. I know you're talking about. Listen, I do remember that movie. I just never saw that movie. And the person I think you're talking about is James Franco.
James Franco. Thank you very much. Yes.
Well, didn't he get blackballed from movies and stuff now, the Francos?
Yeah, because he got into trouble.
It looks so much like James. It's crazy.
It
But
is
they'll
James
still hire
Franco.
him. No, he was
What,
in
James and Dave, they're brothers, right?
a Wizard of Oz
Aren't they?
movie.
I don't know.
I
don't
thought
know.
was
Guys,
wasn't it an Australian
I
one?
need to mute for 1 second. I have to switch my earpiece. My earbuds
Yeah,
are
Dave
dying. I'll
Franco
be right
is
back.
like.
The Francos?
Dave is 39, and I'm assuming James Franco is older.
Yep, Dave Franco.
But I'm more familiar with James Franco, actually. I didn't even know about his brother until recently.
Huh.
So that's interesting. I'm more familiar with James, who's older. But Dave isn't in much. Like, what movies is he in anyway?
Don't know.
Oh, he's in Nerve. Oh, I saw that. Now You See Me. I didn't really get into that. I better see that.
I can't remember the name
21
of it
Jump
now.
Street.
Oh, The Room.
Oh, he has been in stuff.
The Room. Or the movie about The Room. Did you see that
I
one?
probably just thought it was James. The Room?
Yeah.
The horror movie?
No. No, it was the worst movie made.
The
But then
worst
they
movie?
made, yeah, they made a movie about that movie, and that movie got popular. Had Franco in it.
Oh, yeah.
I love that. It was
Tommy
freaking funny.
Wiseau.
The
Tommy
rental.
Wiseau.
Yes, yes.
22 Jump Street.
Yeah, he
He was
made
in
his own
some-
underwear and stuff. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
that was a funny movie.
I'm back, everyone. Sorry for the delay.
I did not kill that girl. I did
Keep
not
hearing
do it.
So, John,
Yeah, I did not.
so do you remember of or to?
I didn't know. I didn't know the name of the movie at
No,
all.
it's a great. Oh, my.
And I Googled it and it said return
Oh,
of.
James was in that.
Oh my
Google
gosh,
told
not
me
now.
return of, and then I went to Amazon and it said return to because I was going to watch it.
I didn't even know that was.
It's funny. I did not do that. Hi, Bobby.
Oh, is that where you got James from? Like, did you look up the movie Oz the Great and Powerful? Is that where you got him
I
from?
think that's it. Oz the Great and
Who?
Powerful. That's what James Franco.
Yeah,
Who?
he's in that. So I was just I was kind of like,
No, I got the name because he said opposite Seth. Well, he said Seth, and then I said
Oh, right,
Rogan,
yes.
and he said
Yeah,
Rogan,
they were in the
and then I
Pineapple
remembered.
Express. Seth, somebody, and
He was in Pineapple
he's
Express,
Canadian,
and This
and
Is
then
the
James
End.
Franco. They were in that one together.
They were in a couple of movies together. This Is the End was
Yeah,
another
that's what
one.
I mean. They were a duo making movies together. Yeah.
I'm
I keep
having an
hearing
issue. Go ahead,
the
John.
drug. Sorry.
No. I want you to go ahead. I'm having an issue where it's saying that my iPad storage is full, but it won't
Oh,
delete anything. I'm trying to delete. So please go ahead.
I just find it odd that every time, like the biggest residue I keep seeing is the Drug Enforcement Agency. Like
Oh,
every
DEA.
television show, it's in movies, everywhere.
DEA?
Drug Enforcement Agency.
Mm-hmm.
And why is it? I mean, you know how all these residues always have like a backstory as to why. You know what I mean? Why is it
Mhm.
like all Hollywood and the TV people decided, hey, let's leave administration out of it? I mean, they never gave us a backstory to that. Why did they all decide, hey, let's all put agency,
Mm-hmm.
That's to me, that's one of the open shut one. I was watching MacGyver last night, and MacGyver wouldn't have put Drug Enforcement Agency, you know what I mean? Because he works with the Phoenix Foundation, and they're supposed to be set in real life, and and it's just that Drug Enforcement Agency one. It's just, I don't know. I mean, usually they come up with a big excuse like, hey, it's a federal offense, you can't say Drug
ATF.
Enforcement Agency,
ATF.
administration in a movie.
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yeah, I mean, they use every other. They say Federal Bureau of Investigations. They say anything they want in a movie,
Right.
but they could never say Drug Enforcement Administration. They all decided, I'm going to put agency.
Oh, weird. I just noticed DEA in the letters.
Yeah, the Drug Enforcement Administration.
No, I remember
DEA.
agency. I remember agency.
Yeah, it's agency, right? Drug
Yeah.
Enforcement Agency.
It is
I remember Drug Enforcement
administration.
Agency.
Yeah, it is. It is administration because it's Drug Enforcement Administration.
Agency.
No, but I'm saying
nobody
it was.
said that.
Yeah.
I mean, why in the movies did they all say Drug Enforcement Agency?
I would just call that residue.
I do too, but it's like that's the
Okay,
one.
here I got it. Okay, my brain, right? When you ask that question, right? Now my
Yeah.
brain sits with a lot of information already sitting in it. Okay, you know what I'm saying, right? Now, you know what I'm saying? And then when the information goes in it, right? It goes through all that information, okay? And then out the other side, like it's a white room, right? Now here's the thing. So when they go, Morgan, like what? It's like, how many answers you got? I go, there's only one. What do you mean? Like I've got only one thing in my brain saying, you know what I mean? And it gives a reason for why. Want to know why?
What?
Because
Go ahead,
of the
bro.
CIA. Because of the CIA. What does that stand for?
Central Intelligence Administration.
It's not agency.
No, it is.
He's just messing.
He didn't want to believe that he didn't. Hey, brother, I'm sitting here like you, going, like I don't sit here going, I'm so smart. No, I'm like you, going, look what I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. All of a sudden one day it says, if God went, here, I'll turn that back on for you. And it's like,
Yeah.
God, I've been doing drugs for 35 years. And he was like, no, it's okay. I'll bypass it. And he turned it back on again. And now I'm just like a kid in a candy store with a brain that works, and I don't know how. But
It's
I
just-
did quit drinking alcohol.
That one, they never give a good reason. You know, there's always a little story to the reduce of
Because they're like, I'm a CIA, and it's like back at the agency. So it's because they cross it with that. So also they're all every single time too. They're like, oh, you're the DEA, and it's like because no one wants to go administration. It's like, no, I'm with the agency. It's like back because it also gives them a way to say when they have a fort or something. Okay, but it's like, oh, I'm the CIA. It's like, no. You're the DEA agency. Well, we want to be able to say it back at the agency. We want to be able to say back at the agency. It's like show a building. What's that establishing shot of? The administration? No, administration's people that are doing a thing. It's like the verb. It's the action of. That's the agency. We're just gonna call it the DEA. I mean, it's like, okay, it's the agency. You know what I mean? Like when we refer to it, because you're right. They want to say they in all the movies they say agency. They don't say the other
I
thing.
mean,
That's why, because they want to be able to say they want to be able to go the CIA. It's like back at
yeah.
the farm. How we do it? Back at the farm. That's the CIA, right? What's the farm? The age. Oh, back at the agency. It's so they have a frame of reference of the place for the D. It's like back at the agency. Like, so they can say where they went their schooling, this and that. Because with CIA, everyone knows you had to go to school, the college, the agency, the farm. For the DEA, like, where'd you get your thing? It's like, oh, you don't. You're just like in. What do you mean? I got appointed to the How did you get appointed to administration? Well, I applied, or was I picked? I don't know if you apply or you pick to get. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you want to be in the Drug Enforcement Administration?
So lost right now.
Oh no.
That one
It's
blows my
like,
mind. Why they all did it, like if it isn't a
Oh.
residue, there has to be like a conspiracy between Hollywood and television, because whether it's a
it's
television
way more
show or a
actionable.
Hollywood movie.
To switch it, it sounds cool. I think they agreed. No, I think they agreed. When we're going to take our liberty and license, and in movies, we're going to switch it to, I think it's an agreed thing, man. DEA means,
Drug enforcement.
Drug Enforcement Agency in real life. In the movies, we're going to switch it to agency so that we can say back at the agency, this and that, because but the thing
Back at
is,
the admin. Yeah, that sounds weird, doesn't it?
because
Yeah.
CIA in some cases won't make sense because they're dealing with drugs, but they still want to be able to say agency.
What was this?
And they want to have that team look, right? Like they want to come in with the black SUVs and the SWAT guys, and it's like, yeah, we're administration. We're here to administrate. It's like, no.
I just got these pictures, Sandy.
It's too hard for the writers. So in writing,
Okay, I'm deleting stuff so my iPad doesn't crash on me from no storage.
DEA is for television or movie is
Yeah.
always.
I think that Paddington guy, I've had him for years. He's been sitting there. The cats sleep on him. That's why I had to take a picture of him and show you.
Gotcha.
My Paddington Bear guy.
So because of CIA, because it is Central Intelligence Agency, that they said no, just make it agency.
What'd you think of E.T.?
Now now here's a movie where they didn't do that. And by the way, there one glare. Thank You for Smoking had a scene with all three I think a DEA, a CIA, and ATF agent all at the same table in a restaurant having a conversation. It was an ATF and a lawyer. Yeah, so it was three the CIA.
Oh.
DEA. Well, no, that wasn't. Anyway, it was all on the table. And because that's not a movie.
Was you referring to the phone, home phone, Brother Splatter?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I have a plush ETT guy.
Oh.
ETT, too many T's. Yeah, he's about 3 foot tall. I sent Sandy a picture of him a while ago.
I'm just trying to recover like a gigabyte of space, guys.
Oh, right.
So you guys just keep talking while I do this, please.
Yeah, I have my first terabyte with the machine. Tara, you're my first
Do you think
Tara.
a lot of people in the CIA have parents that like, so if you're in the CIA and then you have kids, then they just get pulled into it?
Yes.
I was just wondering like how.
Yes.
Yeah, I think a lot of
Yeah.
it's that way. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So
Yeah,
when
that's
your
why I see their
job,
parents did a
you
good
up and
job or
go, your
whatever.
teachers and everything are just told they're just told Sandy's not coming into school this week. Or, her dad's job changed. That's all you need to know. You know what I mean? And it's like,
It's not who you are, it's who you know
like,
when it comes to work.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
If you don't know anybody, you're doomed.
Yep.
Or if you can't lie, that is, if the other people lie their way into jobs and somehow keep them. I don't know how. I was never able to do that. I was told to do that. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I was told that too.
I know wild how the first thing that the person that's supposed to be teaching you how to make a resume, when you say, so what do you, it's like, well, nothing really. Okay, let's start from that point. And it's like, but the thing is that nobody is worth. Everybody has things, and then you just
embellish.
Find the best way to say it, to accentuate the good parts about you, because you might as well. Everybody else is going to.
Well, I was the best paper boy on my route. People love me. Oh,
that matters. I want to know that. See, that's the thing. You didn't think. See, look at me. You don't think that's important, but as a prospective employer, it's like, okay, so are you one of these fucking kids that got the paper out and quit after 2 weeks, or went and threw them out, or whatever? It's like, oh no, you successfully did it for 5 years. Hell, yes, you get the job because I had paper route, and I think it built discipline. Now, you might be a really crappy employee, but the point is, you showed up, you look good, and because we have that in common, we both did a paper route, or because I'm a person that understands that's a difficult job, and you did it as a child, meaning you had work ethic instilled in you as a child, and you labored, and you kept the job, and didn't get fired from that job for 5 years. So I'm going to not assume, because an assumption means I don't have information to work with, but I have your job of 5 years of steady employment to work with. So I would absolutely bring that up and not think it's a better not mention that.
It wasn't 5 years though, but yeah, I get your point. But it didn't work for my it didn't work for me. I tell you.
But but see, that's the thing. That's how come a resume helper, needs to be there to tell you, hey man, this is a job. So when they go, what's the name of your last employer? No, write his name down. It counts.
Yeah.
Guys, I want John to have time to talk. He just got here.
Yeah, I know.
John, is there anything else you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, just whatever you guys.
You just want to chime in with the Mandelas that we're talking about?
Yeah, that was good.
He just wanted to feel like one of us.
He's welcome. Yeah. So,
I love that flag in the background. That's beautiful.
It is a beautiful flag.
I'm trying to show mine off too.
What, do you have a red stripe?
Should I get? Anyways. I don't have an Australian
yours
flag.
is a white stripe.
I did have a
His is special. It's like the old Union Jack, the real Union Jack, the one I like.
I did have a Mandela effect that, like, no one I've ever mentioned it to knows what I'm talking about.
We might.
We'll try.
I remember Bill Clinton.
Fire away.
Safe place.
I remember Bill Clinton being born in 1947.
Oh, I wouldn't
Specifically,
know.
1947.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And George W. Bush was born in 1948. And I remember Donald Trump was born in 1948. And
Good memory.
now they're all born in 1946, supposedly.
All of them?
All three of those guys.
Interesting.
All three.
Interesting.
And I notice everybody's going off their gematria about Donald Trump, 1946. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I don't know if y'all have heard Zachary Hubbard.
1846, 17. Wow.
I don't know who
Have you
Zachary
heard of
Hubbard
that?
is.
Yeah, that gematria effect guy.
I think I've heard the last name.
I
Hubbard.
told him that, and he said that's crazy because his best friend that that he used to work with, he demanded that Zachary called his channel the Gematria Effect. That's how it got its name. And that got me thinking, like,
Oh,
is
Mother Hubbard.
and it got me thinking, like, you know how everybody's going off this Gematria, like go over these football games and stuff.
Right.
Could it be that that's not what happened? You know what I mean? Like all these numbers, the way it went, it's been changed to make it look like it's the Gematria effect.
Weird.
You see what I'm saying? And then it's like proof of something that it's happening.
Self-fulfilling prophecy type?
I don't know what it's, you know what I mean? I believe it's God, yeah, because my first Mandela effect came in 2014. I mean, I've shared the story a few times. Nobody, knows what I'm talking about. It's a obscure verse. But I was in Jerusalem in 2014 and during the Feast of Tabernacles.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've been to Bible college, and I spent my life reading Bibles. I've got ones
yes, sir.
here.
I was there to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. I'm not Jewish. I think I'm an Edomite, is what I am.
Okay.
And anyways, I was talking to this guy, and it's a long story short. I told him a Bible verse. I looked it up. It was Isaiah 4, verse 1.
Okay.
And it used to say 7, 6. Then I showed him the Bible verse, and it said 7. And I mean that fast. I went and looked it up for him, and there's my Bible verse because he said I've never heard that, and I said yeah. Let me go get my Bible. We were in the hostel together in New Swedish Hostel on Davis Street. This is 2014. Before all and stuff.
Isaiah,
Like they say CERN did it and all that. Isaiah 4 verse 1. And it used to say 6 women. And when I went and showed it to him and I was looking at it on the page, I was staring at it. It says 7. And I said, whoa, you know what I mean? I thought God showed me something. Like it was, you know what I mean? It was just for me. And
on that day,
right.
7 women.
I didn't want to be a narcissist and say, hey, you know what I mean? This is about me or nothing. But right then I knew someone was watching me. You know what I mean? I knew right then, like, wow, this is real. And I just kept it to myself. I told my brother when I got home, and I told him I was like Murdoch, from Dark City, that everybody else got tuned and I'm the only one. Oh, yeah. He was like, okay, whatever. And but so I think it's God doing it.
Called by your
we're
name?
confused.
What'd you say, Morgan?
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, here's that verse. It's like so one day like 7 women will say, I don't want anything from you. You don't even got to take care of me or anything. Just let me have your name, so that I'm a woman without shame for not having a husband.
So we were talking about women in the hostel and stuff, and you know what I mean. And it was a long story. I used to be a little bit more down on our women. You know what I mean? Back then, I was a little bit more harsh, judgmental, and stuff. But anyways, I'm not like that now, and it's all our fault. I've come to realize that. Everything. This ain't the women's fault. It's our fault. But my point is that this gematria effect, I think God's confusing us. and we think we got it all. We're looking up by the numbers and we know what's going to happen, and we can't remember what the Super Bowl score was if he doesn't want us to. We'll go to thinking, wow, look at them numbers. The Jesuits did it. Like, Zachary Hubbard, it's all the Jesuits did it. Somehow they're doing all this. They can, everything they do, that's how you know it's fixed. All the football games is because the Jesuits run it all. And
You said his
I'm
name is
just to the place
Zachary
where I know
Hubbard?
that, yeah, Zachary K. Hubbard.
Okay.
It just makes me.
Is there a YouTube channel or just a book?
He's a YouTube channel, and I think, and a book. He's real
Okay.
smart, but yeah, it's all
I'm just gonna look
Jesuits.
him up because I've heard of. I thought it was gematria, like gematria.
Yeah,
But if it's gematria, that's fine.
I don't know.
I'm going to check him out only because I've never heard of him.
And the only Hubbard I know is this scary guy, that Ron L. Hubbard.
Oh, really? You guys don't think of Old Mother Hubbard?
Well,
The nursery rhyme.
yeah, I forgot
Oh,
about that.
okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
have, but yeah, I forgot. I was just thinking that guy that just started the Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard.
Psychologist.
So John, his channel is Gematria Effect News.
Yes, Gematria Fake News.
Okay. I am going to share it in the chat in case anyone is interested. Okay, you can go
He
on. I'm
doesn't
sorry.
believe in the Mandela effect, but when I told him that, it blew his mind because he said his best buddy, I don't even know if he's around anymore, but before then he said, you must call it Gematria effect. He was insistent. And he shared that with me. He never told him why. But I just think it's odd because I remember in it was like 2010. I'm 43 now. I was born in 81, and it was always millennials. Millennials were ruining the country. In 2010, they went on like this big thing about millennials were ruining it. And I was like, well, who's the millennials? And then I looked it up, and millennials started in 1981. That's the year I was born. So it's like, I was the eldest of the millennials. And then I got to looking at, who they call Gen X and the boomers. The boomers, they said, started in 1948. When I looked it up back then, it was 1948 is when all the boomers began. And that's Generation W. And then, of course, we have Generation X. And then Generation Y is the millennials, starting in 81. So when I noticed that George W. Bush was 1948, his middle initial was W. You know what I mean? And he was like the lead of their. He was like the head of their. It's burned in my brain. He was like the eldest of the boomers. He was in that. He was one of them. And I started noticing that people born in 1948 were like all over in big positions of power and importance. They were special people. And so that was burned in my brain. And then when Donald Trump was getting elected, I got to thinking, you know what I mean? It was 2016, and it was like, man, we've never seen anybody from our generation represented. Nobody from Gen X, nobody. I think Obama classifies as a baby boomer. It's kind of like we got skipped, And I was thinking, man, they've had it all the way since Clinton, I bet. And then when I looked up Clinton, no, he was 1947 by 1 year, But that's just semantics, right? We've been represented by that generation this whole time for the last 30 years in office, really, and or more. But there's been no one in between. And I just remember when I seen Trump, he was another 48. And I said, well, okay, he's a golden boy. You know what I mean? And since I was born in 81, I always looked at that. You know what I mean? The people that was born in 48. It just, for whatever reason, and
Oh,
I just know that I remember it like solid, especially Bill Clinton was born in 1947. And that makes the VW too. You know how the VW logo is broken now.
Yep. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
There's something there right there, where Generation V meets Generation W.
Yeah. Yeah. The
oh. How'd we lose Sandy?
the W's. It's different now. It's like
Yeah. I mean, he's telling us something. And I don't know. I'm just keeping my ear to the ground. Last summer, I was out bicycling here in Fort Worth on the Trinity Trails a lot at night on my off days on my e-bike, and I was seeing like big, like I'm talking like big orbs coming and hitting like pow
I'm sorry,
over the
everyone. I just
river.
got booted. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I
I
know.
mean,
How did you go?
yeah,
I,
big
I was
orb.
seeing
Yeah.
them like all summer long. Green ones, I seen orange ones, I seen blue ones, like shooting stars coming down. To where they would come down like real fast and then like almost like explode. Not in the sky. We're like, whoa. I mean, lit up. I mean, I could see the flash on the ground. And
Interesting.
just some strange things. Just a lot of strange things happening. And
Guys, I have to go make something for the show. Keep talking, please. I'm listening. I'm just going to be muted, so I can't respond, but I'm here. Just continue. That's all. I'll be right back.
yeah, it's just, I mean, I've been tuning in, listening to the Mandela Effect stuff. I didn't know it even happened until 2018
Oh wow.
because, yeah, I mean, I 20 everybody called it the Mandela Effect, and then 2016, I didn't hear nobody talking about this. I know
I
everybody
wish I had
said
a different. I don't like the name. I wish I had a different name because the Mandela effect is confusing to a lot of people.
to
Like,
me, it's the
why
Jerusalem
him?
effect.
What's that?
To me, it's the Jerusalem effect, because that's where I was.
Okay.
But
But there's many things. Like there's flags that are changed, like
yeah,
one behind you. There, it could be the flag effect, right? I don't know.
it's wild.
Then that would just limit it to flags too, right? But then Mandela, I don't. I don't know. I'm not the only one that doesn't like the name. I know that.
Me neither. And it causes an anxiety, like it's in us somehow. If you say the Mandela effect to somebody, like immediately, like there's something they already know. There's something inside of them. They've heard that. It's almost like a subconscious thing.
Well, yeah, because
Turns
because
people
Nelson
away from
Mandela
it.
was around for a long time, right? And then he became president, and yeah, his name is well known
Well, yeah, that's
on
true.
its own.
There's that too.
But yeah, there's some people that actually said they went to his funeral and stuff. Like, and then all of a sudden, what happened? How did he come back to life? I can't understand that. I
Yeah, I
really
don't
don't.
understand it either because I haven't experienced it. I just keep thinking that Robin Williams is still dead and Heath Ledger is still dead. There's so many people who haven't been Mandela'd in that way,
Yeah,
and I don't think they ever will. Like, I just don't see it happening. That would be crazy. Imagine if Robin Williams had been alive this whole time.
I don't know. Have you seen that dude that looks just like him and sounds just like him too?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
No.
they show a clip of him. He's in water while he's lily pads and stuff.
Oh, I'll
And
have to look into
he's
it.
wearing a hat and sunglasses, but he looks just like him, and then he sounds. It's amazing.
Oh,
I mean,
well,
it's got me wondering: is that actually him alive still? He's been fooled us all,
yeah, maybe. It's possible. I'll
and
have
now
to
he's
look into it.
laughing in our faces with this like imposter dude pretending to be him as an imposter. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
I wish I could find that clip and show it or something, but yeah,
Yeah,
Are y'all
send it
saying
if you find it.
are y'all saying Robin Williams is back again?
possibly.
I'm not.
Possibly.
Yeah, 'cause I'm seeing this dude that's in, like I said, that's a lookalike, and he sounds and it looks just. I swear it's him. I mean, he's that close, as an aged him too. That's the whole thing. It's him older. That's what
He
really
was
gets
Mm.
me.
old.
Is it's Robin Williams older, and he's impersonating Robin Williams.
Wasn't he like 72?
I don't think he was that old, was he?
I think he was.
Was he?
I remember
That doesn't
it was
sound
Sorry,
right
I
like
to
haven't
me.
checked
what
No.
anything in my.
2022 that
I'll have a look. When he died is still the same to me. I think.
Someone has got to have seen what I've
Nothing.
seen. That the dude in the water.
Yeah, 2014.
I don't know if that's a commercial or what. I just can still see it in my head so clear,
He
but I can't
died at
find it.
63. So 63 is younger.
I know James
He
Earl
did?
Jones coming
Okay.
back was a big one for me. I don't know if anybody he
Oh,
recently
yeah,
died
brother.
again.
Yeah, brother.
Wendy's seen it.
Gabriel Jones.
Oh,
Yep.
like Mandela effect style, you're talking?
What do you think, Wendy? Isn't that amazing? That looks it looks like him older, which should be if it would be.
James.
I got James Earl Jones died.
Yeah, he just died again.
Yep.
Some
Yeah.
people.
Any theories on how that's possible? Got any ideas? I mean, that's pretty crazy, right?
Faking
I
your
don't
own
know if
death
they
or which
report it.
or what? Or
I
dying
don't
several
think
times.
they might report it when they're like, maybe it's that we remember when they're like, James Earl Jones is very seriously ill and blah 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 or prayer or something, and then we forget about it. But it takes like maybe like a couple years for them to die. But they went into hospital that time and they were just kind of like laying there unconscious. You know what I mean? Like maybe I don't know. You know what I mean? But you don't hear anything about it other than hey, this person's in the hospital and they might be dying. We just don't know when. And then they usually
And
keep them
then
in
years go
coma even
by.
if they do die until they unplug them if they're rich or famous, right?
Hmm.
Hey, plug them
Well,
back in.
lawyers and shit fight.
Hey, we got your batteries ready here. Let's just get these in you here.
So
I
you
just
guys don't
remember that.
believe it's sorry, John.
No, I just remember that the Star Wars one was a big one.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
all we had was like the clips of James Earl Jones. Hear it straight from the horse's mouth, but he was dead.
Yeah.
And he was saying, but then all of a sudden, in like 2022, he was back. He's not dead.
What's this?
Or, yeah, I think it was 22, and he was doing a brand new Star Wars, and
Yeah.
I'm thinking, why wasn't he like in 2016? Why wasn't he, just like bombarded by people? He would have been the guy to go to solve this whole thing. You know what I mean? There, right there, there's that right there. There's another that don't add up. And that whole time, somebody would have said, "Hey, why don't we just go ask James Earl Jones? What you said." But he wasn't here.
That's okay. We have his voice saying it the way we remember it on a Christmas ornament.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a Hallmark Christmas ornament of Darth Vader. It's James Earl Jones' voice saying, "Luke, I am your father." And then he also says it in an interview.
Okay.
When I read the line, Luke, I am your father,
He said,
I was like, nah, can't be.
fine.
Isn't it
So
no, Luke, I am your father.
but he says, Luke, I am your father in the interview. I just sent you something. This is brand new from Rick Sanchez.
Okay.
It's a major. This is a Mandela for me, and I want to know what everyone remembers. Do you remember red or blue? That is what the question is. Red or
Oh,
blue? When Splatter pulls it up on the screen.
you need to get that up, I guess.
Yeah, it's a messenger.
Yeah, I got it. I was looking at it already. What's the deal with this? I still don't know, even though you told me red or blue. I don't know.
What's the deal with herpes?
All right, here we go, guys. How do you write
Oh, I see
water,
your thing. Okay.
water and carbon dioxide? Blue or red? In the chat right now, blue or red?
And carbon dioxide. How do you write it?
Sorry, I kind of zoned out. Sandy, what's the question? I see blue on the left and red on the right.
Yeah,
Right.
which one is the way to write it?
Which one? How do you write H2O and CO2, water and carbon dioxide? Do you write it blue or red?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was some kind of dress. You know that dress, the different colors. Anyway, my mind's somewhere else.
No, just a good way of separating.
So blue.
Okay. Splatter, Morgan, John, what do you remember?
I remember the H2O, the red H2O, and it seems like the blue CO2.
Yeah, I agree with him.
You're mixed.
So you remember it both ways, but depending on where the two is.
Yeah, I don't recognize that blue H2O or that red CO2.
Okay.
I can tell you on the CO2, but it looks correct. Like blue looks correct to me. But I'm no chemistry
Yeah,
major.
same here. I'm with Jackie
Yeah,
on that
I'm
one.
I think I actually got removed from.
Okay.
My ballpark guess would be the blue.
Okay, so Pushing Button says red, Hillbilly Herb says red, Christine Lynn says blue, Jessica Kirk says red, Ever Josh is blue. Post anything too. Welcome.
I didn't even look at the chat.
Actually, do you know why I say blue? Because we have an Australian show, or we had one, called H2O Water. It was yeah, it was a show when I was a kid. The actresses actually are in America now. They were in the originals. You know, the Vampire Diaries spin-off. Anyways, yeah, the H2O. That's what I'm pretty sure. That's how it looks on the TV show.
Okay, post anything too. Welcome to the 1500 Club. Sadly, Karen is red, Joe Bloor is red, Maria is red, Neo Freak is red, Wendy is red. Let's see. Blue. Water is blue, says Commander Zonar. I just picked that. I just picked blue and red because they're you know, it's easier.
Because they're the evil colors.
All right,
So
Bomber
what is
is.
the question?
Wait a
Do you want
second,
to know what's
Morgan.
correct? It's correct with the two being lower.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to get to that, Morgan. Bomber is mixed. I didn't want to give them the answer till I got their answers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. You're welcome, Post Anything. Thank you for being here. All right, Bomber's changing it to red for both. For me, it was blue. The 2 was always up.
Yeah.
Always. The numbers always went up because they were. It was how many hydrogen or how many oxygen molecules. And I remember because when I was in college, we didn't have computers. Like I did. I had it but I also had a word processor. I should say I had a computer, but I didn't have a printer. So I used a word processor so I could do papers and stuff. And I remember having to hit that button to make it go up. I have a clear memory. It was always up, never down. The down is wrong for me. And I'm going to say that now that I see it, I do remember the number down at least for 10 years now. So this Mandela, for me, happened 10 years ago. And I just did not pay attention to it.
Word.
But it always went up.
Yeah,
Always.
Yeah.
So for
Yeah,
me, it's blue,
I don't
but
know.
it is red. Current reality is red.
Yeah, it looks wrong down like that. The red one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
The
We both agree on that
H2O,
one.
I have seen the H2O with the two in red. I've seen that, and I think that's why people are remembering it, because there's a water bottle company that has H2O on it like that, and I think that's why people remember red. But I'm telling you, the numbers were smaller. I couldn't make it. You know, I'm gonna make it the way I remember it. The numbers were smaller and up, not
Yeah,
just up like that. They
Oh
were
yeah.
smaller. So let me
yes,
go fix it. I'll be right back.
like
Continue
almost
on your
half
conversation.
size.
Yeah, continue on your conversation. I'm gonna go actually do it the way it's supposed to be.
8 hours, Sandy. Do
Are
I
you
get
trying to?
overtime pay?
Yeah, yeah, sure. It's the same. It's the same as I'm getting.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm enjoying myself.
Too. Me too.
Mm.
And it's a Saturday night. We ain't got to fight.
Saturday night's alright for fighting. Saturday night's alright. Alright.
I'm thinking maybe the TV show poster
Oh, we can't do
changed.
that. That's
They're
right.
all kind of level now, but I don't remember it being level. Anyway, yeah, that's weird.
We can't sing because we sing too good. We'll get her a copyright.
That is true.
We have to sing off key. Oh, I can't do that.
Get a
You don't have
little
to stop talking.
accordion.
Don't. No, you have to stop
Mm.
singing, but don't stop talking, please.
Yeah, yeah. I was cleaning
Do
my
you want
glass.
to show the presentation really quick?
What?
Show the
Sure.
rest of the pictures.
Ooh.
Return to Oz. I've never seen this one. Oh, actually,
Return.
I recognize that robot. I think I have.
That's TikTok,
Why is
Mark.
there two of them though?
I just don't think it it wasn't as popular as the first movie.
There-
I think
There's
I
two
saw it
robots.
once when I was a kid. Yeah, I
TikTok.
remember now.
Hey, how come
That
there's
robot looks
I
very
can't
familiar. The one with the
believe
mustache.
Guys, too many people talking at once.
yeah?
TikToking.
Nobody's talking, then everybody's talking.
Yeah.
Tell me
Just
about
don't
that.
talk, but don't talk over each other, please.
Well, I'm just
Why
trying
won't they just let me be?
And Morgan, no singing. You can get me a copyright.
yeah.
Yeah, so that
I
guy with
believe
the
it's my
mustache.
prerogative.
Why is there two
It's
robots?
my
Can anybody answer?
prerogative.
I don't recognize the one next to the robot with the mustache, but I do recognize the robot
He's back
with the mustache.
Yeah, that'd be like a Tin Man. This one
see.
reminds me of the
Toast
Tin
and
Man, but
Ray.
this guy and
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Tin Man's
No.
uncle.
Yeah, he does look like an uncle, like Poirot or something,
Yeah.
with the mustache. Another
Yes,
good
uncle.
show.
Invite him along for the travel. And what the heck is this guy? Oh, that's Scarecrow. Okay, yeah. No.
Okay, I am sending you the proper way. This time it's green and red
Okay.
because they are the actual opposite
Well, I
colors of
got
the
one more to
spectrum.
show these
Machine
people
ahead.
here too. Here, before we go.
Did you find any residue on that Return of Oz, Sandy?
I did not, but I give me 1 second. I was still searching.
Yeah, we're seeing this return too. Both of these, right? Yeah.
Because I just like copied and pasted it and went to Amazon with it, and then boom, it's returned to Oz.
Yeah, everything's Return to Oz because that's the current reality. I
Yeah.
only remember Return to Oz, but I believe you. I'm just trying to see if I can find it.
I mean,
okay.
I don't know what it, I mean, I don't know if it's, I don't know. I just know the ones that I know,
Uh,
another interesting story people may not know about me is that I always said, "Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors."
Not for me.
Hey,
Those
Oh,
trespasses.
yes, when I played football here in Texas, we always said, they said, "Forgive us our
oh yeah.
trespasses," and I was the only one because my mother made us pray, "Forgive us our debts as we forgive our
Mm.
debtors." So
Yeah.
in 2018, when I learned about this thing, and everybody was saying, "Hey, it's forgive us our debts," I said, uh, it
I was
just like clicked with me. You know what I mean? I was the only kid that ever said debts when we prayed in the huddles
Mm.
before the game. I would have to slow down for them because I would say, "Forgive us our debts." They would say, "Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those that trespass against us." So I would just have to pause.
both.
I would say, "Forgive us our debts," and they would go on, and I'd say, "As we forgive our debtors." A couple of times, people looked at me. You know what I mean? Like, "What'd you just say?" You know,
Hmm.
because when you're praying and people hear you say something different, it spooks them. You know,
Yeah.
I got a couple of
Did you
looks.
tell them like, well, debts is trespasses, only
Is
it
it?
makes more sense. It's debts. Like people,
Yeah,
what you owe people instead of just my trespasses.
Mm.
It's like, oh, debt, what people owe you. Yeah, forgive what people, what they,
I,
like,
I
well,
was taught I was taught both growing up, so either way for
Um.
me.
they
Um.
only it just clicked with me. It was like,
I'll just.
I'd never actually read debts. I was just taught that
Yeah,
way.
I've never got that.
And I said, I asked my mother, I said, "Well, where did you learn about, forgive us our debts?" Because,
There's actually a
Do you
movie.
remember the number
Is
down? At least for 10
she
years.
said,
Who's playing the show?
her
So
mother
this
taught her.
Mandela, for me,
what's
happened 10 years ago. And
um?
it's not Morgan. Who's playing the show?
Not
that
me.
No.
was just me for a second. Just came on.
Okay.
I was
Um.
Really
just
Well,
quickly, I remember it like this, with the two smaller, just so people could see it.
Yeah, with the two smaller, in fact.
Yeah.
I didn't think you gave that as a choice. I was gonna say the two's actually smaller, but I was just happy that it was down. But
See,
yeah, the
the
carbon's
CO,
actually smaller,
I think
like the
I've
two.
seen the H2O with the two down multiple times, but 100%, the two
Like,
was up for me.
but
it looked better.
when
Yeah.
when was it? When was the last time it was like normal?
Was that because you were using
Like
the exponents button? Oh, sorry.
Hmm?
I mean, I don't know. I can't really. I'll have to try and remember later. The last time I remember
Seeing it.
it being like that. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. My memories. It's
Right.
hard when you shift sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, the
My
green is
memories are kind
still
of.
looking good to me.
Yeah, the green looks right to me. The red looks wrong.
I just don't know when that change happened. Is the thing. Um. Yeah, there's a movie called Trespass Against Us. That's what I remember when I went to a Catholic school for 2 years. They would always say that. Is that the line that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah,
Oh,
and
so that
Yeah.
is. Oh well, yeah,
it's not
that's
in the
what
Bible
we would
now.
have to say. Everyone would say collectively. Um, I mean, is that still a thing in Catholic churches, or they just say debts
Yes.
now? Like,
No, they say trespasses still.
oh, so what's the Mandela effect? That it used to be debts?
No, I
No,
wouldn't say there is one because I learned them both growing up. So and I grew
it
up Baptist.
I
the
did not.
So
Mandela
No
maybe
effect
it's
on that
both.
trespasses.
Oh, yeah, I was
is
part of a Baptist for.
It
I
all
don't
just
know if I
No.
depends which
studied in a
Bible
Baptist.
version you're reading. It could have been a Good News Bible, what was different from the King James, and it was just
That's
different
right.
wording.
Yes, yes. The
I mean,
American
it could
Standard
come out
Version.
meaning the same thing somehow, but it was worded differently.
Yeah,
well,
I think it's
it,
the
Um,
NIV. The NIV
Wait, I
says
just,
debts.
guys,
yeah,
I'm
I read
sorry.
the NIV.
I just need
Hel-
to point out that everyone's answer is changing with the smaller two. Well, now my brain is mashed because the green is looking familiar too. Now green is right. Wait, what happened? No, it's the green.
Okay, weird. That's interesting. What?
Yes, everyone is switching because I made the
No,
two
it's
right.
it's
Jessica, oh, that looks better. That looks right to me. You're right. Now the red looks wrong. Thank you for refreshing my memory, Sandy.
That's
But
hilarious.
it's still red for Hillbilly Herb.
It just looks right
What
to
is
me.
the little symbol? Not cubed, but when it's two. It's just two hydrogen, two oxygen.
It just
So
looks
one
right.
carbon, two oxygen, two hydrogen, one oxygen. It's just the amount of molecules. So H2O is two hydrogen, one oxygen to make water. And then one carbon, two oxygen to make carbon dioxide.
So you make
You
water
don't have
that
to say
explodes.
sorry. Hold on. No one ever has to say sorry for having the current memory. It's okay.
No, just slap yourself.
They both look right to Mrs. Bomber. Love you, love, and it's on top. It's like I
Yeah,
had two
because you
memories,
can't be
says
wrong,
Bomber.
because we're looking for your thoughts.
Exactly.
See, and I'm going to tell you, there is a bottle of water. I'm going to try to
Yeah.
find it, H2O water, and if you see it enough, you will take the update. And I have a feeling, hold on, I'm going to see if I can find it. The company that makes it, it's like written on there.
Oh, weird.
Hang on.
Well, there's a water bottle that says H2O. Spring H2O. There's companies that have H2O
Order.
written on the water bottle.
Ooh, that's where the accent comes out.
Still tripping over avian water. Anyway.
You're looking at.
So, oh, I tell you what.
And like frequently you see it with just the two the same size, which looks so weird. But when I see this, I'm sending you a new picture, Splatter.
Yeah, I figured.
This looks wrong to me. This looks very wrong.
I wonder if it's when you were typing it out that you're using the exponent, like, on the keyboard, you're like, okay, I'm going to use the exponent button, right? Because you could get a 2 or a 3, so you're like, I'm going to use the exponent button, and it puts the number up.
No, I'm saying I did that on purpose because I had to for my homework in chemistry class.
Is that true?
Right.
I've seen the alpha one.
Okay, there. Okay. I guess I could have. I want to make sure.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on the screen when you share. There we go.
I wasn't sure if I could just go to the right and see it or which way. I don't want to pop up a wrong picture on there. So
there you go, baby.
So
oh yeah.
No, that looks so wrong to me.
Oh, buddy. So right.
I hope it flip flops. It just looks weird.
I wouldn't touch it. It probably has fluoride in it.
Yeah, no doubt. Fluoridated.
Yeah, but
Morgan Bomber says, but squared was always on top. Pushing buttons now remembers both. He was red before.
Isn't squared on top?
Yes,
still?
yes.
No,
Right?
yeah, it is.
It'd be a
But on this here
2
bottle,
to show
it's down,
squared, right? Yes.
which is wrong. So wrong. That looks wrong to me, totally. Yep, wrong. Don't like it.
Yeah.
Go back to that. I like this over here. This is better. See?
I'm just looking at the answers. John, which one, looking at these, the green or the red, are you still red?
I'm red on the H2O and green on the CO2. So I'm half and half.
So for those of you that have half and half, why would oxygen have the 2 above, but hydrogen not?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But that CO2 looks right to me for some reason.
So that tells me
and the CO2
that you're having a dual memory because you've seen it both ways.
Yeah.
And I got a dual memory on that Jiffy too, big time. because I remember Jiffy. I remember seeing Jiffy, but I remember the commercial saying "Choosy moms choose Jif."
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I've never when I seen Jif for the first time and it wasn't Jiffy, it was
Juicy
like
juice, choose Jeff.
that's not right. It was Jiffy. But then why do I remember Choosy moms choose Jif? It's just, that one hits me.
Yeah. No doubt.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about with this. If you've seen H2 on the bottom O enough, you will remember it. Just like if you hear choosy moms choose Jif enough, you will remember Jif.
Yeah.
Even if you have the memory of the two being on the top or of Jiffy. You get exposed to something enough with the current reality that becomes your reality. You remember it. But for me, it's not a question. The number was always up for me. Always. I remember learning. My chemistry teacher was amazing in college. I never got chemistry. I never got it until college because the teachers I had, I don't want to say they were bad teachers. They just
They were
taught
bad
in a
teachers.
way that I didn't absorb the information. Like they were probably great teachers for other people, but the way I learned, they weren't teaching well for me. In college, my professor looked like Albert Einstein. He played Albert Einstein in commercials and PBS stuff because he looked so much like Albert Einstein. He was an amazing teacher. It was consumer chemistry, so he was teaching us chemistry as with like, breaking down the chemistry of like everyday products that we use.
Yep.
And he made it so interesting. And I clearly remember him writing it on the board. He made us write it the way we had to write it. That's why I had to put the 2 at the top because it wouldn't be correct if I just put a 2. I needed to do it the proper way. This is an anchor memory for me like no other. Like really, it was 100% green for me. But I think I've seen the red enough because it looks okay to me with H2O, but not CO2. The red looks okay, and I think it's because I've seen it that way too many times. Because this is a Mandela that completely shifted a decade ago, or at least years ago. I think it's been H low to O for a very long time. And that is why it looks okay to me, but I know green is right.
A decade? I don't think so for me. I feel like I've seen it normally recently. I've never ever seen it down the bottom in my life. Ever.
Until just
That's
now in that
weird.
bottle I showed you.
Yeah, that's right. It looks backwards. But it's just like the traffic lights and everything, it's all backwards. And
I
the
agree
red's
I
with
on
see
you.
your
Yeah.
messages, Rick. Rick says his messages are going missing.
Huh?
Let me see if anything was removed.
No.
I don't see anything removed. I see Rick's messages.
I see your thing saying thanks, Bomber.
Unless YouTube is taking them away. I can't see anything removed on my end. I see you, Rick. I see all the comments.
BB62.
I see it's one of Maven's filter questions. Thought you'd like it. I did like it. This is crazy. This is definitely a Mandela for me, and I did not know about it. Let's see. I also see it first changed about 8 years ago, and I said it was about a decade, so that fits. Exactly how you said with H. How did you write that too, Rick? It's not in. I can't put it on screen.
Oh.
Because it's not in my. It's not in StreamYard anymore. But he managed to write the 2. I can't do it on my iPad. Although it does flip flop from time to time. Morgan.
Yes.
I have to mute you if you're singing. I'm talking here. Let's see. Rick said I'm impressed by your response, Sandy. Well, thank you, Rick. And thank you for sharing this.
I'm not seeing it.
Let's see. Going on. Sluggo57, I missed you.
Oh,
Welcome to the 1500 Club, Sluggo. Let's see. I was probably working on the graphic.
yeah, I think some of his might be missing because I don't see this where you're talking about the R.
Rick says, Sandy, I have a question for you. Have you noticed that some people have changed recently?
Yeah, I've seen
Like
that.
adopting those traits. I've actually talked about it 2 years ago on my show, on one of my first shows. So 100% yes. I have had people completely change. Like total change in personality, Rick. Multiple
like
people.
how sure are you that like it's a Mandela type of thing, or like how sure are you about the whole supernatural side of it?
Which I don't think it's supernatural.
Oh, okay. Do
You
you
already
believe
know.
that can happen supernaturally?
No, for me it's shifting timelines, and I believe we shifted to an earlier version of Earth.
So if someone is different, you just think that they're they're
Well, no,
different in a
no, no. I've noticed people are different, and the reason is something that they took, and that's all I can say because I'm on
Oh
YouTube.
yeah, I just wasn't sure because some people in the community do believe that people change
We can't say certain things on YouTube. Be careful.
no
Oh,
That's why I said it's
maybe like
something they took. That's all I can say.
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm
Okay.
talking about um like I mean I'm sure everyone has different beliefs, but like they're like changing in a supernatural way, as in like they were never like that before, and then
Like I said, for
like this.
you, if you want to believe it's supernaturally changing, that's fine, but I don't believe that. I
Is
truly
that because you
believe.
don't want to?
No, it's
Like,
because I truly believe that the earth, the things with the earth, like continent shifting, different weather patterns, um, the water is cleaner, the air is cleaner. Um, People remember states in different places, different boundaries drawn, islands in different places, islands that didn't exist that are now there, islands that did exist are gone. All those things I believe are because we're on
yeah,
the
but
color of the sun,
yeah,
the fact that
I
all the planets have
understand.
rings now, supposedly. That's
Yeah,
I believe that's from the
yeah,
shifting to
I
an earlier
understand
version
that,
of Earth.
but yeah, I mean,
Everything else,
I
I believe, is shifting timelines, shifting and
well,
merging timelines or dimensions, whatever you want to call it. I believe we are hopping, shifting, moving through timelines, dimensions, and we merge with other timelines, which is why we have the Tonight Show and Tonight Show. Because
but
in
what if
one
there's more? What if
timeline,
there's thousand? What if there's like an infinite number of different variations of that? And what if there's some timelines that don't even have that? Is what I'm trying to get at. And
there
like
are.
with games,
Wait, there are. I know there
right?
are. Because again, like I just found the Mandela effect with What Child Is This? And the sentence I remember in the song no longer exists. There is a
Okay.
similar passage in the Bible, which I did not know at all. I did not know it was in the Bible. And then when I went to go find it in the Bible again, it's now gone. So it's not even in the Bible. There's no
Yeah.
record of all tongues of people know him. It doesn't exist
I think I
at
remember
all.
something like that. But yeah, things have disappeared for me as well. But I just, I see it more as reality is changing around us. Because I have that simulation more mindset where it's very easy to just change the code up, especially when you're playing games. Like I see multiple changes, like when I'm playing games, like a day, like every day there's something different. Something looks different in the game. and it goes back in history, I double check. I make sure I'm checking that these changes are happening. So it's like in the game, there could be islands that disappear as well. In the game, there could be like places that disappear, people's names change, names of parks and stuff and all that sort of thing like could change. So what's the difference between a game and this? Because if you know what I mean, like, do you think that it's like I'm just shifting into different timelines where he made different coding decisions for the game, or like I'm just trying to understand my experiences.
Careless
It,
coding.
no, they're Mandela changes though because they go back in history. Like that's what I'm talking about with the gaming thing. Like, um, obviously when a change happens, it's not a recorded change. So these aren't changes that I can go back and say like, oh, he changed it with this update. It's always been like that in every version of the game that he's brought out. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I notice a change, and I'm like, there's no way it was ever like that. I remember clearly because I'm playing the game currently, so it's my memory is fresh.
Yes,
Um,
but I need to interrupt you. I have
Yeah.
addressed the simulation theory. You can
yeah,
believe it
I
if you want,
understand.
but
I
I
understand.
can't
I just
believe it.
I just don't have there's no explanation for that. Like what you're saying doesn't explain what I'm experiencing. And with people changing, that's even different again. Like I can't explain that from just like, oh,
Well, the people
um
changing thing, I truly believe has to do with the thing.
yeah,
I truly
no,
believe
but
that.
not Eva's experiences though. I mean you can not believe what she's saying and we don't know the whole story surrounding her experiences, but I believe that those experiences can happen where you can know someone and then their job has suddenly been different and they never had the job that you thought they had, and then apparently that can
Right,
flip
but
flop, and I believe that.
that's not a personality change though.
Oh, well, I know, but it all comes under the same properties, right? Because you can change
No, no,
someone's
no.
personality
No,
through coding.
I'm talking about the person you knew is no longer the person you knew. It's a completely different person. They still retain the memories that you had together, but their entire personality has changed.
I guess I'm talking about something a bit more extreme than
No,
is
it's
is
like you're talking about superficial things like someone's job.
well, it's not superficial if you know someone and you're close to someone and they've had a job as something for a long time and then suddenly they've never had that job. I mean, you're telling me that you wouldn't be freaked out by that, and then it flip
No,
flops,
I would
right? And
be, but
then
again, that could also explain timelines. In one timeline, that person chose to go into one field. In the other timeline, they chose to go into the other. And then you move in
sure,
between those timelines. One time, one time you see them, you're in the other timeline. Because again, I don't see the
is there
timelines
any
as
reason?
static.
But then you're losing someone, and then they're flip flopping around. I don't see how that's okay in my opinion. Like I'm not trying to be negative. Like I do want to see the positive sides of this, but if I was close to someone and then suddenly they weren't I mean they can't be the same person if they've always had a different job. And then it'd just be tripping out, and then like they flip flop and then they're back to, oh yeah, I did have that job but it's slightly different. I think was the situation that she
Right, but
described.
what I'm saying is, why does that have to be simulation? Why can't that be timelines?
Yeah.
Um I just feel like it's something similar to I'm not really talking about there's a simulation and and there's a real world behind it. I'm not really thinking that it's our perception of a simulation. I think it's something more. I think it's something that we can't even understand. Like there's something supernatural and magical about it in some sort of way, like entities maybe
Okay,
controlling
okay,
our
stop. I think I know what you mean. So I wouldn't say supernatural or magic. I would say God and the devil.
um I know you would say that. But
Yeah.
like I have well, I'm not I don't know, all right, but I can't know. I don't know. I'm just saying that I tend to more believe that there are entities like shapeshifters from my research anyways that, that's just what I've been looking into because people report experiences with entities and shapeshifters, but they all have the same pattern of telepathy, right? I mean, I know how that sounds, but I've been noticing the telepathy pattern
Right.
for a very long time. It just comes up all the time for me. It's like it's almost supernatural how many times a day I see people reporting telepathy experiences, and that isn't God, because that's not in the Bible. God doesn't do that. Well, I mean, I don't know, as far as I'm
Yes, he
aware anyway.
does.
Does he? Telepathy?
Yeah.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
well then let's just
yeah,
say it's God. That's
And
appearing as
when the
alien
Pharisees
type
were
beings
there,
to people.
Jesus says Jesus read their minds,
Okay. Okay.
and then read their minds, said back to them what they were thinking,
Okay.
so that they were astonished.
And
And
God
Okay.
spoke to
So
Moses with telepathy because using his real
okay.
voice wouldn't wasn't it that it would he could not
Aaron,
process the voice of God.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Okay.
I don't know the Bible that well. I know what I was taught in Catholic school.
Oh,
Yeah. Catholics are different. Yeah.
Mhm.
totally. That's yeah.
So, but what I'm trying to say is, I never, for me, it's always been a combination. I believe the
I know.
shifting to Earth, I believe the timelines, and I believe that there is a war going on between the devil, Lucifer, and Jesus, where Lucifer is the great deceiver and he is behind some of these effects. And I believe some effects are choices that people have made. And I believe, like I said, I know a lot of people in the flat earth community do not believe in space.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I know.
but I still believe we're on an earlier version of Earth because even if the Earth is flat, the sun was yellow and now it's white.
Yes. I agree.
And time moves faster, and the water and the air is cleaner, and there's weather patterns and terms that never existed in my past, like omega blocks and atmospheric rivers and snownadoes and all sorts of crazy stuff. There's literally like 17 types of rainbows now. Like there's so much stuff that never existed in my past, and timelines doesn't explain it. But
What about
shifting to an earlier version of Earth does. Go ahead.
What about synchronicities? Because I've been experiencing them a lot lately.
Here we go.
And I've heard other people's stories too, which are coming up as well. I just don't know how to explain those things. It's very weird, the synchronicities, because you're thinking stuff and then it's appearing, you know what I mean? Like as in like online, or someone messages you something, or whatever. Like people have, lots of stories of those types of things. It seems, from my opinion, it seems like control, like someone is behind it. I mean, I just feel like there's patterns to this. It feels like there's an intelligence behind. I know you say God and the devil, sure, but do you think that they're like deliberately? Because sometimes I feel like I'm being trolled, right? Like some things are like,
yes, I agree with you, and that's where I think the Lucifer got a Jesus part comes into play.
Is he really? I guess I just didn't have that perception of the devil. Obviously, I don't. How can you know? I don't know him, but I just didn't think that he. I guess, yeah, I didn't think that he could do that, or he would do that, or he was smart enough. I don't know. It's probably silly to say, but I don't know.
oh yeah, like
It
he
just
was up
feels like he's
around
human, but I
2000.
don't know.
Like I said, you are free to believe whatever you want to believe. I am
I
not
just
going to
don't
tell you you're
know.
wrong because I can't prove that I'm right.
I know.
It's
My
just what I
mindset
believe.
is that God's doing it all. I don't believe. I think God's angry at us, like you said. There's an air to an anchor to it, and if you notice, there's a lot of past tense. Everything's like going to past tense on some of these changes. It's kind of like we're already finished. You know what I mean? Like in Job, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away is now the Lord has taken, the Lord has given and the Lord hath taken away. so it's already like a
Okay.
done
Oh,
deal.
really?
Oh,
Yes.
I
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
hear that
cool.
one.
That's
Yep.
a new one for me as well.
And then in let's see, I think it's Hosea. My people perish for lack of knowledge. That was a present tense. That's done changed to my people are destroyed.
Excuse me?
Past tense. And
Now, see, I actually know these verses, and it was perish. 1,000,000
yes,
percent.
and that perish one, when people first brought it up, it was still in a bunch of versions everywhere. They would say, "See, it still says perish," and then one by one, they all dropped off to say destroyed until
If
they
you
were
don't
gone.
mind, I'm going to go to Bible Gateway so I can look at the older Bibles. Can you tell me the exact verse in 1 second?
Um,
Do you know what book and
that
passage
was
it is?
Hosea with "My people perish for lack of knowledge,"
Yeah.
and "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away" was like a
I remember that.
present tense thing. You know, it's happened.
Hosea. I'm sorry. It was Hosea what?
I think that was Hosea. I don't remember which.
I'll
I
try. I'll
think
just write my people. My people perish.
yeah.
Um, Hosea for me was Josea.
Oh,
J.
I
A.
just
Mine was,
typed it. I typed it wrong. It told me I was wrong.
Oh,
And I've
ours
also
was
seen it with an H. I've
yeah.
seen Hosea, and I've seen Josea, but and maybe an H at the end. No, the H is wrong.
Didn't have J's back then.
Josea, and now it's It's Josiah. Josia.
And
They didn't have J's back then. It's weird.
I'll tell you what, another one that hit me big, no one talks about is uh you know how everybody's talking about Donald and Elon now, and maybe Donald's
Yeah.
a time traveler and all this stuff, and they're pushing that stuff like there's something mystical about
Sorry.
Donald Trump. You know, I mean, I'm not one way or the other. I'm just saying this is what I'm picking
Right.
up on.
I've heard that. Yeah, time traveler stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like QAnon. He's got some
Uh-oh.
sort of special power. I've heard that he's been on spaceships with Pleiadians. I mean, all this
Hosea.
stuff gets like bandied around like
Oh, the
maybe
story of
Donald has some sort
Elon
of
from years ago and Baron Trump.
yeah. Okay, yeah, and Ingersoll
Yeah.
Rand. But I happen to know he doesn't even know his own birthday. You know what I mean? He's not in control, and this has something to do with them somehow. I don't know how. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I just feel it strong. It's coming to a head, whatever they're getting ready to do. And I remember when Elon seen the Pope.
No, I
He
actually don't
posted,
know because I didn't
yeah,
know
Elon
about that.
he visited the Pope, and then he posted on X with the Pontiff X. Elon with the Pontiff X. The Pontiff wasn't his name was Pontificus Maximus, not
Yes.
Pontifex. His name was not Pontifex Maximus. That was never his title. On the coins and stuff, it all said Pontificus Maximus.
Pontificus Maximus. Yes.
Now he's Pontifex Maximus, like ex pontiff.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I found a different version of that passage, but it's not perish. My people have been silent because they had no knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge. I will reject thee, that thou shalt not do the office of priesthood to me, and thou hast forgotten the law of thy God. I also will forget thy children.
Oh, is that a Catholic version?
The indictment of Israel. Correct, Sandy.
It is
The
the
indictment of
Douay
Israel.
Rhymes 1899 American edition. But I find it interesting that my people have been silent or silenced because they had no knowledge. Whereas now,
Yeah.
my people perish because of lack of knowledge is now destroyed because they have. Well, this one says no knowledge. Hold up. Some of them say my people are destroyed because they want knowledge. They seek it. And some say because they have no knowledge. So, for
Yes.
example, the easy to read version says, my people are destroyed because they have no knowledge. But the KJV 2021, 21st century says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And then hold on, I'm trying to find which one said for want, because that's a whole different passage. I just saw it. And that has a whole different meaning with want. And I'm trying to find which Bible says that.
I had a massive Bible change about a year ago or more, really. And it involved the Hebrew midwives. If you remember the story in Exodus, I remember it being the Egyptian midwives. It was the Egyptian midwives that wouldn't kill the babies. And now it says the Hebrew midwives.
That's interesting. I honestly don't, like I said, I have not read the whole Bible. Catholics don't even use Bible. Like, the only time you crack a Bible is when you're in religion class in Catholic school. And that's because they're telling you to go to, or in church, they will, you don't even use a Bible in church. You use the daily missal, which is all the stuff that they're going to each, all the priests talk about the same passages the same Sunday. They're all using the daily missal, and the passages are in there for that week's service. Now, I just want to tell you, I found it, and it is the complete Jewish Bible. And it's my people are destroyed for want of knowledge. They're destroyed for wanting knowledge and for seeking it.
Okay.
Totally different meaning than the other Bibles, the Christian Bibles, that say, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So, destroyed for not having knowledge if you're Christian. But if you're Jewish, you're destroyed for wanting knowledge. Totally different meaning.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
But I remember it saying, my people perish. That's, everybody still says it.
Perish 1,000,000%.
My people perish for lack of
I remember
knowledge.
perish as well. And for me to not know the Bible like you know it, and me to honestly say 1,000,000%, it was perish.
Absolutely.
I agree.
It just happened to be one of the things you knew. Yeah.
Well,
it was
most
perished
people
for lack of knowledge. You perished because you didn't know.
A lot of people in Texas are Christians. I'm going to ask John if he knows Tim Conway, because I used to listen to him many years ago when I was a Christian. Like, he's a preacher in Texas.
Tim Conway.
I don't know anymore. But... Yeah, John, do you know Tim Conway?
Jim Conway?
Was a comedian.
I probably do. I listen just to anybody. I keep my ear to the ground on all things, theological especially. I probably, if I hear it, I probably do.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, he's pretty popular. He has a YouTube channel. But anyways.
Commander says KJV 1611 is the original Bible standard. I don't think that one's on the Bible Gateway, though. I just have KJV. There's the only one with a year is the Douay Rhymes 1899 American edition.
Remember though, the King James was a Mason.
I've got the King James.
I do want to cover one Mandela effect before we go, because Bomber is here. But before we go further, can you bring up the pictures of the tumor? Like, just to show, because Morgan said it was rare. I want him to see how many
Oh,
pictures
yeah.
there are.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't mean to take it off track, guys, but we have been live for over 8 hours. And
Yeah.
we have got to start wrapping up, but I want to get through some of these things before we wrap up. And
Were those on Facebook or?
no, a messenger. I
Yeah.
mean the private chat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So it's one of these.
We're literally just going to do the images, to show them the images of Kim Il Sung, and
Yep.
then it's the extra link I put at the bottom of the private chat. And we're going to skip the other links. I can always show them tomorrow night. There's no
Yeah.
big
Oh,
deal.
yeah.
And then we can go back to the conversation if you guys want for a little bit before we go. Pushing Buttons is saying, great show, panel, chat, myself. Thank you, Pushing. But we're not leaving yet. I just want to get these done so then we can go back to the conversation.
There we go.
Like maybe another half hour, 40 minutes, you know?
Yes.
All right,
No.
so Morgan, are you looking? You said
Yeah.
pictures of this was rare. There are a lot of pictures of this.
I don't know if there's any more than that. Okay. Well, that's that one we already seen, right?
Yes. So the next slide is the pictures.
There.
I'm sorry, I don't remember this. There are so many pictures of this. I do not remember him having a tumor that size in his neck.
Goiter.
Like,
We can go on. There might be
Yeah.
more.
Oh, okay.
there's like one black and white. There's
Oh no, there was just that.
Oh no, I also, it's also possible that he did die from a heart attack before the tumor could kill him. Or it could have been benign. It could have been benign, but usually when they're that large, they're not, according to my surgeon when I had cancer. But anything that large is usually indicative of cancer, because again, that's what my surgeon told me.
Yeah.
Right.
Like when they saw the size of my tumor, they said to me, because I said, well, it could be benign, right? And the surgeon was like, I can say with 90% certainty that it's probably not. There is always a chance that it's not, but typically when they're this large, it's cancer.
Yeah. What is that thing?
It's like really scary.
And people die from when people die from cancer, like my dad just did. It's usually the heart that gives out,
Hmm.
and he had a heart attack. So
Wow.
good night, Jessica Kirk. Thank you so much for being here. I hope your head feels better.
Hey, wait, what now, Sandy?
Oh, the link that's separated at the bottom. That's the one I wanted to ask while Bomber was here. Because when I presented it last time, no one knew it. They didn't know, but Bomber does. Bomber mentioned the company in the chat earlier.
Okay, that's the bottom one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's about right. Must be.
And Bomber is still here, so that's good.
Better be.
All right, here we go, guys. If you don't know this, it's okay. This is, like I said, this is something that really artists and where the architects would use. This is a weird one concerning a specific brand of art supply. What is the name of this company? Please spell Stettler. Bomber. You put it in the chat earlier. Please spell it.
Is that a Roman?
It is.
Okay.
That is their logo.
Looks
It's very weird looking.
Stettler.
But do you remember anything else besides Stettler? That's another question. S, I don't know, says pushing buttons.
Spartan?
Hillbilly Herb says Stetler, Staedtler.
That looks like not a real spelling.
But also, do you remember anything? Do you remember the company being anything besides that?
I don't know.
I've never heard of it. So.
Bomber says Staedtler.
That's funny.
In the chat.
Bomber, do you remember anything besides that?
I like yours pushing buttons.
Herb, you did spell it right. But my concern is something else.
Yes.
Staples, no.
Spartan.
All right, we can go on. You'll see what I mean.
Shit!
What happened?
You yelled at me, made me jump.
Oh. All right. It's not the spelling that's the issue, though you both got the spelling right. It's the actual name. The company was Stetler Mars in my past. So yes or no. Stay here a minute. Doesn't have to have the hyphen. Bomber and Hillbilly Herb, do you remember Stetler Mars? Do you have a memory of Stetler Mars? Hey, Ryu, good to see you.
Ryu.
Hillbilly Herb says no.
Gado.
And Bomber says no. Well, I'm gonna show you my memory. Let's go.
Let's go.
This says it's the Stetler Mars GmbH and Company KG. Is a German company. It was Stetler Mars. It's Stetler Mars. That is the name of the company. Yes. But I remember it being written on the packaging, and it's not.
What?
Yeah.
You had
Morgan's
an imposter.
Using a magnifying glass. Yeah, next one.
Okay.
They're calling it, but the company has always just been called Stetler, and the material of the supply has Mars in it. Mars pencil, Mars plastic eraser, Mars carbon lead, etc. This is not right for me. It was Stetler-Mars plastic eraser. It wasn't Stetler Mars plastic. What is that? That's insane for me. It was Stetler Mars plastic eraser.
Do people still use rubbers? Erasers?
Eberhard paper?
Yes. But when you're an artist in art school, or you're going to school to be an architect, or you're an architect making blueprints, you use Stetler Mars. And that's what I called it, Stetler Mars.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you're using
I just don't know if school kids are even.
Yeah, the pink erasers, right?
Yeah, rubber pink erasers, yes.
Yeah,
that's standard.
Mechanical set as well.
Had a lot of different ones.
With your protractors.
I know, Lovey Love.
I didn't. Yeah. I mean, obviously, when I was. Yeah. Anyways,
It's your word for it. Your word for it is what we call condoms.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I realized that when I said it, but yeah, in Australia that's what we call them. But obviously, when I was younger, using erasers, I wasn't thinking like that. I only just realized when I said it. Anyways,
yeah. I didn't jump on it.
I just don't know if school kids are. I think they're using computers. When I left school, that was when they started to bring those in because I didn't. Like laptops, I think they started to bring in. We use computers, but I think they have laptops in classrooms, which we did not have. We didn't have laptops in classrooms. They also bring in like American jerseys. We had like for year 12 you get given a jersey with your name or a nickname on the back, and we had like a different type of kind of jersey, and then now they had like and then they changed to American like bomber jackets, like what Americans would wear in high school. Anyways.
Okay. I need to say something. Morgan just dropped another Mandela effect. It was DUCKY for me, not IE. Rubber ducky, you're the one. It was a Y, not an IE. But I just want to mention that because it was in the chat. We can do the next slide.
Okay. Hey. Thank you, Sandy.
No problem. And the logo is merged and has been since before I was born. Since 1973, the ST is merged. The TA is merged and backwards leaning, but I do remember the backwards leaning. The DT is merged. The TL is merged. I don't know about the LE. Yeah, the LE, but not the ER.
Oh, it's the last one.
Yeah, it was Stettler Mars. And this was before this presentation's very old. It was before I went and grabbed residue. So this should be updated. I should update it with residue. But 100%, it wasn't Mars plastic, Mars pencil, Mars eraser. It was Stettler Mars plastic eraser, Stettler Mars 2HB pencil. It wasn't Mars pencil. That's ridiculous. I'm telling you, it was Stettler Mars when I was in school in the 90s and early 2000s. At least for me.
I'm correct.
But we can go back to the conversation now. I just want to get those out of the way so that when the conversation dies down and we end the show, I don't have to go back to Mandela effects. So we can continue on with the conversation.
You know
no
what? I'd like to say, Sandy.
Mm-hmm.
Is anybody here Voyager fans?
Yes.
Star Trek Voyager?
Mm-hmm. I've seen it.
No, not really. My parents were, very much so.
I was more the next
Star Trek
generation,
Voyager.
but I did watch Voyager.
Yeah, and the episode season 5, I believe it. Yeah, episode 14, Bliss. If you watch episode Bliss of season of Voyager season 5, it's
yes.
To me that explains what we're going through right here, right now, because Moses actually told us that God would do this. He said that God would curse us, he would confuse us, and then he would rebuke us.
Well,
And
yeah.
we're going through like the cursing and the confusing right now, and we're headed up onto the rebuke. So
But
you know what
wait
I mean?
a minute,
It's not,
are we confused if we can discern what is different?
well, us, okay, if you watch Bliss, that's what I was getting at. If you watch that episode, there's I don't want to spoil it for you, but there's a couple crew members that wasn't confused. And and the guy warned them. He said, "Turn around." You know what I mean? You're being deceived. But they wouldn't listen. You know what I mean? Because they were being confused. The rest couldn't hear. You know what I mean? They didn't even know he was there. And to me, that's what God's doing. And for whatever reason, we're here to see this, and there's got to be a purpose behind it.
To witness
So,
it, right?
Yeah. And
Like John
we're
the
here to do
Baptist
something
around
for
in
the ship,
Patmos.
basically. Yeah. I mean, I
I'm
don't want to say
sorry.
we're heroes, but
I'm sorry, I need to address something in the chat. Bomber says on the back of my 72 set, it says 2017 Stettler-Mars Limited. Oh, that's awesome. Because I couldn't find anything. When I was looking for it, I could not find Stettler Mars.
Cool. There you go.
I would love to have a picture of that.
Send a picture.
Like for example, on Staples, the listing says Stettler Mars erasers, but then the erasers say Stettler Mars plastic. And yeah, the pencils say Stettler Mars Lumograph, not Stettler Mars, Stettler Mars Lumograph. Mars Lumograph. This is crazy. This one has bothered me so much. So I'm going to look 72 pack. I'm going to see if I can find it. You guys continue to talk. I'm going to search really quick.
Was that some cold remedy?
Hmm?
Yeah, it was like I had vitamin C in one big bunch of vitamin C, and then some of that elderberry syrup. Love this.
Oh yeah, okay.
I put some of those electrolyte packs with like maybe 10,000 milligrams, and I just sip that all day.
Is that a Blackmore's?
Yeah.
Blackmore's, yeah. Okay.
The elderberries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Vitamin C.
That ascorbic acid would make you feel so good.
The ascorbic acid, yeah, vitamin C all day.
I'm sorry. I see what you're seeing because it's also that way in 2021. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the logo had Stettler Mars underneath it with a hyphen, and then the product would have said 72 color pencils, or it would say, like I said, like 2 HB pencil or plastic eraser. Yet I can't find that for any of them. And I see what you're saying. The only thing I found was Mars Stettler, and I'm actually going to send a picture so you guys can see what I'm looking for. Oh wait, I found one. I found a Stettler Mars that I'm talking about. All right, I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to send you 2 pictures. I found one. I found one. I'm so excited. As soon as the pictures load, I'm sorry. Here you go. You should have both pictures now to put on screen.
Not yet. We're in StreamYard?
Yeah,
okay,
no,
yeah.
Or pictures.
On that Mandela effect I was talking about that I experienced in 2014.
There is.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be Facebook.
I did find residue on that, and it's in X-Files. It's an episode called "The Field Where I Died." I know a bunch of people say maybe we already died once and we're having to do some kind of like do-over. You know what I mean? We're getting a second chance, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go into that, if you watch that episode, "The Field Where I Died," in X-Files, there's 6 women in the mug shots. The guy has 6 women that he's married to. He uses that verse to have 6 wives, and but when they quote it, it says 7. I mean, the editors would have said, "Whoa," you know what I mean? Somebody would have picked up on it. And have 6 women in the mug shots and only 7, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be 7. That was the verse. That's just justification.
That's Mars.
The verse says 6.
I'm not saying we're all dead. Whatever.
This is Stettler Mars. The other one's Mars Stettler. That's weird.
Yeah, but the pencils are wrong. The pencils themselves say Stettler Mars hyphen Duralar.
Okay, I see that. Yeah.
They can't. I'm going to send you closer pictures because they can't see that.
Oops.
So I'm going to send you cropped images so that way they can see what's written on the pencil. And that's the issue. On the pencil, it was Stettler-Mars. And it's not. And I went through so many of these pencils in when I was going to school for graphic design. Because I had to take drawing 1 and 2. You have to take, core art classes, fine art classes. Here's the pictures of the pencils, close up.
I waited here for him. Oh, yeah. You couldn't have picked a chewed-on one?
My email is my channel, sandydivamandelaeffects@gmail.com. I made it as easy as possible for you guys to send me emails. My channel at Gmail. Thank you, Bomber.
The AE, does that look weird to you at all? Or that's just normal.
The AE it did have a backward slant, but it wasn't merged.
Okay. I meant oh right, I meant like just the spelling, like it seems weird.
Oh yeah, it's always been AE. That's where the et comes from, Stettler-Mars.
Yeah, but wouldn't it just be Stettler without the A?
No, because it's a German company.
Oh, that's right.
There you go. That
No,
explains
right,
everything.
Yeah, that explains it all. Yeah, sorry, I didn't even put that together. Yep.
So you can see here it says Stettler, Mars-L, and you'll see the full word on the next picture.
Oh, there's another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it says, all right, this one's Duralar, excuse me. But you see, Stettler, Mars-Duralar. Mars-Lumograph is at the top. It was just Stettler-Mars, and it would be like, at the top you have like K3, 3H. It may have said Duralar and Lumograph, but it was Stettler-Mars that had the hyphen, not Mars-Lumograph. Not Mars-Duralar.
Why is there a Roman? What does Rome have to do with a German company?
No idea. That's just their logo.
Okay. All right.
I can look it up, but I'm sure there's something there.
I don't know how important it is. It just strikes me as bizarre that a Roman soldier is on a German company, and it's like art as well. It's like, what does like a soldier have to do with art? I don't know. But anyways,
I know. I remember the Caesar being CEA,
You
not
took me off
CAE.
the screen.
oh, like Caesar
interesting.
salad.
No, you want to know the answer? Because it's Mars, the god of war, because it was Stettler-Mars.
Oh.
Yes, Aries. Yeah.
That makes sense. John, were you talking about Caesar salad?
Yeah, I remember Caesar being spelled CEASAR.
Yes.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Now it's like Caesar salad or something.
I know, right?
Yeah. Old, wonderful Mandela effect that most people remember.
How old?
Oh, years. Years. Super old Mandela.
Guess I'm just catching up with
6 or 7 years, maybe.
I don't think so for me, but I think it changed more recently for me than 7 years, but maybe not.
It could have changed for you more recently. I mean, people sit at different times.
Maybe. I noticed it last year, like months ago. So yeah. So it is old in that sense for me, but I don't know about years. I think that I would have noticed in 7 years. I think I definitely would have noticed that change because I noticed it straight away. You know, when I saw it, I was like, "That's not right." But I felt like I was the only one. I don't think I actually got any feedback from anyone until right now about that. I think I kind of dropped it.
Ollie.
some Mandelas I just drop if people don't remember. So
No, we've covered that. That's an old one, and I didn't find that. I don't even know who found it. Like you gotta understand, back in like 2016, there was at least 20, 30 Mandela community channels. Like
yeah,
people in the community who are making content all the time, and now there's just a handful left.
I know
yeah.
it.
Why is that? What happened? I missed the boat.
They
So,
figured the boat sailed.
Late to the party.
I mean, I'm sure some of them were jumping on the bandwagon, but a lot of people, I don't know what. There was a time around 2021 where people around me that I did shows with, and I'm not going to name names because I did shows with like, I was doing 4 shows a week. I was doing shows with literally like 9 different people. Okay,
Wow.
actually sometimes up to 13, because like for example, Esther was here tonight. She would be there sometimes. So I was doing shows with 9 to 13 people, 4 shows a week, and not one of them was my show. I didn't have a show back then, and some of them, I'd say like 2 or 3 of them, they were constantly like making up excuses, like they were too tired, they didn't feel like doing a show. And I could feel it. Something was stopped. I'm like, I understand it. Something is trying to stop you from talking about the truth, from getting it out there. You just got to start the show. You start the show, you'll be fine. You just got to push through it and start the show. And I think that was happening to a lot of people in the community. There was I
Yeah.
can't describe it to you. I can't
Yeah.
describe what it was, but there was
Yeah.
something stopping people from wanting to do this, from wanting to talk about the Mandela effect. And once they started the show, they were fine. But
Yeah.
channels started dropping like flies.
Hmm.
And it was all at the same time period. They all
Okay.
just started dropping like flies. And I'm talking about channels that I didn't interact with either. Like it was just in our community, people were dropping like flies, leaving the community. Just it was like a cloud. I can't even describe it. I can't. That's the best I got. It was like a cloud was over the community. People were being obstructed and like a writer's block. They didn't
Okay.
want to do it. They didn't have energy. Their energy was being taken from them. And I don't know what happened. I don't know why it happened, but it happened.
Okay.
I even did a
I
show
mean,
about it. Yeah, Pushin
yeah.
says I remember that because I did a show about it. I did a show talking about it. It was crazy.
Okay.
I think
Yeah, I
you
did
did
notice when I got here or whatever that um a lot of the posts that I could relate to were way back. Things would change for me. A lot of things were changing very quickly, and each time it would say, 7 years ago, 6 years ago. Um, you know, um, but the thing is, when I first started
Speak
looking
up.
into the Mandela effect, I actually got bored after a little bit because I had the Fruit Loops and Sex and the City and some other Mandela effects, but I actually dropped off a bit, and that wasn't to do with anything that you're talking about. I just lost interest a bit. Um, I just started going back to my regular life or whatever. Just I kind of just put it in the back of my mind, even though it was the craziest, turmeric changing and these crazy experiences that well, I mean, that's what, brought me back is that I couldn't let it go and I wanted it again. I wanted to have these experiences again. But I kind of stopped looking into it and I just and I didn't know the depths of it either. Like the further you go into it, the more you learn and um the variation of experiences that you have increase and things change and it's so much deeper than when you originally experience it. It
Mm.
doesn't it feels crazy and you can't explain it, but um things still feel solid because it's like, oh well, Fruit Loops flip flopped and whatever, and it's like you can't explain it, but you're like, oh well, you just move on and um you don't think that like now everything feels like nothing feels solid to me, like everything feels unreal and just the amount of changes I've seen in synchronicities, it really feels like not real at all. Not even like a dream unless it's controlled, because my dreams don't really feel controlled. I don't know. It's hard
I
to
had a
kind of
crazy
compare this to a dream, but anyway, a lot of people do compare reality to a dream. I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't.
Just because, yeah, I know you. I kind of agree with you there. I just don't really, because when I'm dreaming, that doesn't feel like this. Like when people say, "Oh, my dreams feel real," I don't exactly know what they're talking about in the sense of like how real are they talking, because
Very
I know
vivid.
sorry.
Very, very vivid. I've had real like dreams
Same. I had a
where you
Okay.
crazy one
swear you're
last night.
there. You know.
I had a
Okay.
crazy one last night that was very vivid, but I still knew. I
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
still
still
knew it
knew that
was a
you were
dream.
dreaming, right? You still
yeah, I
knew, right?
agree that with that. But I mean,
Yes.
sometimes they're so vivid. Like, when you're in it, it feels so damn real.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I've felt physical pain. Um, I don't. I mean, I touched a hot plate like I don't know, yesterday or something in my dream. I actually felt like the pain of that in my dream. Um, which I'm pretty sure I've probably experienced before. I mean, I've felt I've been attacked in dreams before and it felt real, but I always wake up before I get killed. Like every time there's a lot of dreams where I'm trying to run from a serial killer, I'm trying to hide and I'm trying to strategize. There's so many dreams I
I
had
get you.
where like someone's after me and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna escape and I'm hiding. It's very like, yeah, kind of high stress, whatever. But I have been like attacked and then I like wake up, but it does feel real. And sleep paralysis is on another level. That feels like someone's actually touching me. And I don't even know how to explain that, but you really do feel like someone's physically touching you. But I'm like half awake in that. It's just a different situation. But I just wouldn't say that they feel real in the sense of they're blurry. They don't make any coherent sense. I can tell that my dreams are just made up of mashed like situations I've been experiencing recently. Like if I watch a TV show, I could dream about the actors and interacting with them. But obviously that's just because I was watching the show. So what I experience in my daily life, I will dream about, and my dreams will just kind of be oh my god, I can't even talk. Like just matches or mashes of like different memories, kind of thing. Um, I just don't think that there's any sort of like sense to dreams, and they feel very unreal and blurry, and they don't feel like this at all. Like they don't feel um like I've used my phone in my dreams before. I've had that experience, but
I
it still didn't feel real.
I've had premonitions in dreams, so I have a different view on that.
Premonitions. Oh, like as in you've dreamt of something that it's happened in reality?
Yeah, I just had to figure it out. And
Okay.
then
I
there's the
Oh, go on, Spire. I thought you were done.
no, it's okay.
I was going to say, first of all, well, first, whenever I've dreamt of a tornado, number one, it's always dark gray to black, and number two, it always like after dreaming of the tornado, something bad always happened in my life afterwards. Like within a couple days, something bad happened.
See,
But
that's what I mean. How you
uh,
gotta figure it out, right? Yeah.
yeah. But it's sort of like probably like my intuition knew something bad was going to happen. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like for example, this didn't happen. I did not have a tornado before my dad passed, but let's say I had a dream about a tornado 3 days before my dad passed. I knew my dad was sick, so my intuition, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I also want to mention Parody Mike says, has anyone ever heard the song Shane Paul Smith? Not my timeline. And welcome Ann Gaynor, who is in the chat.
COVID.
I've
Never
never
heard
heard
of
the
it.
song, so I figured I'd ask you guys.
I think it's this last winter has been dark. You know what I mean? I don't like to say I'm all tuned into stuff like into the ether and stuff, but there's been an uneasy feeling in my soul. And I don't don't know what it is. And I just came off of like bliss, the last summer, and it was just great. And I mean, we had all the problems in the country, of course, but I'll tell you something about a dream that'll probably freak you out. My mother in 2016, when she was going to vote in the primaries,
Mm-hmm.
she came and seen me and my brother and told us, whatever you do, don't vote for Donald Trump. She had a terrible dream, she said. And she said Donald Trump was drawing up snake venom in a syringe and injecting it into people and smiling. And I said, Mother, okay, whatever. I don't interpret dreams because Moses told me not to interpret dreams. And so I didn't listen to that, you know what I mean? And I didn't vote anyways. I don't vote in elections, but she was scared. I mean, visibly shaken. I remember before she came and seen me on her way to the polls. She was all dressed up with my dad and stuff. And she said, don't vote for him. I had a terrible dream, but I'm not superstitious like that, And this is 2016. And then after the deal with the lockdowns, I said, Mother, you remember that dream you told me about Donald Trump and the snake venom? And she said, and to this day, I've done ask her like 4 or 5 times now to try to admit that she told me that. And she said, I don't remember that. And when I asked her about it, she gets scared. She says, I don't remember that. You know what I mean? And I said, why would I make that up? Why would I make up the whole story about, why would I do that to you? You know what I mean? That's horrible. I mean, you told me the whole thing, that he was smiling and pushing it in. And I just, she will not, to this day, she says, I didn't have that dream. But they visited me and told me that. Like that, several words. I'm not saying whatever. I'm not trying to politically, make anybody's mind up about anything. I'm just saying.
I have a similar experience, not political, but I'm going to ask the chat something. Yes or no? Do you remember me doing a show, a Mandela Effect show, on Jeff Zanzibar's channel? Yes or no? Do you remember me doing a show on Jeff Zanzibar's channel? And welcome back to FAP, and hello, Tobin.
They probably had a full sleep and just woke up.
Yeah. He said, am I late? I'm sending you images from Bomber in Messenger. This still isn't my reality, though. This is just the company. The company name is Stettler Mars. I want to know what your pencils say. Do your pencils say Stettler-Mars? Because mine said Stettler-Mars. And now they don't.
Everhard Faber was right. Everhard Faber.
You're going to get them twice. They're not sending for some reason. Let me try sending one. Yeah, I'm hitting send and nothing's happening. So you may get them twice or 3 times. There's only 2 pictures. Splatter, there's only 2 pictures.
Right.
From Bomber. And it's colored pencils. So you do not have them yet.
Oh. No,
they're not sending. Bless you.
But like you were saying,
bless you.
Are these different people?
Thank you very much.
You know how like people wonder if they're different people. When I see my mother's reaction about that, when I'm looking at her eye, and the first time I said that to her, I mean, she looked me dead in the eyes, and I could see a panic because, I mean, I knew I was looking at the same person that told me that dream. You know what I mean? But she didn't remember it. But something was scaring the hell out of her.
Well, as soon as I get some answers from the chat, Ryu says, I think you did a show, Sandy, only once, but I missed that show. I would like some more answers. Like, for example, Splatter, Jackie, do you remember me doing a show with
are you
Jeff
talking
on
about a
his
recent
channel?
show? Sorry, I thought you were asking about a show you did when the community was thriving. I don't
No.
remember what. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The question was, do you remember me doing a show with Jeff on Jeff's channel?
Yeah,
Oh,
why wouldn't you? That just seems like
I
obvious.
think so.
No, I'm not asking if it's obvious. I'm asking if you remember it.
I mean,
No.
it's hard to say because like I've seen you do lives with Jeff. I think so though. I think I do remember you on Jeff's channel. I can't say for sure though. My memory is not like clear on that. I think I've been on Jeff's channel. Like as in like subscribed or something. I mean it's just I don't have any vivid memories of that though. So I can't really say for sure.
I'm not talking about simulcasting. Just want to let you know. It's called It's Mandela Night. It was streamed a year ago, and I have no memory of doing it.
Oh, okay.
I have no memory of doing a show with Jeff on his channel called It's Mandela Night, streamed a year ago. I have no memory of doing it.
Well, that's the night you had the
Okay.
edibles.
So
Yeah, don't do that.
So what do you think is going on there?
I shifted to a reality where I did it, and I don't I didn't retain that memory.
Seems like I remember you with Jeff Zanzibar and sometimes I remember that.
Oh yeah,
Cindy.
Jeff was on every show for like a year and a half on my channel, and he simulcasted, so he shared my channel with his channel, but the show was on my channel.
He restreamed it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shows.
Who's restreaming me?
What?
Oh, a clash with Bao. He streams other people's stuff.
Right. All right. I'll put a link in the chat.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
I'm just getting the nighttime giggles.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna put it in the chat. If you go to my channel, there's a playlist, and I'm gonna put it in that playlist. The playlist is called Chat Recommendations. It's a public playlist, so it's on my channel. I'm putting it there, but I'll put it in the chat as well. But this way you don't have to leave right now. You can find it in Chat Recommendations on my channel. The show. But this is the show. There you go.
There's been some thumbnail changes to Eva's lives, and we've actually agreed on quite a few of them. So I haven't had the experience where something is, well, at least in regards to the thumbnails, something has changed and she hasn't agreed. So it seems that the thumbnail changes at least seem to follow some sort of like a pattern or something. Like I don't know how to explain it. But there's also things that she just doesn't remember because sometimes, I mean, if something's been posted like 6 years ago, it's hard to say if someone just doesn't remember something or they're a different person. Because when you're watching old lives and then the person that you're talking to in the present, they don't remember what they said years ago and they have no memory of that. Okay, so the Carkle cats?
What?
I don't know how to pronounce it, by the way. I probably just butchered that pronunciation. But recently they got black ears, and I know that for a fact they did not have black ears recently because on Instagram I follow a page, and these people who own one of them, whatever, just post, these charcoal cats, and I looked up videos of their ears moving, and I've looked into these cats, and they now have black ears, and I was wondering, is it like, did I just not notice? Like, I really don't remember them having black ears, but I could be wrong. And then I looked at Eva's old lives. I just typed in Caracal, I think actually that's probably how you pronounce it, into her like search bar on a channel, and found the videos where she talked about this cat. And 6 years ago she did mention the black ears, but obviously, like, I'd never heard her say that when I watched them previously because, well, they didn't have that, and now they do, and now her videos are changed to, she doesn't remember that though. She doesn't remember saying that, and I don't even know if she thinks that it's a Mandela effect because we don't communicate enough. I don't even know if she like thinks that the dark ears are a Mandela effect now, but she mentioned it twice in that live, and it's like she couldn't let it go. She kept talking about it, and that's the way she talked about it and stuff, and how she was like, yeah, I don't remember those black ears. Like, I definitely feel like I'm right that if two people don't remember the black ears, and I don't think that they were there like that.
I have the same memory about the black ears. I don't remember on tigers.
Oh yeah, they got like white markings.
The white,
was it?
yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I did a whole thing on
yeah.
lions and tigers. They're completely different from me.
Sandy?
But
Yeah, 100%.
really quickly, I'm saving Anne's comment for John. She says, could she have been afraid that she was starting to have dementia? That would be my thought if I couldn't remember and I knew the person would not make it up. Being that she's your mother, she's of a certain age.
Oh.
She may have been afraid of Alzheimer's or dementia, that she didn't remember saying that. But for me, my stomach like flipped upside down, that I could not, like I can't describe the fear that I had no memory of doing this stream with Jeff.
Yeah, because you'd be wondering, like, well, who's talking? Who is that?
Right. I listened to it and I don't remember doing it. It's such a weird, bizarre feeling. And it's kind of scary. Also, guys, I'm going to play a song really quick to jog people's memory. I know it is currently February 16th, but we're going to play the intro to Mandela really quickly, just to jog people's memory that this is not the show I'm talking about. So, a little change of scenery, everyone. And I think it's this one. It's the longest one. So here we go. Holy crap! I'm so sorry, everyone. I've been playing the wrong one.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know
Yeah,
that.
I just realized it. Sorry. Here it is. And I think it jumps right in.
With little
Huh?
dancing skeletons and ghosts and stuff.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I got it. It's right here.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the bravest soul of all? Everyone
Boys and girls of every age, would you like to see something strange? Come watch us and you will see everything Mandela. Boys and girls of every age, would you like to see something strange? Come watch us and you will see everything Mandela. It's Mandela-ween, it's Mandela-ween, Mandela effects being brought to light. It's Mandela-ween, changes will be seen, all your memories are lost tonight. It's Mandela-ween, it's Mandela-ween, Mandela effects being brought to light. It's Mandela-ween, changes will be seen, all your memories are lost tonight.
Now it's time to start the show in this reality we call home.
It's a Mandela effect, we're shifting again. It's Mandela-ween, everything's different again. It's the Mandela effect, we're shifting again. It's Mandela-ween, everything's different again. I started looking at Sandy's effects. She blew my mind, man, shit was a mess. We be figuring out she is correct. Looking around at how it connects. Nobody knows what she's gonna show next. If she wants me to screen share, she throws me a text. I'm all the Koopy Spooks. My nickname in high school was Spoopy Coop. I was a pooper troop full of shit like a pooper scoop. In my reality, Casper never had a pet horse. I feel like I'm on a crash course and I better head north. We're the shining girls, we're twins, not sisters. Jason's blue stripe and yellow missing. Boys and girls of every age, would you like to see something strange? Come watch us and you will see everything Mandela-ween. Boys and girls of every age, would you like to see something strange? Come watch us and you will see everything Mandela-ween. It's Mandela-ween, it's Mandela-ween, Mandela effects being brought to light. It's Mandela-ween, changes never seen, come in and share your thoughts tonight. It's Mandela-ween, it's Mandela-ween, Mandela effects being brought to light. It's Mandela-ween, changes can be seen.
And we can stop it there. So if you see It's Mandaloween, that's definitely was not Jeff shared it from my channel. But yeah, the It's Mandaloween was not on Jeff's channel. Now on Ray's channel, there's actually 3 versions of that song. There's Ray's version, there's Mr. Super's version, and then there's a combination version. And they all have them up on their channels. So if you ever want to hear them, they're there. So sorry to go way off track, but
Yes,
hey, you got to hear it. You're not going to hear it again for like another, 8 months. So I would love to play that song more often, but it is Mandaloween, so it makes it more special when you don't hear it as much.
Yeah, well, yeah, different songs for different seasons. You get little different characters dancing each time. That'd be good.
Mhm.
Yeah, did
Now
you
you guys,
create all that stuff?
I made the video, and it's Mandaloween. Mandela effects being brought to light. It's Mandaloween changes will be seen. Mandaloween. Those are all my lyrics. Ray did all the rap.
I like the visuals. The visuals are really cool. Like
The
the art
dancing
stuff.
dude.
Thank you. Yeah, I like making music videos. They're fun. Now
But the
you
thing
got.
is,
I need
sorry.
everybody to tell Ray to do a Christmas one, or Mr. Super. I need an. It's Mandela days. But what were you gonna say, Jackie? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's just I was thinking that I used to jump in like before the intros. Sometimes, I mean, sorry, before the intros, after the intros, like during the middle or something. So, um,
Right.
I don't know if I would have seen, like, I kind of just, yeah. Anyways,
This is a record show for sure.
like,
Yeah.
sometimes I just jump in live, so I'd miss that stuff. But I remember the dancing skeleton and the pumpkin. I remember that. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was the outro. That's probably why.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I accidentally made you sit through all that like countdown and stuff. The intro was not that. It was
Oh right.
originally. It
Oops.
was originally. It's Mandaloween, but it was with the original music from the song, and I used that for 3 years. For 3 years, I used the original music with my lyrics, and it never got a copyright. And then last year it did. So the first episode of Mandaloween, because it was 3 or 4 episodes this year. The first episode was copyrighted because of the song, so I changed it. But yeah, guys, if there's, we're gonna do closing stuff here, closing thoughts. I mean, we've been on for 9 hours, and if you want me to have a voice to speak tonight, to do a normal after dark show, we need to go.
Yeah,
So
a
if there's,
record show.
yeah, so specifically Jackie and John, because Morgan has fallen asleep.
No, it's
Morgan's
not.
back.
It was just
No,
playing the
reading.
recorder
I
a second ago.
just reading the Bible for that stuff. And,
Oh, I thought you fell
reading
asleep
Hosea.
earlier.
No, I'm
Well
just
then,
reading Hosea 8. Like this was like.
okay, well
I
then
haven't seen him
Morgan,
with a magnifying glass in front of him.
Morgan, why don't you start us off? Is there anything you'd like to say before we go? Anything you want to mention? Or you want to say goodnight?
Well, I think it was a good. I think we had a good night. I mean,
Good morning.
well, yeah. Doing a lot of like whether it's like it's happening, and there's spiritual stuff going on, and I don't and what and everything has to do with it. You know what I mean? It can't not have something to do with it. You know what I mean? So it's it means something. It's not you know what I mean? It's Pay attention to it, you know what I mean? Or at least be aware of it, I guess. Like,
Hmm.
like, don't be, yeah, okay, my people, the word I'm looking for, like, my people die for a lack of knowledge because they're not informed. They're not, they haven't talked with anybody. They don't know anything. And that's what'll get us too in the end. Because whatever it is, like, oh, we don't know what's going on or this and that. It's like that leaves you completely, but when we've talked about it, we understand. Then when people come on and go, oh, isn't there confusion? It's like we could, you feel you're on a solid foundation that you can tell people I'm I'm not even going to be moved or concerned with that because I have a foundation in the truth, already solidly locked down. And so when they do try and give deceptions or Satan or the devil or whatever, or just a government that's greedy, um, or the men in power are greedy, we can remain like with everything that we need by not, filling ourselves up obviously with whatever it is that they're selling. Um, and what they're selling is usually trying to destroy, you know what I mean, like our spirits and break our spirits either with confusion or, like war, or like something to make us depressed. I guess that's the other thing. Don't get depressed, even though it can be disheartening, or you can see a Mandela effect, and it can be like, hey, uh, and it's like, so it's like, don't allow it to break don't allow any of these things that we're seeing to break your spirit. And that's, yes, I'd like to, so that's where I think I'll end it on that. Don't let any of these things break your spirit, but rather be encouraged by the fact that we're talking about them, you're noticing them, and you're among people that care, and there are people that care. So, and you're not one of those people that doesn't care because you're here talking. You know what I mean? Like you're taking an interest in it. So I'll leave it. Thanks, Wendy.
Always. Thank you, Morgan. John, is there anything you'd like to say before we head out for the night?
I just like to second what Morgan said, and I think that to me, what's helped me the most right here is like, since I know that it's like that episode of Bliss on Voyager, that they're confused. You know what I mean? And what's helped me the most is, as mad as people's made me, and frustrated me, I gave up trying to tell people, that I knew around me in 2019 about that area, about
Mm-hmm.
Mandela effects, because it scares them. But I think what helps me the most is just to shove it away, the anger, and just love them for whatever reason. You know what I mean? And just try not. I think the thing to do to get through this is whatever we do, don't do, you know, um, things to others we wouldn't want done. And that's what I think the key is: just loving and trying to pour the cup that we want poured back to us right now. Because to me, they're more hobbled in my, you know what I mean? They're having more troubles than I am. So why would I get angry at them? You know what I mean? If the laws of Moses, if you see your neighbor's donkey and he's overloaded and he falls down, you had to help your neighbor's donkey up. And that's the way I look at the world right now. I'm looking around and I see people that are falling down, and there's too many of them for us to, help really. But uh, all I can do is I just know when those feelings come, like this winter's been bad. Only thing that helps me is just to like love them that much harder. That's the only thing that helps. You know what I mean? And it
Mm-hmm.
comes right back. Next thing you know, I'm lonely as hell. I'm I'm divorced right now. I mean, it's just it's I don't know what to do except just forgive them of stuff, and then that's the only thing. Next thing you know, I can go back to sleep because sometimes it's just so bad. I think that's the key here. It's just somehow transmute it all into love. You know what I mean? There's a reason we're seeing it. It's because we're special. Really, is what I think. But but it definitely feels like judgment that we're in. So it's kind of like feel sorrier for them now because it's coming. You know, that's what's on my mind day after day after day.
I do feel like we're in judgment. I even talked about how the Statue of Liberty is Lucifer. And to me, that is sending a huge message that because Statue of Liberty is seen as the gateway to America, and it looks like Lucifer has taken over America. At least that's what I get from it. Um, for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, please go to my Flickr account, search Lucifer, and you will find the presentation where you can read through it and see the images. But it definitely seems like Statue of Liberty was designed in this reality after Lucifer. So I agree with you about the judgment, and that's why I believe that there is a war right now going on for our souls between Lucifer and Jesus and some of the Mandela effects. Not all. I do believe some is from timelines, and I believe God saved us from something and moved us to an earlier version of Earth because the section of the Sagittarius arm where people remembers being is missing. This, again, according to science, take it with a grain of salt. But it is the only thing that explains for me the Mandela effects that have to do with like the Earth, the color of the sun. I already explained that earlier. But you need the only force that could do that is God, in my opinion. And I just want to say, Jackie, it's your turn. Is there anything you'd like to say?
I'm kind of shutting down. Honestly, I didn't get to sleep till 4 a.m. So I'm
Oh
just
boy.
yeah, I was gaming and I lost track of time. I haven't
You can
actually
just
done
say
that in
goodnight
a while.
then. You don't have to
No,
say
I'm
anything
just,
but goodnight.
I'll say that I agree, in the sense that our anatomy does look, like it's prehistoric or something, and dolphins look very prehistoric. Um, maybe as a kid, yeah, I mean, people tell me that, as a kid, dolphins look cute, but I really think that they looked like modern dolphins and that they were cute and they weren't. The nature of dolphins in this timeline is just disgusting.
It
And
is.
they look terrifying.
They
And
never
it's
had
not how
teeth in
I
my
remember.
past. They never had teeth in my past.
Yeah. Yeah, same. Yep. Well, then we remember the same. But
Yes, I
yeah.
agree with you.
Okay, well, that's good. Yeah, so something is definitely wrong, and we're in prehistoric times or something. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah. So, good night.
Splatter, is there anything you'd like to say?
Good night.
That's it? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Well, I have a lot to say because I have to do a shout out.
Yeah. Well, 9.5 hours, my brain's kind of like mushy a minute.
I got you. Excuse me, I had to take a drink of Powerade
Yes, you do.
before I get to this list. If I don't say your name, please comment below. Here we go. I'd like to thank, first of all, Splatter 420, Esther Anders, Propagate This Light, Jackie McCarran, Morgan / Isabella Live 2.0, and John Thomas, and LJ for joining us tonight on the stream. Also, Michael Fontaine, who is still hanging out backstage. for joining us. And Quick, who tried to join us but couldn't figure out the camera. Okay. As for the rest of the chat,
Passed out backstage.
here we go. We had John Nada, Richard Minnick, Analog Line, Maria, Rye Russ Real, the Honorable Doge Hunter, Tariff Free O Trump, Little Cam 5-1. I have to clear my throat, I'm sorry. Alright, sorry about that. It still didn't work. Boston Ray, Boris B, Jessica Kirk, Schneider, Tiniest Squish Sarah Housley, Bomber, Pastor of Muppets, Big Shooter 11,000, and welcome to the 1500 Club, Big Shooter. And Big Shooter joined our panel as well. Thank you for joining. It took a lot of courage. Noise Guru was here. Gary Thorsell, Michael Fontaine in the studio, Mr. Super Sidewinder, Red Storm, Parody Mike, Oiler Greg, Damian G, Sneepy Egg Sauce, Jim from Florida, Huberts, Mustard Seed of Faith, Rodney Letman, Valley Parks, Commander Zonar, Wendy B, Jessica S, Everjosh 08, Pete Hammer, Preliminal, Fast Hemi, Pushin' Button 62, Rainwater, Woo Riders DG, Jane Doe, Hillbilly Herb, Tim Offman, Christine Lynn, Lovey Love, John Tom, I already said John, Rick Sanchez, Sadly Karen, Ryugami Mikado, Alex Jones is shilling vitamins for Sandy Cook. Welcome. That's Parody Bear, by the way. I said Ann Gaynor, right? Ann Gaynor, FAP, Tobin Schwing. And once again, thank you very much to Gift of Water Alive for the donation before the show started. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Get some rest. Those of you that are starting your day, have a wonderful day. Splatter and I will see you tonight.
Yeah.
Probably around 11, 12, maybe a little later because we just did a 9.5-hour stream. But we will see you tonight for Mandela Effects After Dark. I did pin a message to the top of the chat saying, I did. The message at the top of the chat says, shows like this are because of you. It costs $73 a month to create these shows. Yeah. Thank you to all who are able to help keep this show going. Because without StreamYard Premium, we're limited to 20 hours a month, and we would have just killed half of the monthly stream time for this show alone. This is a record. Thank you all for being here for this long show. Have a great night. We'll see you tonight. Good night. Oh, Jennifer Maniston is here. Welcome.
Donate now.
All right. Good night, guys. We'll see you tonight.
Smash the tube, smash the tube, smash the tube, smash the tube. Turn the strap off, 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 please turn it off. Why must we watch Friends? 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 I've seen this show about 1,000,000 times. Not even funny when I'm drunk or high. Why must we watch Friends? 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 I'm telling you now for the 100th time. to change the channel. This show is a crime. Why must we watch Friends? 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 That laugh track is so annoying to me. They wouldn't need it if the show was funny. Why must we watch Friends? 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 There's so much better ways to spend my day than watch TV sing down a cat so smelly. Why must we watch Friends? 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 Why must we watch Friends?